Prologue. A brief flash of purple light flickered within the guild hall as an immaculately dressed man stepped through a halo of fading light. There was a dark purple card floating above him that pulsed briefly before absorbing the surrounding halo and dissipating inside the man's chest. Sporting a thin mustache, the stranger had neatly trimmed short blonde hair, pale gray eyes, and an elegantly chiseled jawline. It was hard to judge his age accurately, but to an onlooker's eye, he appeared to be in his late 30s. Dressed in tightly fitted black robes, the stranger exuded a natural aura of authority as he passed through the hall. People walking through the area acknowledged him with a quick nod, while others halted in their tracks to give him a bow of respect. The stranger ignored them all as he confidently strode his way ahead before stopping at a large decorative door guarded by a single giant of a man looming over him. The stranger stood there with his pale gray eyes calmly gazing at the towering guard. The guard grunted before tapping a brown card strapped to his belt and stepping aside. The massive door opened without a sound, allowing the stranger to step forward into the hall. "You took your sweet time, Renaud. The leader has been waiting for you." The husky feminine voice sounded to the stranger's right as a woman shrouded in silky indigo robes walked over. "I had to pass through the Sun Spire's territory to get here on the 20th floor, and they wouldn't let me pass unless I gave them all the details of why I was making my way to the Starhaven Guild. Of course I didn't tell them the truth, but I want to know what all this haste is about, Liana." Renaud's eyebrow twitched with annoyance as he followed behind the woman. Despite knowing the way to the leader's throne, he let Liana lead him. Even with his volatile nature, he understood the leader of Starhaven commanded fear, a fear that extended beyond the Sunspire's archbishop. As one of the few rankers to evolve to Tier 6 and reach the card luminary stage, Starhaven's leader stood at the forefront of humanity's crusade against the dungeon. Renaud was a powerful Tier 4 ranker in his own right, but even amongst the other Tier 4 cardists, he was special because of his epic class card, Diviner. He couldn't see the complete future, but his class card allowed him to take small glimpses a few seconds into the future. This made him a formidable opponent to face, as combined with the rest of his fate cards, only a handful of other Tier 4 cardists could contend against him. The pair arrived at the enormous empty metal throne in the center. The seat bore the magnificent Starhaven crest, the mark of the man whose power reigned supreme in the dungeon. "The leader's not in the guild at the present. He'll talk to you through the comms card." Liana pulled down the hood covering her face, revealing beautiful dark locks of hair. Her icy blue eyes glanced at Renaud before she stepped back. The throne glowed with an enigmatic golden light as a hazy illusion of an armored man coalesced on top of the throne. Seeing the figure appear, Renaud quickly got down on one knee and whispered, "Greetings to the card luminary." A small smile played on Liana's lips as she stood on the sidelines, her gaze fixed on the guild leader, a figure she clearly admired.
"Rennie, how you been, chappie? Sorry, man, the tree huggers in Vidura wanted me to help them out with something in the kingdom, so I had to leave urgently."
Renaud's eyebrow twitched at the leader addressing him as Rennie, but he didn't dare correct the man. As famous as Starhaven's leader was for his legendary class card, he was equally infamous for his hoodlum personality. Liana let out a defeated sigh. If she could somehow fix the leader's rowdy personality, it would clear her plate of cleaning the mess he caused. She recalled the aghast expression on the Elf Queen's face when the leader called her the fancy tree hugger to her face in the presence of her subjects. "It's all right, card luminary. What can I do for you?" Renaud maintained his decorum.
"Lily, hand it over to him."
With great eagerness, the leader's image spoke from its throne. "Don't call me Lily, you lug." Liana cursed in mock defeat, but eventually summoned a shiny silver card from her shoulder, where her storage card was equipped. The moment the intricate silver card appeared, Renaud's gray eyes widened in shock. He'd heard of Tier 6 spell cards before, but This was his first time seeing one. It can't be. And when his sight landed on the words etched into the card, Renaud swiftly pivoted his head to the figure on the throne.
Are you sure you want me to use this? Let alone the fact that you're the highest evolved ranker with a compatible class card, we're desperately in need of information. The Akasha Dungeon's integration into our world took us by storm, and in the countless years of clearing the dungeon floors, the leader has gathered certain vital information.
Liana placed the silver card on Renaud's palm, causing the card to flash brightly as it fused with the man's epic diviner class card. The leader silently waited for Liana to continue.
Our world will soon face a terrifying calamity, and we need you to use that oracle spell card to find out who the enemy is,
Liana explained while the illusion of the leader distorted slightly on the throne. It was unknown whether it was because of the comms connection or the leader's turbulent emotions.
Very well.
Renaud nodded as he channeled his lumen into the silver card. His lumen reservoirs were running a bit dry because he didn't have a chance to replenish them after using the portal card, but it was pointless to complain before Starhaven's guild leader. The silver card thrummed as an intense silver light exploded into the area and hastily seeped into Renaud's pale eyes. The diviner let out a painful cry while streams of silver liquid poured down his cheeks from his retinas. Liana almost stepped forward to help Renaud before being stopped by the leader's sharp warning. The system restricted cards to specific classes for a reason. It was fatal for non-compatible classes to force those cards into their decks. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait for long, as Renaud's screams eventually died out while the silver light gradually receded into the card. The oracle card was now noticeably dimmer than before. Renaud panted, out of breath, crumpling to the floor. His eyes looked like they were about to close, but his mouth quivered as if he wanted to get his words out. The leader's avatar on the throne leaned forward at the same time that Liana rushed to Renaud on the floor to hold him up. He was completely drained of lumen, but he should be fine after a day or two.
I saw...
Renaud struggled to form a sentence. However, Liana guessed what he was trying to tell them.
You saw the enemy. Who is it?
She wiped the gathering beads of sweat on Renaud's forehead, a trace of urgency hidden in her voice. Renaud nodded in acknowledgement before bursting into a series of coughs. After a few seconds, he squeezed out his words.
Cardsmith.
Immediately after, Renaud's eyes rolled back into their sockets, and the man passed out of consciousness. Liana turned her head to the throne, her fingers trembling. They finally had a clue regarding the one who would eventually destroy their world. It was a cardsmith. Chapter 1. The sound of a young teenage boy humming a tune echoed within a small peach orchard. It was almost evening, and the soft reddish hues of the horizon made the peaches glimmer with a rosy shine. The scent of the ripe fruit permeated every inch of the small orchard.
15, 20, 25, 30, 32! I did it!
The teenage boy muttered to himself with triumph as he stood at the back of the line with the other fruit pickers. He didn't appear to be over 12 years old, but his true age was hard to gauge after looking at his frail and malnourished body. Locks of unkempt black hair fell around his thin face, partially hiding his surprisingly bright hazel-green eyes.
You finally did it, hey, Shouren?
A large middle-aged woman standing in front of the boy turned around when she heard the victorious exclamation from the teenager. Unlike the small basket that Shouren carried, the woman had two large barrel-like baskets with roughly over 100 peaches in each of them. Her calloused hand gently patted the frail teen on his head.
It's my first time, Marin. I finally get to take 2 peaches home today. One for me and one for my grandma.
Shouren's cheeks flushed with happiness as he looked up at the hardy woman. It was harvesting season, so the orchard owners gathered as many helpers as they could get, and everyone got paid based on the number of peaches they picked. This job was for mostly all the tier zeros in the town, but kids often joined in as well. Weak and frail, Shouren's trips to the orchard yielded only a meager harvest of a few dozen peaches. He couldn't afford the tools the adults had, nor did he have the strength to climb the trees like the other kids. Instead, the young teen relied on his sharp senses to detect which of the peach's stems were the weakest and used small pebbles to knock them down. The browner the ends of the stem, the easier it was to knock it down. The orchard owners required each picker to pick at least 30 peaches. Pickers could then sell any extra peaches back to the owners for a fixed price. This was the first time that Shouren had picked over 30 peaches, so he was ecstatic that he could take those 2 extra fruits home. He had no intention of selling it back for a few kronas. Even a tiny bite of those market peaches would be beyond his means. Unlike the other kids in the village, Shouren and his grandmother lived in abject poverty and barely had enough kronas for a single full meal a day. It didn't help that the rest of the villagers scorned them and refused to hire his grandma for her sharding services. His grandmother, Rhea, was one of the few cardsmiths in the village, but of course no one commissioned any work from her except a meager few. Rhea also didn't have a card recipe of her own and was reduced to only being able to shard cards. Even if she wanted to discover her own recipe, she didn't have the funds to access a card smithy. Decades ago, the Starhaven Guild's Tier 6 card luminaries conquered the Akarsha Dungeon's 20th floor, uncovering blueprints for a laser card smithy, a construction that enabled cardsmiths to craft higher-level cards using cutting-edge technology.
Make sure you take the juiciest 2 from that batch.
Marin winked at the giddy teen and turned back around. The older woman's heart ached for the hungry boy, but as a low-ranking Tier 0 cardist, she lacked the means to help. After the harvesting season was over, her family would be in a similar situation as Shouren, albeit not as bad. Shouren cheerfully nodded his head in response and bent over the basket to make his selection. With a subtle movement, he shifted 2 plump peaches aside before he had to present the basket to the inspector. The line was gradually receding, and soon it'd be Shouren's turn. The teen gingerly kneaded his bony right shoulder, which was slightly sore from all the pebble slinging he'd done earlier.
I can't wait to see the look on Grandma's face,
Shouren thought with a grin on his face. He could hardly remember the last time they had fruit. He watched Marin walk ahead, carrying her 2 massive baskets to the front of the table where the pudgy inspector sat. A burst of lumen coalesced over the neatly dressed inspector as a card appeared and floated over Marin's baskets.
I wonder what class card he has.
Seeing the thick energy of the lumen around the inspector, Shouren knew the inspector had to be at least Tier 1. He'd never seen that much lumen being controlled by any Tier 0 in the town. Lumen was the most important resource on his planet, Ethoria. It was the foundation that all civilizations used to advance in evolution. Lumen was everywhere and in everything. The higher your tier, the more lumen you could generate, and in effect, the more powerful cards you could command. Shouren dreamed of having an epic class card on his own one day. He wanted a combat class card so he could join one of the strongest guilds and make enough money that he and his grandmother could have as much fruit as they could eat. Maybe he'd even get to try some of the steak he'd seen in the butchery, add in some butter, spices.
Next.
A stoic voice pulled Shouren out of his reverie.
Yes.
Shouren quickly wiped the drool off his face and rushed forward with his basket in hand. He almost tripped on the way, but steadied himself at the last moment.
I have 32 peaches in here. The owner said I could take the extra, so I'm taking these 2.
Shouren rambled hurriedly in a single breath, his nervousness seeping into his quivering voice. He feared the inspector would swindle him out of his 2 peaches. The inspector raised his eyes from the register he was writing on, and his eyes swept over Shouren's dirty and worn clothes. Meanwhile, the card floating over the basket flashed with a dim glow.
Very good, submitted. Take your 2 peaches, runt.
The inspector sighed, and his hand swirled over the register, recording the new tally. The pudgy man waved his hand, urging Shouren to leave.
Thank you, sir.
Shouren gave the inspector a grateful bow and ran towards the orchard exit, stuffing the 2 plump peaches into the hem of his ragged shirt and folding it to his chest, making an impromptu satchel. He didn't have any pockets, so this had to do until he reached home. Shouren rushed past the marketplace and the series of clean houses on the tidy pavement. His hazel-green eyes shone with uncontainable excitement. He couldn't wait to share the fruit with his grandma. He had no memory of his parents, and his grandmother rarely ever mentioned their accidental death. However, that never mattered to Shouren. His grandmother was the one who raised him, and that's all the family he needed. Shouren glanced up at the setting sun. It was almost halfway gone. The iconic symbol on the sun still mesmerized him to this day. According to his grandmother, they hadn't always had the same sun. When the Akasha dungeon first appeared in their world, there had been a thundering crack in the sky, which alerted all the kingdoms of the world, turning their attention to the horizon. Before the stunned eyes of the inhabitants, the old sun silently shattered, replaced by a larger star bearing a mysterious and enigmatic symbol. With a triangle and line deeply etched into its surface, the new sun signaled the opening of the Akasha dungeon.
"Watch it, you rat!"
Shouren heard someone snarl at him when he ran past a pair of men. He hadn't even touched them, but the man seemed to take offense at the teen for merely getting close to him.
"Sorry, sir."
Shouren turned around to offer an apologetic smile and bowed to the man. He was used to this treatment from the villagers. Only a few, like Marin, didn't treat him like the plague. A few minutes later, with the darkness of the evening setting in, Shouren was close to the outskirts of the village. Just as he was about to take a left turn at the junction leading to the slums, he noticed something from the corner of his eye. A girl of about his age walked with a group of similar-aged kids. What caught Shouren's attention was the small object that fell to the ground from her pocket. A shiny wrapper covered the object, and the glint from its sheen caught Shouren's gaze. It was candy. Shouren had seen plenty of them at the market, and even tried one on his last birthday when his grandmother surprised him. He wanted to shout to let the girl know she had dropped her candy, but something stopped him.
"She didn't even notice. If I wait for a bit, I can take that candy for myself,"
Shouren muttered to himself. Judging from the girl's immaculate dress and that of her companions, Shouren thought that none of them would care much for a small piece of candy. However, Shouren would rarely have the opportunity to enjoy that delicacy again. He inched closer to the spot of the fallen candy and picked it up with one hand, while the other hand kept the peaches in place. Shouren stood still as he mulled over his thoughts. The group of kids were almost out of sight.
"Hey!"
Shouren yelled in their direction. One boy glanced back before he nudged the others when he saw Shouren was addressing them.
"She dropped this."
Shouren pointed at the girl and then held out his hand, revealing the wrapped candy. The young girl saw the candy and patted her dress, only to find that it was indeed hers. However, just as she was about to walk towards Shouren to collect it, an older teen boy barred her path with his arm and held her back. The young teenager had thick, curly, almond-colored hair and deep brown eyes. On closer scrutiny, the teen was closer to 15 years old, as he was taller than the rest of the group members.
"Look at his gross clothes, Lenny. I bet he's the little thief that stole it."
The teen glared at Shouren with disgust.
"Fabian, why would he offer the candy back if he intended to steal it?"
The girl Lenny replied meekly. She didn't believe Shouren tried to rob her, as this was the first time she ever saw him, and besides, who would want to steal a piece of candy when it was so cheap?
"Go back, Lenny. You don't know these pests like I do. All you tearless rats are leeches in our town. Instead of being grateful that you're allowed to live here near the dungeon, you dare to steal from us."
Fabian's spittle flew as he shouted at Shouren.
"Sorry, sir. I'll leave this candy here and be on my way."
Shouren was already regretting getting involved when all he was trying to do was help. Instead, he had to apologize once again for a mistake he didn't commit.
"I should have just taken it for myself instead."
He had no choice. It's not like the law would take the side of a slum rat like him. It was best to bow his head and walk away. Besides, his grandmother would be wondering why he was late today.
Stop! I can see you're hiding something else in your shirt. You probably stole that as well. Leave it behind and then get lost.
Favian walked up to Shouren, looking down at him while poking his chest. The rest of the group of kids stood silent as they watched. Some had uncomfortable expressions on their face, but none voiced out their thoughts.
What? No way. These are mine. You can ask the inspector in the peach orchards. I didn't steal these.
Shouren's gaunt cheeks flushed with shame. He had worked hard for these peaches, and now he was being accused of stealing them in front of an audience.
I'm sorry. Please just let me go.
Shouren dropped the candy on the ground and turned around to leave.
You think you can commit a crime and then leave as you please? Didn't they teach you in school that there are consequences to stealing?
Favian grabbed Shouren's frail shoulder and forced him to turn back around. Favian was clearly much larger and stronger than Shouren.
Favian, you're hurting him,
another kid from the group said aloud when he saw the pained look on Shouren's face. The kids didn't care for the candy, and it was not worth harassing some poor rat from the slums.
Shut up! I'm going to be a ranker in the future when I get my class card. Thieves like him need to be punished so that our communities are safe.
Favian shot a glare at the kid who voiced out his objection before further twisting his grip on Shouren's shoulder, causing him to cry in agony as he dropped the peaches on the ground.
Please!
Shouren weakly grabbed Favian's shirt, begging him to let go. He saw the older teen raise his foot over the fruits, and dread sank into Shouren's heart.
Get your dirty hands off me!
Favian pushed Shouren away, sending him crumpling to the ground. Then, making sure Shouren's eyes were on him, Favian painstakingly crushed one of the peaches under his boot. Without pause, Favian continued the same with the second peach. Tears rolled down Shouren's grubby face.
Why, if you were going to waste it, why not just let me have it?
Shouren whimpered, his unkempt black hair covering his face. He didn't even do anything wrong. He wanted only to help. Then why was he being treated this way? Did he not have a right to exist in this world? A seed of rage settled inside him, replacing the misery he felt. What was the point of doing good deeds if this was the ultimate result? Where was the law that was supposed to protect him? Where were all these righteous people when he and his grandmother were starving by themselves? Shouren slowly tilted his head to face Favian. His radiant hazel-green eyes stared at the older teen, fury emanating from the depths of the irises. Seeing the defiant look on the slum rat, Favian's anger bubbled, and he swiftly sent a violent kick to Shouren's chest, eliciting a painful groan from the latter. A sharp crack echoed in the air. It was from Shouren's ribs.
Know your place, thief!
Favian grabbed Shouren's hair and rained punches down on his face. After the initial 7 blows, Shouren lost all sensation in his face. He only felt the vibrations coursing through his skull. Somewhere at the back of his head he heard several screams. He was sure at least one of them was not his. He laughed at himself inside his mind as Favian continued his onslaught with his fists. Why did he expect something else from this world? His grandma was wrong. There was no point in being kind to others. That only left you beaten to a pulp on the street. The world was never fair. What was his purpose in this world? Why was he born? Shouren would find the answer to that question one day, and the world would tremble in response. Then Shouren lost consciousness. The tiny critter's feet scratched against the gravelly pavement as it scuttled around, searching for food. It briefly stood on its hind legs, the thin whiskers on its snout sniffing the air as it detected a strong, sweet aroma. Scrambling towards the fruity scent, the tiny street rat gradually arrived at its source. It was the crushed pulp of a juicy peach. Its beady eyes shone with joy as the rat leaped up at the mound where the fruit was stuck, swallowing large chunks of the peach while also lapping up the sugary juice pooled underneath it. Suddenly, the mound moved. Shouren grunted. His head thrummed with a pang as he struggled to open his eyes. There was a loud ringing in his ears, like someone just pommeled his head through a bunch of rocks. In fact, That's close to what had actually happened.
It hurts.
He touched his nose with his bony hands, feeling a warm wetness soaking his skin. It was blood. Shouren was bleeding through his nose, though much of it was already drying up. The tiny critter realized it had mistaken the mound for a small human. Glancing regretfully at the peach pulp, the street rat took one last look and bolted out of sight.
Why?
As he regained his balance, the memories of what had just happened flashed through Shouren's head. He was only trying to help a stranger, but that resulted in him getting humiliated and bleeding alone on the road. He noticed the pieces of crushed peaches scattered around him. Those kids didn't even take those fruits. Instead, they tore it apart and threw it at him like he was garbage.
Why?
Shouren curled up into a ball over the filthy chunk of peach on the ground, his fists clenched at his sides as his vision blurred. Water droplets silently splattered over the crushed fruit. Why was it raining? No, it wasn't rain.
Why?
Shouren sobbed, his dirty, unkempt hair falling over his teary eyes. With each breath, he tasted blood on his tongue. He worked tirelessly for days so he could finally have those peaches to take home. He didn't steal or cheat them out of someone. So why was he still punished? Was it because he was poor? Or was it because he was weak? It was both. A smoldering hatred bubbled inside him. He'd fight back next time. Even if they shattered his bones, he'd not let others take what was his. Shouren stopped crying and wiped the nectar and tears off his gaunt face. His hazel irises looked up at the cloudless sky. One day he'll become a ranker and leave behind this miserable town with his grandma.
Oh no, Grandma!
A shock tingled through Shouren's head as he remembered his grandma was still waiting for him at their home. He didn't know how much time had lapsed since he was unconscious, but his grandma would definitely be worried. Shouren hurriedly patted all the dirt and sticky fruit off his clothes. Blood had already splotched his shirt, so he couldn't do anything about it. Running back to his original path, Shouren sprinted towards home. Should he tell his grandma what had happened? Rhea always told him to respect others even if they didn't return the favor. It was essential for a cardsmith to have a dignified heart. She'd instilled those teachings in him since an early age, although whether Shouren agreed was still up in the air. Shouren felt a tinge of anger at those thoughts. He had to treat Favian with respect after the brute smashed his face. What kind of lesson was that? Shouren and his grandma were not some members of a noble family to abide by these nonsensical rules. They barely had enough food for a single meal a day. Yet that reality wouldn't change his grandma's mind. Rhea was a Tier 0 cardsmith who, despite failing her evolution to Tier 1, vehemently stuck to her morals. His grandma had a common class card, the lowest rarity of all available class cards and also the cheapest. If that were the only issue, it wouldn't be so bad. However, the rarity of class cards had a few important functions. Primarily, the initial trait unlocked at Tier 0 Awakening was the same rarity as the initial class card. If you awakened with the rare class card, your first trait would also be a rare trait. Starting Tier 0 with a rare trait would put you miles ahead of anyone with a lowly common trait. But a class card's rarity had another devastating consequence for newly awakened cardists. Your tier evolution attempts were entirely determined by the rarity of your class card. A common class card only gave you a single chance to evolve from a Tier 0 to a Tier 1 cardist. If you failed the evolution, there was no hope for the future. Once you awakened with a class card, you could never change it. When Rhea failed her first evolution with the common cardsmith class card, it meant that she would be a Tier 0 cardsmith for the rest of her life. If they were rich and had lots of kronas, his grandma wouldn't be in this situation. Only the wealthy could afford class cards above the common rarity. The next higher rank, uncommon class cards, gave you 3 chances of evolution, followed by rare class cards with their 5 chances. The last 2, epic and legendary class cards, were elusive, and Shouren had never even seen anyone with it in his village. They were extremely rare and only dropped in the deeper floors of the Akarsha dungeon. Shouren didn't know the exact number of evolution chances epic and legendary class cards gave, but it had to be high. The class cards had yet another restriction tied to their rarity. The common ones only allowed you to evolve up to Tier 1. Even if you successfully evolved to Tier 1 on your first attempt, that would be your highest ever tier. Uncommon class cards allowed you to evolve up to Tier 3, and rare class cards pushed it up to Tier 5. An epic class card was a necessary requirement for a cardist to ever evolve to Tier 6, the same level as the leaders of the major factions. The only exception to this rule were the unique class cards. Shouren took ragged breaths as he ran past the familiar series of shabby houses. His grandma's shack was at the end of this road. Their neighborhood was effectively a slum, but no one liked to call it that, especially the townsfolk. I'll get an epic class card one day. Shouren slowed down to a walk. His knees were aching and giving out. The grumbling of his empty belly didn't help either. As far-fetched as Shouren's dream of obtaining an epic class card was, it wasn't entirely impossible. While the elite could buy those class cards, the rest of the world had another path. During every tier evolution, there was a small chance of the class card evolving as well. If you were lucky enough for your common class card to evolve to uncommon, then all the guilds would line up to recruit you. It meant your synchronization with that particular class card was high, and there was a possibility of it becoming a rare class card in the future. This small beacon of hope was everything Shouren had. He couldn't afford an uncommon class card, so he was betting his whole life on that one chance with a common class card. I'll do it. I won't fail. Shouren wheezed through his nose. The congealed blood had clogged his airways. He trudged along toward his house. It was right around the corner now. The image of Favian punching him while the other kids watched swirled within his mind, eliciting a wave of melancholy. No one would help him and his grandma. The world will just continue to watch them suffer from the sidelines. Shouren hated how pathetic he looked. Were they ridiculing him on the inside when they were watching him? His bright hazel eyes glinted in the shadows. The young teen's heart was already blooming with rage at the injustice of the world. I'll ask Grandma's permission to sell the cardsmith class card for a combat one. Shouren contemplated how he'd go through with this plan. Rhea had been saving that common cardsmith class card for his next birthday when he'd undergo the ceremony to become a cardist. However, Shouren loathed the cardsmith class. They were weak, had little to no combat ability, and their only purpose was to improve the lives of other cardists. Shouren would rather die than serve people who looked down upon him. Even if the risk of death was higher with any common class card, he would choose that over the cardsmith class. At least he would die on his terms. The main hurdle would be convincing Rhea. His grandma was strangely strict when it came to their cardsmith heritage. Shouren's father, his father's father, and all previous generations of his family had always been cardsmiths. It was a rule passed down from their ancestors that every generation of their family had to have at least one living cardsmith. When Shouren asked his grandma what their family name was, the old lady was conspicuously silent and brushed the question off. Shouren didn't have many memories of his parents, and neither did he have any other siblings. His grandmother had ingrained in him the idea that he would be a cardsmith from the age of 5. Even as a toddler, Shouren dreamed of becoming a warrior and entering the dungeon. It was every kid's dream to be a ranker and to be the first to clear a dungeon floor. The rewards could change your very destiny. When the old sun shattered, a wave of disease and plague shadowed Ethoria. The oxygen in the air dwindled to its lowest level, leading to the collapse of most life on the planet. Other races fared just as bad as the humans, with their life expectancy declining and entire ecosystems in disarray. However, that all changed when the first dungeon exploration party cleared the 10th floor of the Akarsha dungeon. Within that 10th floor was an empty land that stretched wider than any kingdom on their planet. It could house millions of people. Lumen infused the air, allowing the cardists to unleash even greater powers from the cards. But that was not all. Conquering the 10th floor also affected the outside world. Contaminants were removed from the skies, returning oxygen levels to their previous state. Traces of lumen appeared mixed in the air, and despite its density being far lower than inside the dungeon, the discovery was still shocking. Subsequent generations born after the lumen experienced a dramatic increase in lifespan, strength, and more robust health. When the next group of rankers cleared the 20th floor after decades, it transformed the outside world once again. New species of vegetation infused with lumen appeared, along with beasts that could inherently manipulate lumen like the cardists. The world's inhabitants experienced yet another upgrade to their bodies. By now, everyone realized that clearing every 10th dungeon floor brought about immense benefits to their planet. It had been almost over a century since they had cleared the 20th dungeon floor, and all the guilds and kingdoms had been stuck on the 27th floor. It had taken them close to 7 years to go from the 26th to the 27th floor. Shouren had a feeling that the higher-ups were hiding something, as they never told the people what the rankers actually got in reward. There had to be a reason all those cardists risked their lives to clear those floors. Shouren didn't believe for a second that they were doing this for the benefit of other people. The world was full of Favians. If Shouren wanted to change his life, it had to be inside the dungeon. He had to become someone capable of fighting, someone who could control his own destiny.
Shouren!
A pair of skinny arms grappled him into a hug, slightly lifting his frail body into the air.
Grandma?
Shouren was so deep within his thoughts that he failed to notice he was already on his street. His long and shaggy hair didn't help his vision much either. Inhaling the familiar and earthy scent of his grandmother, Shouren's emotions spilled out of control.
Oh, there, my dear sweet potato.
Rhea put Shouren down and gently held him whilst he cried into her robes. She sensed something must have happened to her grandson because he was late, and his reaction and bloodied clothes led her to believe it involved the other villagers.
They took my peaches from me. Said I stole.
Shouren spoke between crying and taking quick breaths. At the end of the day, he was still a young kid, and seeing his grandma made him forget all the earlier dark thoughts he had and simply poured out his feelings to her.
Come inside, little one.
Rhea sighed and dragged Shouren to their shack. She saw the pain in her grandson's eyes, but there was nothing she could do about it. Even if she voiced a complaint to the governor, they would do nothing to stop it. Who cared about a useless Tier 0 cardsmith? Shouren would have to get accustomed to this treatment. It would only get worse when he'd get older.
Why don't we leave this village, Grandma?
Shouren trailed behind Rhea, his breathing back to normal after letting out his pent-up emotions. He tugged at his grandmother's dirty gray robes as he looked up at her.
And who would pay the kronas for the transportation, little potato?
Rhea poked him playfully. It wasn't the first time Shouren had asked her this. She knew the desires in her grandson's heart, but she was powerless to bring them to reality. If only... Rhea stopped that train of thought.
Forget about that. Look what Grandma saved you for dinner instead.
Rhea brought out a small slice of dry bread from within her robes and held it out to Shouren.
Rusk bread. I love it.
Shouren swiftly grabbed the slice and nibbled on it, letting his saliva moisten the sides so he could bite through it. He was famished and hadn't had any food since the morning. Rhea smiled and parted Shouren's unkempt hair to tidy it up a bit.
What about you, Grandma?
Shouren paused to look at Rhea. Was this the only slice she had?
Don't worry about me, Potato. I already had a slice before you came.
Rhea used the edge of her robe's lining to clean off the remaining dried blood on Shouren's cheek. Shouren stopped chewing on the bread and glanced at his grandma. She was lying. He saw her bony frame, similar to his own. She looked like she was all bones and skin. How did she bear through it? Shouren's stomach growled, urging him to take more bites of that dry bread. "It's not fair," Shouren whispered, his hand letting go of the bread as it dropped with a dull thud. "The world was never meant to be fair, little potato." Rhea chuckled, yet the wrinkles on her face deepened. She bent down to pick up the bread and held it out to her grandson. Shouren smacked the bread out of her hand. "I will become a warrior and enter the dungeon." He couldn't take this anymore. He didn't want this life, getting beat up during the day and then starving during the night. Even if his grandma opposed it, he would learn to fight. "You will do no such thing, Shouren." Rhea ignored the bread and stared sternly into Shouren's hazel eyes, the same as her. The old woman's tone took a serious turn. "I would rather die than become a cardsmith." Tears rolled off Shouren's cheek as he shouted at his grandmother. "Shouren!" Rhea was taken aback by Shouren's reaction. Torn between family tradition and her grandchild's joy, she questioned whether forcing the issue was right. However, being a warrior meant Shouren had to risk his life in the dungeon. It was better to be poor. At least then her grandson would be safe and alive. "It's late. Go to sleep, little potato." Rhea lightly touched Shouren's cheek and turned around towards one of the two mats on the floor. She planned to talk some sense into him tomorrow once he was well rested. Shouren stood there silently. He felt horrible for yelling at his grandmother. She was all the family he had. He knew Rhea often went days without food just so he could have a full belly at least once a day. He stared at the piece of bread on their shoddy floor and walked over to it. Gingerly picking it up and swiping any dust stuck to the bread, Shouren made his way to Rhea. His grandmother was sleeping on her mat with her eyes closed. Sitting down next to her, Shouren broke the bread in half and placed the bigger of the two halves beside her. "You need to eat as well. Don't leave me alone, Grandma." Shouren muttered in a quiet voice and then proceeded to his own mat. He didn't see it, but the wrinkles on Rhea's face softened slightly. It was a cold night, but Shouren's heart was warm for now. Chapter 2. "Get up, little potato." A gentle voice muffled inside Shouren's ears as he groggily lifted his eyelids to see better. Rhea smiled once she saw her grandson was awake and turned around to resume her earlier task. Shouren groaned as he felt his face and body sting from last night's beating. There was a slight puffiness to the injuries, but nothing that would leave a mark, save for his pride. Neither he nor Rhea mentioned any medicine or potion, as they both knew neither of them had the Cronus. "Do you need help?" Shouren slowly got up on his feet and asked in a hoarse voice. He tentatively stretched out his arms and legs and was relieved nothing was fractured or broken. He made his way to his grandmother, who was currently hunched over the only table they had in the house. "Hand me the spell card over there, Potato." Rhea spoke without lifting her weary head as a pale gray glow coated around her hands. Beads of sweat purled near her forehead, but the old lady paid no heed to it. Her full focus was on the contents spread on the shoddy table. Shouren nodded without hesitation and sprung to the corner of the room where his grandmother stored her spell cards. Sitting atop a dreary flat wooden box the size of his two palms, an unassuming gray card remained in place. No one even had to lock the wooden box, as not even a thief would bother opening it for a common Create Puddle spell card. Quickly grabbing the spell card, Shouren rushed to his grandmother's aid and gingerly placed it on the table. "Thank you, Potato. And now tell me, what are the 3 primary duties of a cardsmith?" The wrinkles on Rhea's face seized, her bright hazel irises eyeing her grandson inquisitively. In contrast to her frail body and withering skin, the old woman's eyes were astonishingly bright. The gray light around her hands intensified as the lumen wrapped itself around the new spell card and began tearing it apart. Shouren grumbled under his breath, but relented once he saw the eager look in his grandmother's eyes. He'd bring up his secret plan to Rhea later. She wouldn't approve, but after last night, Shouren no longer had a choice. The first role is sharding, to break the card's lumen into smaller shards so a cardist can absorb them to increase their synchronization rate. Shouren rolled his eyes as he detailed the explanation out. His grandmother had instilled it into him since he knew how to speak. To advance in tiers, every cardist had to reach at least 80% synchronization with their class card before they could attempt to evolve to the next tier. The vast majority were simply stuck at Tier 0 and never undergoing their first evolution to Tier 1. At the same time, on the table, the Create Puddle spell card was ripped into 5 uneven shards and joined the other shards hovering over the table. 5 was the maximum number of shards Rhea could salvage from a Tier 0 spell card. The second rope. Shouren was mid-sentence when Rhea promptly interrupted him. Her eyes remained glued to the new shards floating in front of her. Why is sharding so important to cardists? Her tone was no longer jovial. A heaviness sat in her voice. Although Rhea wasn't facing Shouren, he knew she was closely paying attention to his voice. Rhea would turn into a different person whenever the topic was about cardsmiths. It's why the usually caring grandmother adamantly refused to let Shouren pick any class except for the cardsmith. Sharding breaks the lumen inside a card and allows any cardist to absorb them. If the insights in the shard resonate with their class card, it can push up their synchronization, bringing them closer to evolution. Without sharding, it can take years for a normal person to reach Tier 1. Also, the sharding ability is exclusive to cardsmiths. Shouren recited in a practiced manner. This was simply one of the countless times Rhea had asked him the same question. He added in the last sentence because he knew his grandmother was happy at the mention of a cardsmith's importance. Looking around their barely furnished shack and the rotting roof, Shouren pointedly decided not to argue about it, whatever made his grandmother happy. For now. I almost forgot, little potato. Your birthday is in a few days. Rhea hummed happily. Her hands crawled to a still as the lumen retreated inside her body, and the shards gradually descended onto the table. Her order for the merchant was completed, and the kronas from the job should secure food for her and Shouren this month. Let me finish reciting the roles of a cardsmith, Grandma. The second role... Shouren sat up straight in panic and waved his hand in front of Rhea. He desperately needed to avoid that conversation now, not until his secret plan was in action. As if mocking, Shouren could feel the invisible glare of the common cardsmith class card stashed inside the same wooden box. It was the only class card they had, and if Shouren had anything to do with it, it would have been sharded long ago or exchanged for another class card. However, before Shouren could distract Rhea any further, their door swung open with a crash. Both the grandmother and grandson pair winced at the noise, but even more at the splinters that broke loose at the bottom. Great. Now their door needed repair as well. A lone man walked through, unfazed by the minor property damage he'd just caused. Dressed in simple khaki trousers and a brown tunic, the man's dark eyes surveyed the room with obvious distaste. His nose crinkled in annoyance at the sight, but quickly reverted to his original expression when he saw Rhea's eyes were on him.
I apologize for the intrusion, Cardsmith, but I need the spell card back, along with the advice I gave you.
The merchant clearly wasn't sorry, but at least pretended to be remorseful by offering Rhea a polite bow. Shouren quickly put it together that this was the merchant who'd recently commissioned Rhea to shard a common spell card. What do you mean, Master Boris? You already agreed to the service and the terms were very clear. In trade for a common spell card, I have to give you 4 shards in return. Here, I was just about to notify you that the order was completed. Rhea frowned at the merchant's statement. As a Tier 0 cardsmith, Rhea could extract 5 shards from a common spell card, while most other Tier 0 cardsmiths could only extract 4 shards. This was Rhea's talent she'd cultivated over the decades. No other cardsmith would have taken the deal that Master Boris offered except for Rhea.
My sincerest apologies, Cardsmith. I just found out that a new Tier 0 party of cardists were entering the dungeon for the first time, and their member requested for a Create Puddle spell card. As you know, the guilds have been breathing down our necks, and fulfilling this request will make things smoother between them and the merchant guilds.
Master Boris pompously bowed again, displaying his remorse at reneging on the contract. Rhea froze at the merchant's words. The realization of what was happening sunk into her with dread. Master Boris had never intended to pay for his part of the contract. No one would believe the nonsense that a lowly Create Puddle spell card was that important. Any cardist could buy it in the market for a few kronas. It was ridiculous to think that the friction between the guilds had anything to do with the contract she made with the merchant.
"What do you want?"
Any pretense of respect or politeness left her voice.
Unless you can forge these shards back into the Create Puddle spell card, I want 6 shards.
Master Boris stood up straight with a sneer, knowing both parties had realized that the ruse was up. It wasn't his fault that the shriveled old lady begged him desperately outside his shop a few days ago to hire her services. He didn't even care about a measly few shards from a common spell card. This was the punishment for the old woman who sullied the decorum of his prestigious shop and caused uneasiness among his customers because of her dirty attire. He couldn't berate her in front of the shop, or else he'd lose his contacts and reputation. He gave her the falsehood of hiring her services and even magnanimously handed out the spell card to her.
"I'll give you back the 5 shards I extracted from the spell card. If you don't accept, I'll file a complaint against your shop to the governor."
Rhea's bony hands trembled with distress, but her voice remained steady. Meanwhile, Shouren's eyes quivered at seeing the look of helplessness in his grandmother.
Sure, go ahead and complain. In the meantime, I'll take ownership of this house and all its contents as collateral for my payment until this matter is settled with the authorities. After all, it's fully your right to lodge a complaint.
Master Boris rubbed his chin gloatingly. Without a system-enforced contract, it was meaningless to complain. No one would care about what a Tier 0 had to say.
"I'm sorry. Here's your 6 shards.
The old lady held back a sob as she picked up the 5 shards on the table, along with an extra one from the original pile. She couldn't let Shouren see her in tatters. It was futile. The merchant came in prepared for any defiance. He'd planned it out from the beginning. Even if Rhea complained, the process alone would defeat her. The governor's estate cared little for a conflict involving a couple of shards. By losing that single vital shard, Rhea only had a few days before they'd run out of kronas for food. She accepted her death long ago, but she couldn't give up yet for Shouren's sake. He needed to survive. She'd scavenged the house to find anything that she could sell. Master Boris grinned as he plucked the shards from Rhea's wrinkled hand and turned around to leave. On the side, Shouren stared at the merchant's back and muttered something.
"I'll kill you."
Did you say something to me, Runt?
Master Boris furrowed his eyebrows. He didn't like the rude way that brat had been glaring at him. Thankfully, only Rhea could properly hear what Shouren said.
"It was just his stomach growling, Master Boris. Please have a good day."
Rhea grabbed Shouren with her leathery arm and shielded him from the merchant's sight. It sickened her to be polite to the very man that extorted her and her grandson from food, but Shouren's life was more important. Openly threatening the merchant would give him cause to kill her grandson.
Don't bother me again, Cardsmith. I won't be as kind as I am today.
Master Boris grunted in irritation and left the house. A dejected silence spread through the empty room. A chilly breeze leaked through the damaged door, enveloping the 2 figures in the center.
"Anger will make you lose yourself, little potato. Try to forgive."
Rhea soothed Shouren, feeling his body tremble underneath her. A wetness seeped into her hand that was holding him. Shouren's face stung from the tears rolling down his cheeks. His grandmother was wrong about one thing. Shouren wasn't angry. His hazel eyes marred crimson with the blood vessels threatening to pop out. The tears were his body's response to cool the heat accumulating within his irises. Rhea had been with Shouren since he was born, but even she failed to grasp the true nature of her grandson. No, Shouren wasn't angry. He slowly lifted his hand and tightly hugged the thin and frail body of his grandmother. In the morose and desolate room, his hazel eyes pulsed with a flash of dark maroon. No, Shouren wasn't angry. He was mad with rage, and he wasn't born to forgive. A faint creaking sound dimly echoed in the late hours of the night. Shouren mutely watched the creaking door swaying with the night's breeze, the scenes of the day whirling through his mind. He could hear the deep snores of his grandmother beside him. Today had exhausted the poor elderly lady. Shouren heard a growl. It was his empty stomach. Both Rhea and Shouren hadn't eaten the entire day, and despite her insistence, Shouren vehemently refused to eat the only piece of bread they had. Rhea thought her grandson would eventually succumb to his hunger and eat it later, but she had severely underestimated Shouren's vehemence. "Screw the secret plan," Shouren cursed inside his mind as he shuffled away as quietly as possible from his sleeping grandmother. His secret plan had been to steal the common cardsmith class card from the wooden box covertly and trade it for any other equivalent common class card he could find in the market. Sure, Rhea would have been furious with him, but by then it would be too late. You couldn't change your class card once you awakened with it. "But I can't do that anymore. Not after today. No one will ever steal from Grandma again, including me." Shouren's heart clenched at the thought of his earlier plan to steal his grandmother's card and calmly stood up, his feet barely making any noise in the process. Even though that class card was going to be his, it felt wrong now to take it away from his grandmother after he watched someone else extort her. In the end, Rhea would still forgive his crime. Shouren lovingly gazed at his grandma, her face serene of any troubles. Rhea had sacrificed so much of her life for her children, and then later for her grandchild as well. She had never complained, despite being mistreated and tormented by others. Rhea remained kind and forgiving. Does she not feel the rage? Shouren glanced down at his own hands. Was something wrong with him? Where did this fury come from? No, the plan to steal and sell the cardsmith class card had changed. However, he was adamant about choosing his own class card. Even his grandmother didn't get to choose what kind of life he had to live. Screw his ancestors and their legacy. It was their fault that his family had to live this destitute life. Shouren was running out of time. His 14th birthday would be in a few days, and his heart would finally be ready to undergo the class card awakening. He brushed his wild black hair aside and scanned his gaunt body. Everyone thought he was 12 years old, but in reality his true age was almost 14 years old. His short height was the result of his malnourished body and deprived of a regular source of food. His old plan discarded, Shouren only had one choice left. He had to enter the Akasha dungeon and hope he'd find another class card. He didn't have any kronas to buy a class card, and selling his grandmother's cardsmith class card was out of the question. No one entered the dungeon before their awakening, as it was tantamount to suicide. Even a Tier 0 monster could effortlessly slice through a tierless human. I'd rather die than become a cardsmith. Steeling his nerves, Shouren gave one final look at his sleeping grandmother and silently tread towards the door. "I'm sorry, Grandma," Shouren whispered sadly as he pushed aside the door and walked away into the darkness of the night. The door creaked once before becoming still again. The sound of soft snores strummed within the lonely shack. "Should I turn back?" Shouren groaned as he jogged to the town center. It dawned on him that he didn't even think to bring a weapon or a means to fight inside the dungeon. Not that his shack had anything inside that could be used as a weapon. Rhea and him were so poor that he didn't even own a kitchen knife. "This really is the dumbest plan I've had." Shouren labored through his shallow breaths, his body still aching from yesterday's injuries.
It's too late. I already decided that I'd rather die than live under someone else's tyranny.
He recalled the images of Master Boris coercing his grandmother to extortion. Nothing would change even if he became a cardsmith. Instead of just his grandmother being swindled of her shards, it would then be both him and her being swindled together. He had to become a cardist with actual power. He'd never witnessed anyone in town abusing a Tier 1 cardist. Those who killed monsters in the dungeon had no qualms killing other living beings as well. If his grandmother had a combat class card, then even as a Tier 0, Master Boris wouldn't have dared to humiliate her to this extent. It was precisely because the merchant knew that Rhea couldn't do anything that he gambled to exploit her.
"Watch it, kid!"
A chubby middle-aged man grunted with annoyance when Shouren bumped into him by accident.
"Sorry, mister."
Shouren yelled a quick apology before bolting off. It was dark and not the time to get lost in his thoughts. He had to pay attention from now on. Although it wasn't illegal for a tierless to enter the dungeon, Shouren wanted to avoid any attention drawn to him if possible. His unkempt and dirty clothes were always a target for the people to pick on. The first floor of the Akasha dungeon was open to all, and also known as the tutorial floor by the cardists. Anyone could enter the floor, and there was no time to clear it. The clearing conditions were very simple as well. Kill any 3 Tier 0 monsters. But Shouren's original problem still remained. How would he kill a Tier 0 monster with no weapon? Until his awakening, his attributes remained locked, meaning even his strongest punch would barely scratch the monster's hide.
Doesn't matter. I'll try to gouge its eyes out or lure it into a trap.
Shouren shook his head and made his way to the town center. One way or another, Shouren was going to fight until his last breath. He had no experience in making a trap or ever fought anyone. His only experience was getting punched until the other side gave up. Only a single thought reverberated inside Shouren's mind. I'll never kneel down to others. Even if they killed him, Shouren would no longer submit himself to those with power. His hazel-green eyes flamed with aspiration. Gradually, a few hazy light orbs fluttered in the distance as Shouren finally made it to the edge of the town square. Everyone called it town, but in reality it was just a destitute village. A few decades ago, it used to be an actual town when Tier 2 cardists roamed the nearby kingdom, but since the Sunspire Theocracy conquered the 10th floor, and then later when the Starhaven Guild subjugated the 20th floor, most cardists flocked to the higher-density Lumen environments. Now only the Tier 0 and occasionally a few Tier 1 cardists remained in the outside world.
"No guards today?"
Shouren whispered, a trace of thrill in his voice. A few villagers roamed around the town, but it was unusually quieter today. He saw a couple of guards loitering near the market's entrance, their drunken, boisterous laughter causing a few shopkeepers nearby to click their tongues in distaste. However, the path to the dungeon entrance was clear. Strange. The entrance to the Akasha dungeon was remarkably nondescript. There was a plain rectangular portal with an overhead arch set that hovered a foot from the ground. When their world's sun was destroyed and the dungeon appeared, countless portals emerged all over the land. They all differed in appearance. Some were grander, while other portals were simply a plain door. Shouren hesitated for a brief moment as he considered whether to ask someone nearby why there was no one entering the dungeon right now. Despite the late hours, there was always someone entering and leaving the dungeon. Shouren exhaled out a deep breath. None of the villagers would give him an answer even if he tried. He needed to hurry before his grandmother woke up. Bracing himself, Shouren took one last look to make sure the guard's sight wasn't in his direction and raced to the dungeon entrance. Shouren wheezed out his breaths, his skinny legs wobbling with as much strength as he could muster. His chest bulged while his lungs desperately drew in air. He was almost there, and no one had noticed him. 3 more seconds until he made it to the entrance. His back was now soaked. Shouren didn't know whether it was from his sweat or fear. 2 more seconds left.
"Oi, what's that idiot doing? Stop him!"
A sharp voice suddenly boomed across the town square. One more second. Shouren could hear the nearby villagers shuffle to a halt. Gritting his teeth, he jumped. He just needed to touch the portal, but then he felt a shadow looming over him from behind. Right as that presence was about to grasp him, Shouren's index finger made contact with the portal. "Enter floor 1 of Akasha Dungeon. Yes, no." Shouren cried, "Yes!" with his remaining breath, and then the dungeon sucked him in.
Was that a kid? Did anyone see the runt's face?
Shouren heard someone's fading voice right before his world turned black.
What's going on? My head hurts.
Shouren whimpered while clutching the sides of his temple. An eerie tingle crawled down his spine and made its way to the corner of his retinas. Shouren shuddered as he gradually opened his hazel eyes. Floor 1, clear conditions. Kill 3 Tier 0 entities. Current kills, 0 of 3. Floating in the center of his vision, the text glowed once before dissipating away. Shouren didn't have access to his status yet, so that's probably why the dungeon's message caused discomfort inside his body. If things went according to plan, then Shouren would find another class card and undergo his awakening. He was only a few days away from his 14th birthday, and his heart should be mature enough to accept a card. When Shouren tried looking up, a beam of velvety light smacked him on the face as he registered the surrounding scenery. Lush verdant trees rooted within a forest enclave and accompanied by abundant dark green bushes. Shouren covered his eyes, taken aback by the sudden light. It was just night a few minutes ago.
This is the dungeon,
Shouren gasped in wonder. It felt so real. Was this an actual world? Something rumbled underneath him. Shouren glanced down. It was his stomach. He had no food, water, and no weapon to fight in the dungeon. Before his resolve wavered, Shouren quickly rushed to the nearest bush. He couldn't see any monsters nearby, but that didn't mean none were lingering in the vicinity. Standing in the open was stupid, especially considering how defenseless he was right now. His dirty clothes didn't even protect him from the wind, let alone the claw of a Tier 0 monster.
I need to find some food first and then water. Thankfully, there's no time limit. After securing my immediate survival, I'll need to survey the floor for what type of monsters are looming around.
Shouren brushed aside the twigs as he squeezed inside the bushes. It was important to stay out of sight before he figured out what kind of monsters he was dealing with. He might not have come prepared, but he wasn't a complete fool. He'll make the best of the situation.
There are lots of trees around, but I don't see any fruit on them. Maybe there are a few fruit trees deeper into the forest.
Shouren took off his dirty shirt and used his teeth to tear it into several strips of cloth. Then, placing one end of the strip between his toenail, Shouren wrapped the cloth around his foot until it completely covered the bottom of his soles. He took another strip and followed the same pattern. But now, with the second cloth strip, there was more padding on the sole. Shouren repeated these steps multiple times, and it wasn't long until both his feet looked like he was wearing several layers of poorly stitched socks. He didn't have anything to protect his body after ripping his shirt into shreds, but Shouren achieved something even more essential, silencing his movement. The thick cloth on his feet was uncomfortable to walk. However, it was better to remain in stealth than move fast. Shouren was the weakest on this floor, and almost all monsters would be faster than him. He couldn't beat them with strength or speed. He needed his wits and a carefully executed plan.
This should do it.
Satisfied with his amateur work, Shouren then used the remaining scraps of fabric to bandage around his fingers. This will keep him relatively safe from accidentally touching anything poisonous. If he couldn't find any fruits, the next option was to scour for some mushrooms. Feeling that his preparations were adequate, Shouren was ready to leave the bush and begin his exploration. It was at this moment he heard a faint rustling in the distance.
At least let me eat something and die with a full belly.
Shouren moaned in despair as he sensed more rustling. Since he didn't enter with a party, it meant whatever that was moving near him could only be one thing: a Tier 0 monster. Chapter 3.
It's all right. Everything is all right. Shouren attempted to calm his pounding heartbeat as he heard the rustling grow louder. He tried to make his body as small as he could by hugging his arms and legs together. After making sure the bush enveloped his entire frame, Shouren covered his mouth and nose with his hands, preventing the sound of his breathing from leaking. Then he proceeded to stay still and take in controlled breaths of air. His heart thumped against his chest, adrenaline now rushing through his blood, and Shouren only prayed that whatever the monster was, it couldn't hear his hammering heart. A viscous smell permeated the air. Is that blood? Shouren's palms trembled. Was the monster injured? Could he try to finish it off with whatever caused it to bleed? No. Even a Tier 0 monster would have its attributes unlocked. If it still has enough of a fight left, it would be me getting stuffed inside its belly. Shouren shook his thoughts away from the dangerous idea. Without undergoing his class awakening, Shouren was a tierless and hence had no access to his attributes. On the other hand, even the weakest Tier 0 monster would have all its attributes at F rank. Some elite monsters could sometimes start at even B rank attributes. Unlike the arduous training that humans had to go through to increase their attributes, monsters could simply consume cards to increase both their synchronization and attributes together. This is why monsters had an easier time evolving as long as they had access to unlimited number of cards. This was not a battle Shouren could win with brute force. Doubling down his efforts, Shouren stayed still despite his muscles showing initial signs of cramping. The rustling got closer and closer. He could now hear the growl associated with the rustling. Based on the deep, throaty growl, Shouren estimated it was a pretty large creature. He could now hear the thudding of the monster's steps. It was moving slowly and with an even rhythm. Was the monster not injured? Right when Shouren thought the monster would pass near his hideout, it lazily swerved to the side and a loud thud quaked through the entire forest. That was a tree. Is it resting underneath the tree? Shouren was too scared to turn his head. It sounded like the monster slumped against a nearby tree. If only he could turn his head and see what the monster was. I need to wait. It might still be alert. Beads of sweat gathered on his forehead. At least the monster hadn't detected him yet. He would wait until he was sure it was safe to leave the bush. A mellow breeze drifted in the forest. Shouren stayed still. He was sure his feet were numb by now, but he diligently stayed where he was. The monster had yet to make any noise since it last stopped near the tree. And so, 20 minutes passed. Shouren was about to lose all sensation in his legs when suddenly a deep snore rumbled in proximity. A pang of elation spread within him. Was the monster actually asleep? Despite the snores, Shouren waited another 5 minutes before he tentatively shifted his leg. The snoring continued. Letting out a heavy, relieved breath, Shouren painstakingly edged away from the bush and slowly turned his head. It was a behemoth of a bear. Tight, sinewy muscles pulsed over the stalwart monster, radiating the deadly power contained within them. Thickened hoarse brown fur covered the burly beast, and Shouren soon spotted the source of the bloody smell. It was the bear's jaws. It was drenched in thick blood. I'm so glad I didn't try to attack it thinking it was injured. Shouren shuddered in fear. The monster wasn't wounded. Instead, it had just returned from a successful hunt. The blood belonged to its unlucky meal. He scanned the sleeping mass of terror in search of any scratches or minor laceration. None. Whatever the bear had hunted, it was a complete obliteration. The opponent hadn't even managed to leave a bruise. Shouren anxiously stood up, feeling the nerves in his legs reigniting once again. He needed to get away from the monster as soon as possible. This bear could well be the apex Tier 0 monster of this whole floor. Shouren took one step and nervously glanced back to see if the bear had woken up. It was still snoring. He took another 2 steps. The snoring continued. Wait, Shouren whispered, halting his foot mid-step as an idea sprang inside his mind. The bear came in from the opposite direction.
Didn't that mean that path was clear of any potential dangers at the same strength level as the bear? Maybe Shouren would come across any carcasses left by the bear. The bear would have definitely consumed any cards or shards left behind by the monsters, but the bones and some meat should still be there, right? Shouren's stomach had stopped grumbling, but that only meant his hunger had reached a new critical state. Why am I such a coward? Shouren chewed on the inside of his cheek and turned around. He decided to go where the bear had come from. A safe, ordinary life wasn't what he sought when he entered the dungeon. He came here to risk everything for a chance at something else, even if that meant he could die in the process. Shouren got on all fours and slowly moved towards the opposite path. He needed to stay low to the ground, using the bushes to his cover in case the bear suddenly woke up. Giving the hulking monster a wide berth, Shouren gradually made his way towards the path the bear had come from. He could feel the blood raging inside his veins. He was halfway to the other side, and the bear didn't move from its original position. Shouren was too far to hear its snoring now. Almost there. Shouren's limbs ached. He wasn't used to crawling on his fours like this. If not for the adrenaline coursing through his body, his muscles would have long been in seizures. Grrr. The sound sent a wave of dread through Shouren. He slowly tilted his head. The bear simply raised its baleful claw and scratched the back of its hide twice, and then plopped back to sleep. You bastard! Stop giving me a heart attack every few minutes! Shouren cursed in his head and hastened his steps. Soon he was out of the forest enclave and could no longer see the bear or the tree it was sleeping on. Shouren stood back on his 2 feet and took in several deep breaths. He was glad he wasn't wearing a shirt, or it would be soaked with his sweat. Time to find the prey left behind by the brute. Shouren slept himself out of all the nervousness and cautiously tread into the new section of the forest. After experiencing the terror of the bear, the normal Tier 0 monsters no longer scared him that much. He only needed to kill 3 Tier 0 monsters, and they didn't have to be as horrifying as the bear. Step by step, Shouren walked deeper into the path. It was no longer as bright as when he first entered the floor, meaning they were soon approaching evening. He didn't know how time worked inside the dungeon. I can use that. It's better than nothing. After a few minutes on the path, Shouren came across a fallen branch beneath a large tree. It was thick enough to land a serious hit, but not too cumbersome enough for him to swing it. It's perfect. Shouren laughed as he plucked the straggling smaller branches and leaves off the stick and swung it around. The weight wasn't completely balanced in the center, but it was the first weapon that he'd found. Shouren didn't feel as defenseless as before. He had a fighting chance now. Tracing the bear's paw marks on the grass, Shouren steadily followed it. His mouth was parched, his lips showing signs of cracking. He didn't try to wet it with his tongue, keeping as much moisture inside his body as he could. For the next 12 minutes, Shouren tediously tracked the bear's old marks. He occasionally detected drops of blood on the grass, but they were probably from the monster's jaw as it trod on the grass. With the fresh lingering traces of the bear, it prevented other monsters from crossing Shouren's path as well. I can smell it. The familiar bloody aroma grazed Shouren's nose. The bear's prey was nearby. Shouren crouched to the ground with the thick stick resting on his shoulder. He had to be wary of any scavengers that might have found the dead monster before him. Pursuing the bloody scent, Shouren soon came across the source. Lying on the ground was the carcass of a half-eaten black fox. Something had nearly gouged out its heart and a portion of its stomach. A savage rip had also split its body from the middle, leaving only its upper body and front limbs intact. The grass was still wet as drops of blood unceasingly dripped into the crimson puddle. Flecks of dried blood stained the blades of grass further away. It didn't seem like much time had passed since the black fox died. Shouren gulped at the sight. Despite its strong, lithe appearance, the black fox was still mercilessly mauled to death. Taking a quick glance around to confirm there were no other predators in the area, Shouren rushed to the half-eaten carcass. The coppery tang of blood intensified. When he arrived, he noticed a few purple beetles chewing on the flesh. Shouren raised his stick and swiftly brought it down on one of the insects. The beetle's carapace cracked under the force, spilling its gooey insides out. The other beetles scurried away fast before Shouren could pulverize them. Did that count as a kill? Shouren waited for the dungeon message to update, but it never came.
It was a tearless insect.
Shouren clicked his tongue. Of course, it wouldn't be that easy to kill a Tier 0 monster, and it definitely wouldn't die in one hit with a stick.
I can't carry the carcass. It's too heavy, and the smell of blood would eventually draw other monsters to me. I need to cut a part of it out.
Shouren contemplated how to dissect the carcass. Glancing at his stick, he let out a sigh. He didn't have anything sharp enough to cut through the flesh.
I'm running out of time. Traces of the bear will fade away, and the other monsters will soon arrive here.
Shouren searched around in the area, seeing if he could find something to cut. He needed to sever one of the front legs of the fox. He could make that into a sharp enough bone weapon to land a fatal hit, but how was he going to cut it? The sun was almost setting, the sky turning a darker shade of orange. There was not enough time.
I'm going to vomit.
Shouren gulped what remaining saliva he had and bent down to the carcass. With no tool in his hand, he grabbed the dead fox by the leg and bit down near the joint. His teeth sunk deeper into the raw flesh, and Shouren tore it out. Chunks of fur, blood, and meat smeared the inside of his mouth. Forcing himself to not retch, Shouren continued to tear chunks of meat away from the joint until he could see the white cartilage and pinkish tendon. His stomach churned as a bit of the blood leaked down into his throat. The metallic flavor singed his tongue.
Don't think about it, don't think about it, don't think about it.
Shouren muttered the mantra over and over again as he twisted the leg, causing it to break free from the joint. With his mouth drenched in the monster's blood, Shouren gnawed on the tendon until it tore off as well, leaving him with the entire leg. It was already dark now, the sun setting long ago. Shouren gazed up at the night sky, his body covered in blood as it cascaded down from his mouth. Tears formed in his bright hazel-green eyes and rolled down his cheeks, but Shouren was not sad. They were tears of triumph. He was no longer the same Shouren. Consecrated by the blood of the monster, the young teen had taken his first step on the path to power. Shouren stayed like that for a while. Nothing on the outside had changed, but he could feel something inside him had undergone a metamorphosis. He'd shed a burden he didn't know he'd been carrying.
Ow!
Out of nowhere, a howl pierced the silent night, breaking Shouren out of his reverie. Soon other howls joined the first one in bestial harmony. Shouren wiped away the blood from his face and stood up with the black fox's leg.
Time to leave.
Giving the remaining carcass one last glimpse, Shouren searched for another path to escape. The bear's residual scent was almost gone, and in a short while the lingering scavengers would rush to this area.
I don't think I have much time.
The howls were getting closer and closer. It sounded like a wolf pack, but Shouren didn't want to wait to find out. He surveyed the area, and rather than take an open trail, he decided to use his old strategy of traveling in the thick of the trees and shrubbery. The black fox's blood still coated his skin, so using the woodland to obscure his traces was better. Only question was, where should he go?
Wait, I'm drenched in the fox's blood. Why not just use it? The best place to hide is right here.
Shouren threw away his stick and placed the fox's leg between his teeth, freeing up both his hands. He then promptly bolted to the nearest tree and started climbing it. It was an enormous risk, and Shouren hoped the incoming monsters wouldn't try to decipher why the same smell of blood was coming from two different places, but this was his best chance of survival. He wasn't skilled enough to hide his tracks, meaning the monsters would have eventually tracked him down. He could use the fox's blood to muddle their senses. Grunting through his muffled mouth, Shouren slowly scaled up the tree. The bark was thick enough to hold his weight and had plenty of grooves to make his climb workable. Shouren didn't stop at the first layer of branches and inched higher, his back strained with effort as he had never exerted his muscles to this extent. The howls were almost upon him. The air vibrated with intensity at the pack's approach. "I can't climb more." Shouren wheezed out of breath and scuttled to the extending branch. His thigh were chafing as well. He wasn't at the tallest point of the tree, but nor was he at the lowest layer. This should be high enough for the monsters to not detect him. "Ow!" This time, Shouren could hear the monster howling right below him. Peeking below, he saw a group of 4 canine beasts surrounding the fox carcass. They looked like wolves, but slightly smaller and with a wiry frame. One of them was larger and packed a bit more dense muscle, leading Shouren to believe it was the alpha. They were lowly Tier 0 dog-like monsters, but each of them could tear apart Shouren in a matter of seconds. He calmly watched the pack chew through the leftover flesh. The alpha gnawed on the remaining foreleg and cracked the bone, lapping up the marrow. Although little meat remained on the carcass, the pack devoured it ravenously. Shouren continued to watch them, hoping he had managed to evade their senses. Judging by their appearance, the dog-like monsters didn't seem to be as sharp as normal wolves. "Brr." The alpha abruptly raised its snout in the air and sniffed sharply. The 3 other pack monsters eyed their leader in excitement. Is there another hunt? Shouren's heart palpitated. He gripped the tree trunk tightly with one hand and the other held onto the fox's leg. Did the alpha smell me? On the ground, the alpha let out a victorious howl and dashed in the original direction Shouren had come from. The pack yipped in elevation and trailed behind their leader, letting out battle howls. The hunt continued. Did they smell my old tracks, or was there another bloody fight between monsters nearby? Shouren waited for a few minutes to check the pack wasn't returning and let out a sigh of relief. Whatever drew their attention, he was glad that he had escaped from their clutches. Leaning against the trunk, Shouren relaxed his aching and weary body. He was starving and thirsty. Now that the immediate danger was gone, his body screamed to sleep and recover. However, he needed to do one task before he shut his eyes. And bringing the fox's leg closer to his face, Shouren smiled in triumph. With this monster leg, he could use the bone to actually hurt a Tier 0 monster. He finally had a weapon and answer to how he would get out of this dungeon alive. The leg wasn't sharp enough to impale, but Shouren could use it as a club to batter unsuspecting monsters in an ambush. He could bite through the flesh with his teeth, but the Tier 0 bone was another level of hardness. His strength was lacking to break the bone apart and sharpen its edges. No, this is fine. Before I had nothing, but now I have a chance of winning. Shouren raised the leg in the air, his face beaming with hope. Still no blighted fruits in the dungeon. His victory was interrupted by his stomach growling in desperation. Even from this vantage point, Shouren couldn't see any trees with fruit. What was he supposed to eat? His eyes shifted over the raised fox's leg. There was still some flesh around it. Well, he only needed the bone to fight. I can't believe I'm going to do this. Bile threatened to rise in his throat, but Shouren suppressed it down. His hazel eyes stood unwavering on the fox's leg. He'd already been baptized by the monster's blood. Eating its raw flesh shouldn't be too bad. He couldn't risk lighting a fire to cook the flesh, let alone the fact that Shouren didn't even know how to start a fire. Before his stomach could change his mind, Shouren latched onto the leg with his jaws and tore out the stringy flesh. Ugh, it tastes like vile, leathery jerky. He forcefully gulped the bite down, ingesting part of the hide as well. The meat was gamey, and the texture was akin to moist leather. Shouren doubted if the meat would even taste edible after roasting. It was that revolting. Yet Shouren took his second bite. And third. He needed the energy if he was going to survive tomorrow. However, this time, Shouren would bring the fight to the monsters. something splattered on his face. Shouren grumbled in annoyance. It splattered again, and also on his shoulder. Shouren sleepily opened his hazel eyes to leer at whatever was causing the disturbance. His grandma probably had a chore for him. Huh? Shouren swiftly got up in shock. He wasn't home with his grandma, but inside the Akarsha dungeon. Moreover, it was beginning to rain. It was the pattering of the raindrops that had woken him up. Shouren was just relieved that he didn't fall down the tree during the night. Thank you, dungeon. I won't curse at you any more. Shouren joyfully opened his parched mouth and waited for the raindrops to coalesce enough for a small gulp. After a few minutes, Shouren accumulated enough for a mouthful and quickly swallowed it down. It was heavenly sweet. And just as he was about to open his mouth again for a second gulp, Shouren heard something shuffling below him. Is that a cat? A small and lithe gray monster was bent over the carcass, scraping away at the tiny bits of flesh left on the bone. The fox's remains were now mostly a skeleton. While Shouren was asleep, a multitude of scavengers must have come to partake of the free meal. He was glad it was raining, as the torrent of water had likely extinguished all of Shouren's earlier attacks. Should I sneak behind it? Shouren calculated the risks. He had a weapon now, the fox's bone, and the gray cat was small enough that Shouren thought he had a shot at defeating it. In the end, Shouren shook his head. Cat-like monsters would generally be agile, and it could toy with him using its speed. He needed a slow monster that he could get one powerful blow on. Patiently waiting for the cat to have his fill, Shouren started to climb down the tree. The rain shower would dampen the sound, and if a weaker Tier 0 monster showed up, Shouren wanted to be low enough to the ground to ambush it. Whether or not the gray cat heard Shouren climbing down, in the next second it bolted away from the pile of bones and left the area. Eventually, Shouren made it to the first layer of branches, which was low enough to climb down the tree quickly. Now he had to wait for another scavenger. Nothing showed up for a few minutes. The unceasing rain poured through the forest, eliciting a musty and earthy aroma. Deciding not to waste the precious time, Shouren opened his mouth and waited for it to fill with rainwater. It only took a few seconds to gather a mouthful this time. After repeating this for a few times, he was no longer thirsty. Shouren sensed movement below. There was nothing there. His eyes darted around in confusion until he sensed it again. It was coming directly under him. It's coming from underneath the soil. Shouren watched in amazement as a dull pink bulbous head poked out of the soil and laid still in motion. It doesn't have any eyes. Shouren noticed in fascination at the disgusting creature. It was a worm-based monster. He shuffled to the next branch until he was directly above the worm and the fox skeleton. After confirming that no other predators were coming, the dull pink worm crawled the rest of its body out of the soil and latched its creepy jaw onto the fox's spine. The worm didn't seem to have a tough flesh, its body gelatinous and half the size of Shouren. This was definitely a Tier 0 monster. A normal worm wouldn't be this large. The worm was making quick work of the fox's spine and moving up the skull. Shouren didn't have enough time. He underestimated how quickly this worm was going to devour the bones. A dangerous plan took root inside Shouren's mind. I'm sorry, Grandma. The plan was perilous enough that Shouren didn't think he'd make it unscathed, but he was willing to risk it. If the worm finished all the bones, there would be no more bait for Shouren's ambush. He needed to kill the worm now. Gripping the fox bone with both hands, Shouren aimed the end at the worm's head. He had a clear trajectory down. The fall would be less severe if he could roll with the impact. The worm was eating the skull now. Shouren's grip on the bone tightened, the veins in his hand bulging. This isn't such a bad way to die. Shouren flashed a morbid grin and then leaped off the branch. His messy dark hair fluttered in the wet wind as Shouren's hazel eyes glowed under the stormy rain. "Arr!" As he was almost upon the worm, Shouren roared with all the bloodlust pent up inside him. In that fraction of a second, the worm suddenly twisted its head above, its multiple rows of sharp teeth unfurling at Shouren.
"Crap! It's blind, not deaf!"
Shouren cursed. The plan was to use the momentum of the fall to land the strongest blow on the back of the worm's head. But now the worm had its razor teeth aimed at Shouren. Despite the worm detecting Shouren, it still couldn't evade the attack. The foxbone drilled through the worm's mouth, the sheer gravity pulverizing the soft brain on contact. Something flashed in the corner of his vision, but Shouren didn't notice it. With the bone lodged in the mouth, Shouren didn't have leeway for a safe landing and felt the worm's teeth scrape his hand and wrist. Something shattered with a crack inside him. Unbearable pain drowned Shouren's senses. His vision got bleary, and it wasn't because of the rain. He couldn't move.
"I can't feel my legs,"
Shouren realized in horror. He tried to turn his head, but it wouldn't respond. His right arm, though, still had some mobility. Only now did Shouren suspect what had broken inside him. It was his spine. That was the crack he had heard. If only he didn't alert the worm in the end, he could have controlled his fall, but it was too late now. With his spine shattered, he couldn't move his legs and would soon succumb to his injuries. At least he'd taken down the monster with him. Who'd believe him? A tearless killing a tier-zero monster. Shouren chuckled dryly, but was interrupted with an agonizing cough. He spat out the blood. His head remained frozen, but then he saw the worm's body glow with lumen. 2 gray cards hovered over the dead worm. One of them pulsated with denser lumen than the other one. One of them was a class card. It was only a common class card, but still a class card. Shouren couldn't read the card with his failing vision. He shook his remaining working arm, which was still wedged inside the monster's mouth, and reached for the class card. He wanted a closer look to see what class it was. He'd always dreamed of owning an epic class, but he'd take whatever chance he could get to fight, even if it was a lowly common class card. His fingers grasped the gray card, but Shouren struggled to bring it closer. His tendons had been severed at the elbow.
"How am I even alive?"
Shouren mocked himself. By now the darkness had claimed his sight, leaving him in utter blackness. Meanwhile, the adrenaline numbed his pain, which was his only comfort. His fingers were still touching the class card.
"What do I have to lose? I'm dead either way."
Shouren smiled with his eyes closed and willed the card inside his heart. The world plunged into darkness. Awakening initiated. Error. Target pathways broken. Connection to soul fragmented. Detected traces of heritage. Re-establishing connection to soul. Success. Common class card detected. Cardsmith. Connecting class to soul. Error. System command overridden. Forced awakening initiated. Attributes unlocked. Trait unlocked. Error. System command overridden. Awakening complete. Successful Tier 0 evolution. Chapter 4. The sound of the rain drowned all the noise in the still forest. In that clamor, the body of a young teenager lay spread out in the open as the raindrops drenched his naked figure. Yet the teen remained asleep, unaware or uncaring of the violent shower. Just as it seemed as if the teen would continue to sleep, his eyelids tittered imperceptibly. Shouren suddenly woke up, coughing frantically. The series of coughs quickly alternated to an intense bout of retching. His vomit was a putrid amalgamation of the contents of his stomach, bile, phlegm, blood, and a vicious, dark globule.
"What is that abomination?"
After finally discharging the dark globule from his body, Shouren's body started to soothe itself down. He slowly got up and stared at the rancid vomit. Was that gross, jelly-like thing inside him? However, before Shouren could investigate any further, a chain of blinking flashes in the corner of his vision caught his attention. When he focused on the light, his eyes drew back in shock.
Successful Tier 0 evolution. Status unlocked. Status. Name. Shouren. Tier 0. Synchronization 0%. Class. Cardsmith. Common. Spell card slots 0 of 1. Lumen 10 of 10. Strength F. Agility F. Constitution F. Intelligence F. Class abilities. Corrupted. 1. Card Forge. Writ of the Forgotten. 2. Sharding. Devourer's Right. 3. Card Sacrifice. Oblation Pact. Traits. 1. Corrupted Cardsmith. Unique. 2. Locked. 3. Locked.
No, 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 no! Shouren's knees gave, and he dropped to the ground in despair. He was a cardsmith. How was that possible? He read his status again to make sure.
Class. Cardsmith. Common.
The words bore into him, mocking everything he'd done so far to escape from this very fate. Monster kills could drop any cards, but they tended to coalesce cards that were inherent to their race or abilities. What did a dumb worm have anything to do with a cardsmith class card? Shouren thought the class card dropped by the worm would be a combat or damage-dealing class. Shouren hung his head in anguish as he looked up at the thundering clouds of rain. The gray sky added to the gloominess he felt inside his heart. What was the point of running from his home if in the end he ended up with the very class he detested? He wanted to fight back against the people trying to exploit him and his grandma. How could he do that with a non-combat class? He'd risked everything for this chance. He'd risked his life fighting that worm and destroyed his spine in the... Shouren's thoughts abruptly stopped there. He checked his arms and pivoted his head to look at his back. No trace of broken bones or wounds. He remembered shattering his spine when he landed on the worm monster. The memories of that fight rekindled in his mind. A Tier 0 awakening wasn't supposed to heal your injuries, especially the fatal ones like Shouren sustained on his spine. Shouren twisted his midsection back and forth to test if everything was fine. He felt great. Better than great, actually. With his attributes unlocked, tendrils of lumen coursed through his body, strengthening his muscles and bones. Something is wrong. Shouren frowned and summoned his status again. This time he carefully read each line. Status. Name. Shouren. Tier. 0. Synchronization 0%. Class. Cardsmith. Common. Spell card slots 0 of 1. Lumen 10 of 10. Strength F. Agility F. Constitution F. Intelligence F. Class abilities. Corrupted 1. Card Forge. Writ of the Forgotten 2. Sharding. Devourer's Right 3. Card Sacrifice. Oblation Pact. Traits 1. Corrupted Cardsmith. Unique 2. Locked 3. Locked. Class is Cardsmith Common. At least Grandma will be happy, right? Attributes are all at F rank, which is normal since all Tier 0 card is started with these. Huh? Corrupted. Shouren paused when he came to his class abilities. Why was there something called corrupted there? He'd never heard others mention this before, and neither had his grandmother ever informed him. Knowing that Rhea had instilled every single tidbit of information about the cardsmith class to him, Shouren was firm that corrupted wasn't part of the class card. He was familiar with the 3 basic abilities that all cardsmiths started with: Card Forge, Sharding, and Card Sacrifice. The first ability allowed the class holders to forge new cards. The second ability was to break them down into shards, and the final one was the class's sole attack ability. Shouren focused more on the abilities, and then an additional layer of text appeared beneath them. Card Forge. Forge new spell cards with lumen. Existing spell card recipe required. Cannot forge class cards. Writ of the Forgotten. Corrupted version of Card Forge ability.
Dismantle 10 Tier 0 spell cards to forge a random Tier 0 spell card. No existing recipe required. Sharding. Break down Tier 0 cards into 4 shards. Higher proficiency will increase shard yield. Devourer's Right. Corrupted version of sharding ability. Consume 100 same rarity class cards into main class card to upgrade. Card Sacrifice. Destroy any Tier 0 spell card and shoot a single lumen bolt. Oblation Pact. Corrupted version of Card Sacrifice ability. Destroy any Tier 0 spell card and use its ability for 1 minute without restriction to class. Sufficient lumen required.
This doesn't make any sense. Reading the ability details, particularly the corruption text, increasingly befuddled Shouren. The first corruption ability by itself was enough to turn his life upside down. This was why his grandmother remained at the bottom of the barrel in the village. She didn't own any powerful card recipes to forge, leaving her to be a simple sharding tool to break down cards instead. However, the true value of any cardsmith came from the number of recipes they could access. This is why powerful guilds stayed powerful. They hoarded all the priceless recipes and secured its distribution with unbreakable system oaths. The corruption will give me a random Tier 0 spell card, but not its recipe. I wonder how random it is. Would the type of the 10 spell cards change the final spell card? Shouren's mind was blazing through ideas. He originally resented the cardsmith class because it wouldn't change anything about their lives. People would still continue to look down on them. But the corrupted ability changed everything. With enough kronas, he could even buy the high-tiered cardists as guards. Not all Tier 0 spell cards were equal in value. The previous Create Puddle spell card fetched around 10 kronas in the market. However, Fireball, a Tier 0 spell card, readily sold for 240 kronas. If he had enough kronas, could he simply buy 10 Create Puddle spell cards and hope for an expensive spell card? What if Writ of the Forgotten gave him back another Create Puddle instead? That would be a waste of kronas. It's still worth a shot, but I need kronas more than ever now. Let's see what the next corrupted ability is. Devourer's Right. What is up with these names? It sounds like a demonic ability. Shouren's face scrunched up in worry. Until today, he'd never heard of corruption, and the names gave him an ill foreboding. None of the names sounded benevolent. Upgrade class card? He froze. If the first corrupted ability shocked him, then the second one sent him straight into a frenzy. If he read it correct, Shouren could consume 100 common class cards to upgrade his card from common to uncommon, and then similarly use 100 uncommon class cards to upgrade to rare. Does that mean one day I'll actually have an epic class card? Forget reaching epic, I could even upgrade to a legendary class. Shouren muttered in disbelief. Sure, just the first step of acquiring 100 common class cards was a far-fetched dream, but it still meant it was possible. Although any class card could theoretically upgrade during tier evolution, higher rank cards had a lower probability of upgrading. Shouren had never heard of a cardsmith being able to upgrade a class card from epic to legendary. However, Shouren would be able to do it as long as he had the required 100 cards. I was thinking too small before. Forget a few hundred kronas. I could be a millionaire with this ability. Shouren grinned in euphoria. He would be the only cardsmith in the world to offer the service of guaranteed upgrades to people's class cards. If they had the kronas, he could even elevate them all the way from common to legendary. How many guild leaders or factions would pour their kronas into Shouren? He grabbed his face and laughed with pure happiness. Finally, he and his grandma would be out of the slums and never have to worry about food. What if they torture me if I don't agree? A sudden thought spurred Shouren into stillness. He put his hands down in an abrupt change of mood. If word of his corrupted abilities reached the powerful factions, it would be devastating. He'd already experienced it a day ago. Master Boris didn't care for the law as long as he could bribe the one in charge of enforcing that law, who said the guild leaders or the powerful factions would play fair. Shouren was just a measly tier 0 runt. Why would they try to entice him with kronas and benefits when they could capture him and force him to be their slave? The other guilds and factions would back off from the first kidnapper if they promised him a certain allocation of the upgrades. They'll use Grandma to enslave me. Shouren gulped as the full consequences of his ability began to sink in. If anyone found out, this would be the best time to capture Shouren with his Tier 0 status. He had no backing, funds, or influence to protect himself. Even if he escaped, they could threaten his grandmother to lure him back. No, he couldn't let anyone know about Devourer's right or anything about the corrupted abilities. It's getting dark. Let me read the final corruption and leave this area. The rain had stopped at this point, and Shouren's new Tier 0 body stood glistening in the open sky. The evolution hadn't changed him too much physically, but with the newfound lumen coursing through his muscles, even at F-rank attributes, Shouren was finally a threat to the weakest Tier 0 monsters. Not bad, I guess. Shouren finished reading through his final corrupted ability, Oblation Pact, and nodded in satisfaction. It wasn't as earth-shattering as the first two abilities, but it allowed him to use any spell cards of his current tier without restriction to class. Unfortunately, this would destroy the card, making it a one-time use. Still, it was much better than the original Cardsmith's Card Sacrifice ability, which was the only combat ability of the class, and all it did was shoot the weakest Lumen Bolt. A single bolt wasn't enough to weaken a Tier 0 monster gravely. The corruption would allow him to use all Tier 0 spell cards without distinction. It was an amazing ability on all accounts, but it had one big problem. Shouren's lumen capacity was pathetic. He only had a paltry maximum capacity of 10 lumen. That wasn't sufficient to cast a single Tier 0 fireball, which required 15 lumen at the least. But won't I have more lumen in the future? Shouren's cause of his weak lumen was because of the common class card inside his heart. If he upgraded it to common, he'd have double the lumen. And what if he upgraded it even further? Then, before undergoing his Tier 1 evolution, he'd have a similar lumen capacity as most guild elites. An unexpected silent crunch of a twig broke Shouren from his thoughts, instantly alerting him he wasn't alone anymore. How could he be so dumb to stand in the middle of the forest without a care for his surroundings? I'm screwed. Shouren's hands and feet quivered at the looming danger before him. When did the beast get so close to him? He circulated his feeble lumen through his body. There was no running from this monster. Shouren would take it on. A low guttural growl erupted from the monster in front of him as it bared its teeth. This was the second time Shouren had encountered the same beast. It was the alpha wolf. Hi there, friend. You're looking a bit rough there. Shouren chuckled nervously. He was half crouched in case he needed to leap away. Yet he remained in position, waiting. The alpha dog/wolf monster was covered in countless wounds and gashes. The alpha snarled in response, unknown if it actually understood Shouren's words or not. It slowly tread around him, waiting to pounce. It was strangely wary of the human. The human didn't give off any dangerous aura. Although they were both in the same tier, the human's lumen was surprisingly dim. But the alpha's senses were warning it of something. Friend, you don't look so good, and I haven't showered for a few days. You really don't want to be tasting me right now. Why don't we back off and go our own separate ways? Shouren continued to talk. The monster hadn't attacked yet, so there was a chance it could understand his words. The alpha's left eye was shut, with 3 parallel claw marks bleeding into it. A brutal tear ripped part of the flesh from the monster's hind leg, causing it to limp slightly. The many cuts on the rest of its body were still spilling blood, making it weaker by the second, and the monster seemed to realize this as well, as it swiftly launched itself on Shouren, its jaw aiming right at its heel. It wanted to cripple the human's movement. Shucks, no deal then. Shouren was ready for the attack and directed his lumen to rush toward his legs, hastily evading the attack. His control of the lumen was rudimentary, but it helped him to keep up with the monster's agility. If not for the alpha's injuries, Shouren was sure the beast had at least E-rank agility.
The monster's jaws snapped into the cold air, and it quickly turned around for another dive. It whimpered in pain as its back leg tumbled for a moment. I can't keep dodging its attack. I need to land a hit on one of its open wounds. Shouren grit his teeth and checked his status. He only had 8 lumen left. The previous burst to his legs had cost him 2 lumen, meaning he'd be able to evade 4 more attacks before he'd run out as well. The Alpha was weak, but it looked like it could last longer than him at this rate. With their positions switched, Shouren glimpsed something glowing gray to the side. I can't believe I forgot about the second card that dropped from the worm. It was a spell card. Shouren cautiously moved around the monster. The moment it went for the strike, Shouren would leap to the card and use its ability with the Oblation Pact. If the gods favored him, it would be powerful enough to kill the Alpha in one hit. The Alpha contorted its head to the side, trying to dispel the blood leaking into its eye, and instantly bolted at Shouren. Shouren was already ready to dodge and leaped away. A vicious glint flared in the Alpha's remaining healthy eye. It wasn't dumb enough to fall for the same trick twice in a row. In a flash, its jaws changed trajectory and latched onto the human's arm. Shouren was about to let out a string of curses, but the sharp pain that exploded from his trapped arm cut him off. The monster crunched its jaws, and its fangs tore into Shouren's skin. Feeling helpless, he tried to shake the beast off, but it was relentless in its vice grip. "Screw it, I'm taking you down with me." Shouren let out a savage roar and dragged the Alpha with him towards the spell card on the ground. Its fangs dug deeper into the flesh, but Shouren didn't care. It was nothing compared to the agony he'd experienced with the shattered spine. "I got it!" Shouren muttered in joy as his other hand plucked the card from the grass. It was a common spell card. However, Shouren's face deflated when he saw the ability inscribed on the card. Tier 0. Sense Mineral. Common. Detect all common metals in a 20-meter radius. Cost 2 lumen per minute. Why is my luck so terrible? Shouren wanted to yell at someone at the unfairness of his card drops, but he was running out of time. The Alpha's fangs were almost down to his bone. If the monster broke it, he couldn't rely on another awakening to heal it. There's no other choice. I'm using the normal lumen bolt. Shouren drove his mind into his heart where his class card resided and triggered the third ability, Card Sacrifice. The spell card in his hand glowed for a brief moment before it disintegrated into a pure ball of lumen. The Alpha appeared to have detected the sudden change of the lumen in the environment and attempted to escape. Too late, friend. Should have taken the offer when you had the chance. Shouren smiled ferociously as he used his mangled hand to clutch the monster's fang, preventing it from breaking free. Then, using his other hand, he brought the ball of lumen directly above the Alpha's bleeding eye. The monster's remaining eye pleaded with the human to let it go. Its snarls now morphed into desperate whines. "Lumen bolt," Shouren whispered as the ball of white light blasted into the monster's brain. A dull thud echoed in the now still forest. I thought life as a cardsmith was going to be boring. Shouren chuckled dryly, loosening his hand from the dead monster's jaw and collapsing on the grass. His hand was bleeding badly, but it wasn't critical yet. He stared at the starry night above and summoned his status. Status. Name. Shouren. Tier. 0. Synchronization. 0%. Class. Cardsmith. Common. Spell card slots. 0 of 1. Lumen. 4 of 10. Strength. F. Agility. F. Constitution. F. Intelligence. F. Class abilities. Corrupted. 1. Cardforge. Writ of the Forgotten. 2. Sharding. Devourer's Right. 3. Card Sacrifice. Oblation Pact. Traits. 1. Corrupted Cardsmith. Unique. 2. Locked. 3. Locked. Wait, I forgot about the first trait everyone unlocks after their awakening. Mine is Corrupted Cardsmith Unique? Shouren's brain was frazzled as he digested the ramifications of what he was reading. He couldn't believe that he missed reading the traits section twice after awakening. His first trait was unique. That was supposed to be an impossibility. Everyone's first trait was the same rarity as the class card they used to awaken. If you used a common class card, then your first unlocked trait was going to be a common trait as well. If it was an epic class card, then you'd start with an epic trait. No one had ever gotten a unique trait for their awakening. And this was because no unique class cards had ever dropped. All current unique class card holders had all evolved to unique rank later in their path, but they all started with one of the existing class cards. The method of obtaining a unique class card remained a secret, with each unique cardist having a unique trigger for its evolution. Unique class cards weren't necessarily stronger than legendary. There were some powerful legendary cardists who in fact became much weaker after their class evolution to unique. Unique class cards were just unique. The second fact was that unique class cards had never dropped from a monster or even as a dungeon reward. That was an absolute fact. This meant that no one ever had their first trait be unique. Until Shouren. What exactly happened to me then? Shouren muttered in confusion at the information unfolding before him. His memory after the altercation with the worm grew hazy. All he remembered was being surrounded by pitch blackness. It was the void. This trait is likely the source of the corruption. Shouren discerned this trait was the core of his corrupted abilities. The name gave it away. He was just an idiot for not paying attention to his status until the end. Shouren tried to focus on the trait to glean any other details about it. Corrupted Cardsmith. Unique. Unknown. Give me something, you stupid system. What am I supposed to do with those question marks? Shouren grunted in distaste. This trait was the root cause of his enigmatic abilities, and the system refused to give any details. Please? He tried a more polite approach the second time, but it was fruitless. The status remained unchanged. Did the system not want to tell him, or did even the system not know about this trait? Shouren put this matter aside for later and concentrated on status to see any changes after the battle with the Alpha. It was a shame the spell card dropped by the worm wasn't a damage card, but his normal cardsmith ability pulled through. Luckily, the simple Lumen Bolt finished the already weakened monster. Card sacrifice isn't too bad. The ability didn't take any extra lumen from me and used the card's own lumen for the attack. It's pretty handy if I'm low on lumen, Shouren muttered to himself. Oblation Pact allowed him to use all spell cards, but it was extremely lumen-hungry as well. He really needed to upgrade his class card to uncommon to satisfy his lumen requirements. Simply moving and dodging attacks was draining his abysmal amount of lumen. But the sheer cost of 100 common class cards seemed unattainable for now. Why didn't my synchronization go up? Shouren then noticed the glaring 0% on his status. He just killed a powerful Tier 0 monster. That should have increased his synchronization at least a little. His eyes hovered over the tier line to get more details. Tier 0. Synchronization 0%. Increase synchronization by gaining deeper insights into your class and its mysteries. Since my class card is Cardsmith, I need to do Cardsmith things to increase my synchronization. Killing monsters doesn't seem to be a part of it. Shouren grumbled in dismay. He'd risked his life to kill the Alpha, but that didn't even add a single percentage point to his synchronization. Hence, if Shouren wanted to evolve to Tier 1, he needed to eventually glean insights about the Cardsmith class by using his non-combat class abilities. Speaking of the dead Alpha, Shouren glanced to the side. Did it drop any cards? Killing monsters might not be useless. Shouren's hazel eyes sparkled in amazement when he saw the 3 cards floating above the dead monster. One of them was glowing green. Shouren's hand slowly reached for the cards and immediately went to the green uncommon card. It was a spell card. He skimmed the ability inscribed on it. Tier 0. Sonar Pulse. Uncommon. Discharge a powerful wave condensed of invisible sonar vibrations. Ignores all armor. Cost
12 lumen per wave.
Whoa, this should sell for quite a bit.
Shouren was disappointed he couldn't use the card himself, but it remained a fantastic card that would earn him many kronas. It wasn't too expensive of a card that he'd need to worry after selling it in the market. He didn't even think about keeping this card for himself in the future. It would be a long time before he'd be able to collect 100 common class cards, and his grandma didn't have that much time left. Getting a few hundred kronas would keep a roof over both their heads and ensure immediate survival.
Let me see the other 2 cards as well.
Shouren shuffled the uncommon card back to reveal the other 2. The first common card was actually a class card.
Tier 0, Rogue Class, Common.
If only this was the drop from the stupid worm.
Shouren's fingers grazed the cool surface of the class card. Rogue class card wasn't rare, but it was definitely worth more than a cardsmith or a warrior class card. The rogue class had a lot of useful abilities for any dungeon party. In fact, any variation of the rogue class was an essential member of a party.
No point dwelling on the past. I might not have gotten the rogue class, but I got something much better instead.
Shouren shook his head with a smile. Sure, if he had a rogue class, he'd have been able to dispatch that wolf monster much more effortlessly. In the end, he'd be stuck at Tier 1, the highest level attainable for a regular cardist. But now, Shouren had a genuine shot at becoming a true powerhouse. The lone capability to upgrade his class card to legendary was enough to thwart any negative feelings he had regarding the cardsmith class. Setting aside the common class card, Shouren saw the final gray card.
I guess my luck isn't so bad after all.
His lips curled up. He finally had a card he could use the oblation pact on, and he knew exactly which monster to target. The clues of what happened to Alpha and its circumstances had taken shape in Shouren's mind. His last memory was of the Alpha and its pack heading in a certain direction. Whatever had happened there led to the death of the 3 pack members and the Alpha knocking on death's door. But the pack's opponent hadn't chased down the Alpha despite its injuries. That only meant one thing. The opponent was also critically wounded. There was a sole Tier 0 monster in the direction the Alpha came from.
Time to greet another old friend.
Shouren confidently clutched the gray card and gingerly stood up, keeping his injured hand to his hip. Unbeknown to the young teen, the corruption wasn't limited to just the abilities. He was changing as well. Chapter 5.
I need to hurry.
Shouren was currently sprinting through the forest. Fortunately, the Alpha was bleeding severely, allowing him to track its trail leading back to the bear.
Lumen is really amazing.
He was constantly channeling 2 units of the lumen within his body. As long as he didn't use it for explosive movement, Shouren could keep the lumen running inside. It didn't make him faster when he used it like this, but it drained less stamina and eased the fatigue building up. His hand wasn't healed, but at least the coursing lumen prevented the blood from leaking out. His lumen was slow to recover, his capacity refilling back to 6 of 10. It was the major drawback of having a common class card.
Let me check my other notifications.
While darting around the forest, Shouren decided to check his remaining blinking messages. He didn't want to make the same mistake of passing over his unique trait that late. The status was unchanged, but there was a new text box beneath it. Akasha Dungeon, Floor 1. Floor 1 clear conditions. Kill 3 Tier 0 entities. Current kills, 2 of 3.
Sweet peaches, I only need 1 more kill and I can leave the dungeon.
Shouren thought in excitement. If things were according to plan, he wouldn't need much time to finish the bear with his latest spell card.
But what if I stayed?
Shouren's hazel eyes looked in contemplation as he raced through the path. The first floor of the dungeon didn't have a time limit, and even if he completed the clear conditions, he had the choice of staying back or leaving whenever he wanted. He'd already accomplished his original goal, to acquire a class card.
I could leave after my third kill, heal for a few days, and then clear the first floor dungeon. I'll hunt the Tier 0 monsters to eventually save up enough kronas to leave the village.
Shouren meditated over his plan. It was a safe plan that would let him accumulate kills and cards over a long period of time. He never even had to enter the second floor ever. The wealth from selling the Tier 0 cards would be plenty for him and his grandma. No. Shouren's eyes hardened. No. No! He couldn't go back to the person he was before this. The image of his grandmother hanging her head in defeat to the merchant replayed in his mind. The image of Favian pommeling his face to the dirt flared up. Everyone was just watching the brute without stopping him. The reason why no one stopped Boris and Favian was simple. Shouren and Rhea weren't worth it. They wouldn't gain anything if they helped the pair. Shouren's wiry muscles thrummed with intensity, the corded fibers tightening with vigor as his feet glided over the grass. His hazel eyes resolved with determination. I'll fight. I'll climb the floors, and I'll be powerful enough that I don't have to hide my abilities from the world. Without Shouren noticing, an ephemeral cage of inflamed chains wrapped around his class card. But before he could sense anything, the red chains rapidly vanished, as if they were never there. Shouren continued his thoughts without missing a beat. He wasn't going to take the easy path. He'd only leave the dungeon after he'd killed every single monster on the floor. Something's happening to me, Shouren whispered to himself. He was always prone to anger quick, but never acted upon it. Killing the worm had been a monumental risk, but he didn't slow down after that. He took on the Alpha as well, a monster he was hiding from barely a few hours earlier. And now, rather than running away from the bear, he was actively hunting it. He'd always been angry at the injustice forced upon him. He was angry when Favian thrashed him. However, it was different this time. Shouren was channeling his anger into a purpose: to kill. It's here. Shouren's head jolted with a mild migraine, but he shoved it aside. He could hear the bear in the distance. Crouching to the ground, Shouren tread carefully from this point on. The lumen helped him regulate his rising heart rate. Step by step, Shouren made his way to the source of the deep growls. They were weaker than the first time he'd heard the bear. Brushing aside the shrubbery, Shouren peeked at the scene before him. The bear was slumped on the bloody grass, surrounded by 3 half-chewed carcasses. All the corpses had a hole in their chest where their hearts should have been. Countless lashes and missing flesh marred the enormous bear. The deepest gash was on its chest, over its heart. The pack was cunning. They probably focused all their attacks there in an attempt to kill it swiftly. The monster was carefully licking its wounds to stop the bleeding. It's already eaten the pack's cards. Its lumen should be fast recovering. Shouren mused from his hiding spot. Thankfully, the monster's wounds didn't appear to be healing as fast as he'd expected. The pack had already done a number on the bear. Its wild eyes were alert of any pending danger. It knew that it was at its weakest point, and other monsters would take this chance to kill it if it closed its eyes. As long as it remained awake, it could defend itself. Deciding he was close enough, Shouren slowly brought out the third card he'd gotten as a drop from the Alpha. I'll use the card from your body to avenge your pack, Shouren promised as he activated his corrupted ability, Oblation Pact. If the Alpha could hear the human's words, it would choke itself to death. Wasn't the human himself responsible for its death? Who'd avenge that part then?
Tier 0. Hide presence. Common. Remove all traces of your presence. Effects only Tier 0. Cost 2 lumen per minute.
Shouren felt the spell card disintegrate into dust. Unlike card sacrifice, where the lumen congealed over the card, the corruption devoured all the card's lumen. Where did it go? Let's go. Shouren redirected his attention back to the bear. He ignored the 2 lumen per minute part. Oblation Pact only let him use the spell for a minute, so 2 lumen was all he needed to expend. The spell card stated it would remove his presence, but it didn't specify if it removed sound, smell, and his lumen as well. It technically should, since they contributed to his presence, but he won't know until he tested it. He dashed toward the bear. If he had more time, he'd meticulously test every step before getting close to the bear, but Shouren only had 50 seconds remaining. It was all or nothing. Reaching toward his back, Shouren pulled out his trusty weapon, the black fox's bone. Only now it was modified into a spike. With his F-ranked strength, Shouren was able to crack the end of the bone and use the monster's claw to shave the splintered tip into a sharp point, resembling a bone nail. Lumen, 2 of 10. He used 2 units of lumen to activate the spell card and then pushed another 2 units into his legs to propel them into a blur. Shouren was going to use all the mustered momentum to pierce through the bear's heart in one burst of motion. 30 seconds left. Shouren was only a few meters away from the bear now. He could hear the deep vibrato of his throaty growls, yet the looming monster didn't move. Its eyes stared ahead blankly. It hadn't detected the incoming Shouren. 20 seconds left. He was only a meter away from the bear now, its acrid breath phasing past Shouren's nostrils. 19 seconds left. Shouren raised the bone spike, aimed it at the open laceration on the heart, and charged ahead. 18 seconds left. The spike was only a few inches away from the bear's heart. Guided by pure instinct, the monster's eyes shifted slightly. Shouren's heart thundered inside his chest. Lumen, 0 of 10. Flooding his arms with an extra wave of raging lumen, Shouren drilled the bone spike deep into the bear's chest. The splinter easily slid into the soft tissue of muscle, eliciting a barbaric roar from the bear. It thrashed on the ground, trying to throw off the human. Even with its heart pierced, the bear's vitality fought back. The bear's eyes bulged with incredulity. When did the human get so close without it noticing? Shouren's body trembled under the intensity, weak from the lack of lumen. However, he gathered his protesting muscles in a last resort and twisted the bone inside the monster's heart. The bear groaned in anguish, its growl fading to silence as the light in its eyes eroded away. The massive monster crashed lifelessly to the ground. Shouren stood there, drenched once again in a monster's warm blood, his bones spiked, dripping viscous crimson droplets on the grass. His screen flashed. Akasha Dungeon, Floor 1. Floor 1 clear conditions. Kill 3 Tier 0 entities. Current kills, 3 of 3. Floor rewards will be distributed upon exit or new floor. Exit, yes, no. Enter Floor 2. Yes, no. Shouren sighed in relief. He could finally leave the dungeon whenever he wanted. Or he could proceed to the second floor and challenge stronger monsters. He was tempted by the second floor, but he knew his limits. If a few monsters on the first floor had given him this much trouble, he wouldn't even survive the second floor without a collection of powerful cards in his arsenal. He felt the Hide Presence spell card fizzle out of his body. If only he had a few more of those, he could efficiently take down a few more monsters. Let's see the cards the big guy dropped. Shouren flicked the blood from the bone spike before returning it to the hem of his trousers. Then his eyes glanced toward the bear's corpse. I think Grandma would have a stroke if she saw this. Shouren's eyes widened in disbelief. Hovering over the bear's corpse was a single card. In the darkness, Shouren's irises reflected the color of the glow emitting from the card. Blue. Shouren was dumbstruck at the card hovering in front of him. Carved with intricate patterns swirling over the surface, the blue glowing card emanated an ethereal feel to it. This was the first time Shouren was seeing a rare card in person. In his small village, a card like this would be exclusive to the members of the governor's house. Not even the local merchants would have rare card in stock. It was simply too valuable. So valuable that Shouren didn't even know how many kronas he'd need to have to buy one in the big cities. Only one card, but holy smokes, it's a blinded rare spell card. Shouren mumbled to himself, his face still locked in a shocked expression. The monstrous bear had only dropped a single card, but It was a card that would draw the ire of everyone if they ever discovered Shouren was in possession of it. He glimpsed it was a spell card, and he gingerly reached out his quivering hand to grab its delicate corner. Tier 0, Dimensional Vault. Rare. Personal storage space of 27 cubic meters. Cannot store living specimens. Required constant lumen to maintain spatial integrity. Utility spell card with universal class compatibility. Cost 5 lumen.
It's a utility spell card.
Shouren brought the glowing blue card closer to his inquisitive face, his mouth open with awe. Utility cards were very special. Everyone could use utility cards, unlike regular spell cards which had class restrictions. At Tier 0, every cardist had one free spell slot allocated to them. Until evolving to Tier 1, that lone spell slot was priceless. Initially, Shouren was ecstatic about the rare card drop, but he also knew he most likely wouldn't be able to use it. Rare spell cards demanded ludicrously high lumen, far exceeding his meager 10 lumen. Either he could travel to the bigger cities to sell the card, or he could waste it for a single use of lumen bolt with his card sacrifice ability. The latter would twist his heart at the waist, but the former could invite unnecessary trouble to him and his grandma. However, the situation was different with a utility spell card. Shouren had yet to use his spell card slot. It needs a permanent 5 lumen from my max capacity to maintain the spatial structure. If I equip it, that would mean I can only use the remaining 5 lumen to fight. I need at least 2 lumen to stop my stamina from depleting too fast, and another 2 lumen to dodge a single attack, leaving me with only 1 lumen to launch a strike. What if I missed the first hit? Shouren scratched his head in frustration. His lumen capacity was nightmarishly low. He could equip the Dimensional Vault in his spell slot for a few minutes and remove it after he was done, but then he'd lose everything he'd placed inside unless he took it out before. He couldn't be doing that back and forth all the time. Screw it. I'll think about it later. I don't even have 5 lumen right now, and I need to get away from this area first. Shouren secured the blue card in his trousers and turned his attention to the bear's corpse. Once again, he lamented at the lack of a proper weapon. If he had a sword or a dagger, he could cut the bear's claws out. Shouren was certain they'd sell for a fair chunk of kronas. Sighing with resignation, Shouren leaned over and grabbed one of the bear's stocky paws. Ignoring the bristling coarse fur, he bit down with full force, his teeth puncturing into the oily raw meat. Tearing off the flesh with his jaws, Shouren spat out the morsel and gnawed through the meat until the hide. He repeated this until he was full and had recovered 7 more lumen. Not as bad as wolf meat, Shouren commented while wiping away blood from his mouth with his elbow. The bear meat was surprisingly palatable. Should I equip Dimensional Vault and store this bear? Shouren pondered over the decision again. The bear's meat could help him recover his lumen faster, and having a secure stock of it would make Shouren's future hunts less lumen stringent. But what if he unexpectedly encountered another Tier 0 monster like the Alpha? He barely had enough lumen for his last couple of fights, and both monsters were already severely wounded. He could not always count on that kind of luck all the time. Out of the 3 fights he'd faced, the last 2 were already close to death, and the first fight he had against a healthy Tier 0 monster, he'd smashed his spine into dust. Those were not reassuring odds. If he had a collection of spell cards, such as the Hide Presence card he used against the bear, he could risk crippling half his lumen to equip the utility card. However, he didn't have useful spell cards at the moment, save for the cards he could sacrifice for a lumen bolt. If only the cardsmith class had a viable attack ability. No, I can't risk it. Shouren finally shook his head wistfully. Survival was more important. The bear's meat would let him prepare in advance, but the utility card's function stopped there. It wouldn't help him in direct combat. For that, he desperately needed all 10 of his lumen. He could always find other monsters in the forest, but nothing could replace the 5 lumen he'd lose in maintaining that spell card. Shouren was young, but he didn't let the greed of a rare card cloud his judgment. He glanced down at his previously injured hand. The Alpha's fang marks were almost healed. Lumen had many amazing qualities, and one of them was amplifying his natural regeneration. It would still take a few more days for the injury to fully heal, but the hand was no longer hurting Shouren. Time to scout this area. Shouren picked the tallest tree he could see near him and dashed towards it. For a short while, this area should be safe of other monsters, so he wanted to take this time to climb up as high as he could and map the area to find other notable location points. There definitely should be a body of water nearby, which would mean a higher chance of finding prey. With the rare card tightly secured, Shouren summoned a tide of lumen to wash over his muscles. Fueled with the boundless energy of the class card, Shouren rushed up the trunk. He made quick work of the climb, racing ahead with his new Tier 0 body. In a mere few minutes, Shouren was hanging off the tallest branch of the tree. The heavy wind sliced through his face, causing him to squint through his hazel eyes to see the land below him. Countless trees spanned the entire forest, with a row of looming mountains in the back. That's the place. Shouren spotted the mountains, and his instincts were telling him to go there. He was too far away to see clearly, but he had an inkling that there would be water near the region where the forest connect with the mountains. The rocky landscapes would also give him another escape route where he could use the environment to delay his pursuers. Mentally noting down the direction of the mountain, Shouren dropped down the tree with haste. Once his feet touched solid ground, he wasted no time in heading in that direction. With lumen dancing through his body, Shouren ran ahead. He was brimming with energy after gorging on the bear's flesh. He wondered what his grandmother Rhea would have to say if she knew he'd been eating raw monster meat since he'd been in the dungeon. Would she scold him or be proud of his determination to survive? Was something wrong with him because he'd gotten used to the flavor of raw meat? Shouren didn't know. Grandma. Shouren hesitated. He could leave the dungeon any time he wanted, but he'd made the choice of staying back to kill more monsters and get stronger. But that meant he was intentionally making his old lady more mournful than she needed to. Shouren didn't even leave a note saying he was going into the dungeon. Rhea would be clueless as to where her grandson was. She was already frail enough. He could argue that he couldn't leave the dungeon until he'd killed 3 Tier 0 monsters, but how could he tell her he selfishly stayed back longer after fulfilling the requirements? 1 week. I'll stay for 1 week and try to kill as many monsters as I can. After that, I'm leaving, Shouren whispered, his eyes blazing with intensity. He knew what was at stake with his corrupted trait and abilities. He needed to get stronger before others found out about what he could do. Shouren could technically leave today and re-enter the dungeon, but there was a reason the dungeon's entrance was empty and someone tried to stop him from entering. Whatever it was, no one could close the dungeon access for more than a few days. Shouren hoped that within a week, whatever had caused the dungeon's entrance restriction would be resolved, allowing him to exit without attracting attention. Once he'd made sure his grandmother was all right, Shouren would come back to the dungeon. Before he did, he needed to collect enough cards to sell to buy a small weapon and a few pieces of leather armor. The uncommon Sonar Pulse spell card in his trousers would not be enough to buy what he needed. He needed a lot more cards, for both Cronus and to upgrade his class card. A cardsmith with an uncommon class card was an entity that even the governor would respect. Rare cardsmiths were the treasure of the top guilds, and only a few epic cardsmiths existed in the entire kingdom. It was said that only rare cardsmiths and above could use the laser smithies to forge cards. Not much was known about the laser smithies except that it was one of the dungeon rewards for clearing the 10th floor. The factions and guilds monopolized its blueprint and prevented it from leaking to anyone else. Shouren had always wanted to see one, but his tiny village couldn't afford it. While he'd heard of a few famous epic cardsmiths, Shouren had never heard of a legendary cardsmith ever. But one day, there would be one. Shouren grinned in the dark as his wild hair fluttered behind him and torrents of lumen poured into his legs. The next morning, a small badger-like monster lazily strolls to the nearby river stream and laps up some sweet mountain water. Its lower jaw had a metallic sheen, as if it were made of iron rather than bone. The badger's soft silver fur moistened from the splashes made by the river water. Its beady eyes shimmied with happiness, taking its time to drink its fill. Suddenly, a sharp bone spike exploded out of the water and pivoted towards the monster's head. The sound of bone cracking in half split the airwaves. Despite the attack catching the monster off guard, the bone weapon fared a losing battle against the metallic jaw. "This fat rat is a mutated monster." Shouren groaned with lament and mourned the loss of the foxbone that had accompanied him through his previous battles. His plan wasn't terrible. Last night, on his way to the mountain, he caught sight of a riverbank leading there. An idea flashed through his inexperienced mind. What if he used the river to remove his scent and then ambush unsuspecting monsters who'd come to quench their thirst? It was a feasible plan. Unfortunately, he ran into a badger with a mutated metallic jaw. "Yeah, I'm not fighting that thing barehanded. Sorry, little fellow. Have a good morning." Shouren sputtered with a nervous laugh and tried to dive back into the river. He'd think of another plan to fight the monsters without his bone spike. The badger glared balefully at the intruder, disturbing its morning routine. However, when it saw the human try to escape, it screeched with fury and pounced at the fleeing teen. It would not let this punk get away after rudely smacking its face. Shouren detected the silver-furred monster from the corner of his eye. Channeling a surge of lumen to his legs, he kicked against the water to propel him to the side, evading the monster's attack. The badger let out a shrieking screech in protest, but it was quickly drowned by the raging currents of water. The creature's beady eyes darted in panic. "It can't swim?" Glimpsing at an opportunity, Shouren used another 2 units of lumen and twisted his body mid-water to latch onto the back of the small monster. Shouren wasn't sure if badgers in the wild could swim, but this monster was clearly struggling to stay afloat. Was it its metallic mutation? The badger attempted to break free of Shouren's hold, writhing its small body, and when that didn't work, it used its claws to swipe at the human's arms. "That hurts!" Shouren ground his teeth in pain. The monster's claws were sharp, but not long enough to penetrate to the bone. The river diffused a cloud of red as Shouren continued to bleed through his gashes.
"Lumen, 3 of 10.
"I only need to hold out until it runs out of air." Shouren gambled, using the barest amount of lumen simply to stay on top of the monster and prevent its head from popping out. The badger was small enough for him to control with his larger body, and its strength seemed to be concentrated near its jaw. The struggle lapsed for a few minutes before Shouren felt the claws weakening their skirmish against his arms, and then a minute later, the claw stiffened for a second before going still.
Floor 1 clear conditions. Kill 3 Tier 0 entities. Current kills, 4 of 3. Updated. Kill count exceeded clear conditions. Increased floor rewards will be distributed upon exit or new floor. Exit? Yes. No. Enter floor 2. Yes. No.
Chapter 6. Shouren raised his brows in pleasant surprise at the new notification. He was going to get increased rewards by going over the required kills for the floor. Did that mean more rewards in quantity or higher quality? Sadly, no more information could be gleaned from the system's words. "This dumb rat nearly turned my forearms into noodles." Shouren choked out a few mouthfuls of the river water that managed to enter his throat during the struggle and clumsily dragged the badger's corpse out of the river and to the moss-covered rocks. 2 cards had dropped from the pesky monster, which he swiftly pocketed to his trousers. Shouren flung the creature on the rocky riverbank and flopped beside it onto his drenched back. Shouren rasped with pained breaths as he circulated his diminishing lumen to aid the recovery in his arms. Why did all the monsters target his poor arms? His earlier plan had a few flaws. The foxbone wasn't sturdy or strong enough to pierce through any armored monsters. He was lucky so far with the injured beasts, as they already had open gashes that he could take advantage of. However, the bone weapon failed magnificently when it struck the armored part of the badger. Shouren was hidden underneath the water, making his visibility extremely low. He just saw that it was a smaller monster and chose to ambush it. If the dungeon will reward me more with higher kills, then I need to change my strategy. I'm not strong enough to take these monsters head on, and bone weapons won't work for future ambushes. The lumen numbed the stinging pain from his arms, allowing Shouren to focus on his thoughts. He was aware of his deficiencies. Although the corruption granted him unbelievable powers, it didn't translate into direct combat prowess. With all his attributes in the F rank, Shouren was majorly handicapped against the Tier 0 monsters. Let's see what this rat dropped. Turning his attention to his recent loot, Shouren retrieved the 2 new cards. Great, I guess. Shouren mumbled unenthusiastically. He really wanted a spell card that could kill all the monsters with one shot, but luck didn't favor him today. The badger had dropped 2 common spell cards. Tier 0, Burrow, common. Dig into earth. Size and shape depend on caster and inputted lumen. Deeper soil increases lumen requirement. Cost, 1 lumen to activate. Tier 0, reinforced material, common. Alter the density of common materials to grant it greater strength and defense. Can be applied to weapons made of common metals. Cost, 2 lumen. The cards were great, and the second one would probably sell for quite a bit in the market, yet they wouldn't help him directly kill the monsters. If only he could equip the combat spell cards in his spell slot, he could have used the common hide presence forever. Shouren knew combat spell cards had much lower chance of dropping, but that didn't quell his disappointment. He had a single uncommon combat spell card, but he couldn't even use that with his measly lumen capacity. I'm back to square one. Shouren slowly got up with a sigh and squeezed out as much of the water as he could from his trousers. I don't mind the raw meat anymore, but this badger doesn't look appetizing. I wish I could cook it over a fire at least. Shouren glanced at the dead monster next to him and wrinkled his nose in distaste. The rocky bank was connected with the forest glade, so there was an expansive area near him where he could start a small fire with plentiful trees and branches. However, the smoke and smell alone would draw the attention of nearby monsters, and Shouren had no weapon right now, unless he dissected the badger for another bone. Wait. He halted abruptly in his tracks. He looked at the badger, the nearby rocks mixed with boulders, the flat plains of the forest, and the remaining cards in his arsenal. His hazel-green eyes flashed with inspiration, a seedling of an idea taking root, an idea that could potentially solve his problem of fighting the monsters. It was a crazy plan, crazy enough that if it failed, Shouren wouldn't escape with merely a few injuries on his arms. If he went through with his maniacal idea, a single small mistake would have him shaking hands with his dead ancestors in the afterlife. I was approaching this wrong from the beginning. Shouren's eyes glazed with fervor. He finally realized his error. He kept trying to fight as a warrior or an assassin, but he was neither of those. He might have wanted to get a combat class card, but fate had a different path for him. He was a cardsmith. It wasn't what he ideally wanted, but it was his path now. And if he wanted to fight, he needed to fight as a cardsmith, and with the cards and abilities he had. Come on, you loser. I need you for this plan. Shouren smirked at the badger's corpse and picked it up by its bushy tail. He laughed with anticipation as he walked into the open grass area. This is where Shouren would commence his crazy plan. Lumen, 10 of 10. I'm ready. Let's start. Oblation Pact. Shouren raised one arm holding the common spell card and shoved a chunk of raw badger meat in his other hand to his mouth, chewing through the lumen-enriched flesh as fast as he could to replenish his dwindling lumen reserves. Tier 0, Burrow, common. Dig into earth. Size and shape depend on caster and inputted lumen. Deeper soil increases lumen requirement. Cost,
1 lumen to activate. The spell card disintegrated into dust. Shouren rushed to get to work. He only had a minute to succeed. He brought his hand over an empty patch of grass and clenched his fist. The spell dug into the soil. Shouren visualized a big rectangle the size of 3 by 2 square meters and watched the lumen drill into earth. The forest soil was fairly loose, causing no difficulty for the amateur Shouren to shape the size of the hole he wanted. Using his other hand, he tore through another bite of the monster meat. Lumen, 7 of 10. Lumen, 6 of 10. Lumen, 5 of 10. Lumen, 6 of 10. Lumen, 5 of 10. Lumen, 6 of 10. Shouren had already dug 3 deep pits into the meadow, each separated by only a few feet. He was going to make the pits spread out in a circle from the center, creating a maze surrounding the small, safe patch of land. Shouren remained steadfast, digging new pits and gobbling down the badger meat. 42 seconds left. Shouren raced down the meadow, his hand clenching and unclenching as new pits formed. Lumen, 3 of 10. Lumen, 4 of 10. Lumen, 3 of 10. Lumen, 2 of 10. Lumen, 3 of 10. 13 seconds left. Lumen, 2 of 10. Lumen, 1 of 10. Lumen, 0 of 10. Lumen, 1 of 10. Lumen, 0 of 10. 2 seconds left. Shouren collapsed on the ground, wheezing out of breath as the spell left his body. With sweat cascading down his face and neck, he stared triumphantly at the 12 pits encircling the area. They were all contained inside the radius, giving off the appearance of a crude runic circle. Shouren jogged back to the center and tore another chunk from the dead badger. He needed to recover his lumen for the second stage of the plan. Not all the pits were completely even, with several smaller or larger than others, but Shouren had gotten the job done. After another 20 minutes, his lumen was back to full capacity.
On to stage 2. Oblation Pact!
Shouren wiped away the bloody trail leaking from his mouth and took out the second card, simultaneously triggering the corrupted ability once again. Tier 0. Reinforced Material. Common. Alter the density of common materials to grant it greater strength and defense. Can be applied to weapons made of common metals. Cost, 2 lumen. Another common card crumbled into nothingness. Shouren leaped off to the nearest pit and placed his palm on the surrounding dirt. Tendrils of lumen swam into the soil, fusing itself with the grains. Shouren didn't understand how the spell worked, but he watched in fascination. The pit outwardly looked the same, but only by touching the sides of the soil could Shouren tell that it was structurally much harder. Lumen, 4 of 10.
1 pit took me 6 lumen to reinforce.
Shouren clicked his tongue at the absurd cost of the spell. He wouldn't be able to reinforce all 12 of the pits in time. Racing against the clock, Shouren ignored the next pit and darted to another pit in the distance. If he could only reinforce a few pits, he'd spread them out. Swallowing another morsel of the monster meat, Shouren got to work. After a while, Shouren felt the second spell dissipate from his body as well.
I could have reinforced 1 more if I had the bear meat.
Shouren sighed while scratching the side of his head. He'd reinforced 5 of the pits and had the time to do another one, but he was out of lumen. The badger meat was adequate, but Shouren recalled that the bear meat had much more lumen in the same amount of bite.
That must be due to the differences in attributes between all the Tier 0 monsters, despite the same tier. Oh, my back is killing me.
Shouren stretched his muscles while taking in a deep breath. The last 2 minutes had physically and mentally drained him by constantly bringing his lumen to 0. He didn't need lumen for the 3rd stage, so he resumed his task. Grabbing the thinnest branches from the nearby trees, Shouren got to piling them atop the pits. He left the leaves and stems attached to the branches to blend better with the grass. He needed the thin, flimsy branches to be fragile enough to break at the barest pressure. This entire process took a good 35 minutes to complete. It took longer than expected because some branches were not long enough to cover the entirety of the pits. However, with all the pits covered in branches, Stage 3 was also completed.
Shouren had spread the branches even on areas not with the pits to make it appear like the whole area was covered with dead branches rather than just where the pits were. Shouren made sure to mark the pits with a distinct sign that only he'd recognize. The sky was now starting to darken. "Time for stage 4, Shouren stated cheerlessly. This was the stage he least liked and didn't want to do, but it was necessary for the plan to come to fruition. He brought out his last common card. It was the rogue class card. "Sharding," Shouren whispered with regret as his hands glowed with lumen. Touching the class card, he observed it shatter with a brilliant crack and break into 4 uneven shards. He hated this stage, as he could have used that card to upgrade his class card. Shouren only hoped that his crazy plan would work, and in that case, the loss of the rogue class card would be justified. Shouren took the illuminating shards and placed each one atop the branches on the reinforced pits. Stage 4 was the accumulation of the bait for the monster lure, and nothing was more beguiling for a monster than the scent of a card. Shouren could have just used the badger's carcass to lure monsters. However, that would only attract the weak scavengers. Shouren didn't go through all this effort to hunt another worm, dogwolf, or badger. He wanted to aim for the stronger Tier 0 monsters like the alpha and the bear. Only the card drops from those monsters would be worth the hassle. Still, Shouren ran over the other pits and squeezed out a few drops of badger blood onto the pits, letting the branches soak in the viscous liquid. It was night by the time Shouren finished placing the baits. "And now, the final stage 5. Shouren's nerves thrummed with eager anticipation. His finger nervously took out the final card he needed for this crazy plan. It was also the stage that brought the biggest danger to Shouren. His lumen capacity would be cut in half. "Equip spell card." The radiating blue card in Shouren's hand flashed with an intense blue light and morphed into an incandescent sphere. The ball of shining lumen blended into his skin and traced toward his heart where his class card rested. "Equipped Tier 0, Dimensional Vault, Rare, Utility Spell Card to free slot." "It tickles," Shouren thought as he felt an invisible click inside his heart once the rare spell card settled. He wondered what his grandma would have to say if she knew her grandson had a priceless rare card equipped. The Dimensional Vault card alone was worth more than their house and all their belongings. "Open," Shouren whispered eagerly, activating the spell card for the first time. A beam of white light flashed in his mind's eye, and a 3x3x3 meter alabaster room expanded before Shouren. The room's porcelain walls were reminiscent of an aged ivory marble. "Wow, this is huge!" Shouren stared in awe. He could fit his entire room in there. To test a few things, Shouren deactivated the ability and opened his status. Since the spell card was slotted in his heart, the whole process was smooth and effortless. Status: Name: Shouren. Tier: 0. Synchronization: 1%. Class: Cardsmith. Common. Spell card slots: 1 of 1. Dimensional Vault. Rare. Lumen: 3 of 10. -5. Strength: F. Agility: F. Constitution: F. Intelligence: F. Class abilities: Corrupted. 1. Card Forge, Writ of the Forgotten. 2. Sharding, Devourer's Right. 3. Card Sacrifice, Oblation Pact. Traits: 1. Corrupted Cardsmith, Unique. 2. Locked. 3. Locked. My lumen didn't budge. So with the permanent 5 lumen deduction, I can use it an unlimited number of times. Okay, that's not a bad deal, Shouren mumbled with satisfaction. If he had to pay an additional lumen for each activation of the vault, it would drain him in seconds. Did my synchronization go up? He just noticed the subtle change in his evolution bar. He was 1% closer to Tier 1. Shouren furrowed his eyes in contemplation. Was it because of using the sharding ability? No, he'd used his other class abilities like Card Sacrifice before, and that never budged his synchronization bar. What was the reason? Is it because I finally decided to think like a cardsmith? Shouren's hazel eyes lit up with revelation. That had to be it.
Even after awakening with the Cardsmith class card, he'd been fighting his battles like a warrior, contrary to his class. Only now he'd changed his approach and decided to fully utilize the versatile capabilities unique to his class. I need to find someone to tell me the basics about the synchronization. Shouren put that to the back of his mind and resumed his experimentation with the rare spell card. Let's try putting something inside. Shouren tottered over to the closest stick on the ground and picked it up, willing it to go inside of the vault. It vanished without a trace from his hand, and instantly appeared in the white room. With a grin, Shouren tried to summon it and unsummon it multiple times. There was no loss of time. It was instantaneous. This time, Shouren flung the stick a few meters away from him and tried to put it into his vault. It didn't work. He walked closer to the stick while repeatedly trying to store it. The stick remained on the ground. Only when his feet finally touched the wood did the stick vanish into his vault. All right, some contact needs to be made to store anything inside the dimensional vault. I can't put things I'm not touching inside. Shouren nodded his head. He was understanding the limitations of the spell card the more he got familiar with it. For the next part, Shouren tried to summon the stick away from him. Until now, Shouren had been visualizing the stick to appear on his hand. Could he make it appear away from him? Plop. The stick appeared midair a few feet away from Shouren and dropped to the ground. It works! I need to touch something to store it, but I can pull it out without touching the same object. Shouren bounced with joy and tried to summon the stick very far away from him. It didn't work. He tried to summon the stick 2 meters away from him. It worked. Then he tried 3 meters, and it worked once again, but when he attempted to summon it 4 meters away from him, the spell card didn't trigger. 3 meters is the maximum limit. It's the same as the size of the dimensional vault. Shouren made a note to remember it. He repeated this a few more times, summoning it above him, behind him, and to the sides. The stick appeared as long as it was, within a 3-meter radius from his center. Last test, then. Putting the stick back in the vault, Shouren unequipped dimensional vault from his spell slot. He watched as the incandescent ball of lumen trailed from his heart and towards his palm, illuminating his hand as the blue card coalesced there. Without wasting a breath, Shouren equipped the rare spell card again. The alabaster 3x3x3 room was back, but there was no stick inside. I figured. The room gets destroyed if I unequip the card, and I'll lose anything I stored inside. Shouren pouted. He couldn't unequip the spell card mid-battle to regain his 5 lumen. He already had an inkling of this outcome, but it was best to confirm it as well. He was curious where the stick went. It didn't drop to the ground, it was simply gone. Was it in the void? That should be enough experiments. Time for the final touches. Shouren slapped his cheeks in excitement and dashed toward the rocky shore. His preparations were now complete, and the traps were set in motion. This was Shouren's first true battle as a cardsmith. No, that's the spot. Sitting alone in the forest glade, a small human figure was hunched over a small crude campfire with skewers of meat poked into the grass around it. The delectable aroma of cooked meat wafted in the area, along with the smoke from the fire. This is the best meat ever, Shouren yelled into the empty air, singing praises for the roasted badger meat as he bit into it. Yuck, it doesn't taste any better after being cooked as well. Shouren gagged inwardly at the rancid flavor. Outwardly, he was putting on a show. For the traps to work, the monsters had to be focused on him and not pay close attention to why the branches were all laid out on the forest floor when the trees were a bit further away. Shouren had to play the ignorant role to lure the monsters out. If they thought his guard was down, the more likely they'd be to get closer to him without much vigilance. It was a burdensome task to start the fire, as Shouren had never done it before. However, after much trial and error, he used the friction of a sturdy stick and some ground wood dust to start the ember. Look at that fat dripping over the fire! Shouren continued to advertise the foul meat. There was no fat dripping. This is a bit embarrassing. Shouren blushed and sighed. He felt like a street seller on the market, but he was selling to no one. There weren't even any customers around.
But he had to do this because his F-ranked attributes wouldn't be able to detect the monsters unless they came much closer. This was an act for the monsters that were already stalking him after he lit the fire. The 4 shards on the reinforced pit sparkled under the skylight. Despite not sensing any monsters nearby, Shouren continued to make noise. After what seemed like an hour of oohing and awing after the meat, he heard the faintest rustle of a leaf being moved. Something's there. Shouren didn't raise his head or turn around, and kept his eyes on the meat cooking over the fire. He wouldn't have heard the leaf if it wasn't for his intense concentration on the surroundings. Whatever it was, it made no noise while moving over the branches in the vicinity. It was a monster with stealth.
The salt really brings out the flavor of this succulent meat.
Shouren raised the skewer and munched on it with relish. There was no salt. A pair of reptilian eyes bore into the back of the small human. The human was busy eating as he didn't notice the mighty snake and its beautiful dark violet scales. The snake silently hissed with annoyance. How rude of the human to not admire its sheen. It didn't matter. It was a merciful monster, and it would break the human's neck with its fangs before devouring him, but it needed to collect the shard first. The 2-meter-long snake noiselessly slithered to the shard, its reptilian eyes flushed with green. For a brief moment, it turned its head to glance at the human. The dumb human was still busy eating. Good. The snake sensed more shards around it. Its scales vibrated with glee and rushed to the first shard. It would be closer to evolution after consuming these shards. Right as the quarter of the snake's body was over the covered pit, it abruptly fell inside the trap with an audible thud. The shard fell alongside it. The monster panicked for a second, but hissed with irritation when it saw there was nothing else in the pit. It was just a hole. It could easily climb out of it. Out of nowhere, the small human appeared over the pit with a stupid grin on his face. The teen boy had a sharp wooden stick in his hand. The snake snorted in derision, its scales relaxing from tension. The human was a dimwit if he thought he could penetrate the snake's scales with that poor toothpick of a weapon. And just as the snake was about to coil up and launch itself at the human, the teen did something unexpected. He tossed a handful of dirt over the snake's eyes. The monster was amused by the small human. It didn't need to hunt with its eyes. It had other senses it could use to track the human. Its forked tongue tracked the direction of the teen as the monster once again attempted to strike. Suddenly the snake smelled the river. Before the monster could gather its sight, it felt all the shadows bloom around the pit. The sky was turning dark. No, the pit was turning dark. In that fraction of a second, the snake's vision cleared, but it had no time to escape as the massive boulder hit its body. And then it knew no more.
Sweet peaches, it worked!
Shouren ardently touched the top of the huge boulder and summoned it back into his vault, revealing the flattened snake monster on the bottom of the pit. His crazy plan had worked. Back when he initially saw the rocks and boulders near the river, a plan had started to formulate within his mind. With the snake trapped inside the pit, Shouren momentarily blinded the monster and then swiftly summoned the large boulder 3 meters above the pit. The snake was crushed under the gravelly pressure. It didn't get the shard. Shouren sighed with relief. He'd killed the snake before it could eat his precious shard. Then the glow hovering over the flattened snake caught his attention. It was 5 cards, 2 green and 3 gray cards. It was Shouren's biggest haul from any monster. However, that wasn't the end of the surprises. Attribute upgraded. Intelligence, F to E. Status, name, Shouren. Tier, 0. Synchronization, 1%. Class, Cardsmith, common. Spell card slots, 1 of 1. Dimensional Vault, rare. Lumen, 15 of 20, -5. Strength, F. Agility, F. Constitution, F. Intelligence, E. Class abilities, Corrupted, 1. Card Forge, Writ of the Forgotten, 2. Sharding, Devourer's Right, 3. Card Sacrifice, Oblation Pact. Traits, 1. Corrupted Cardsmith, Unique, 2.
Locked. 3. Locked.
Chapter 7.
It's my first attribute upgrade.
Shouren checked the message again. His intelligence was the first of his attributes to reach E rank. He tapped his head. He didn't necessarily feel smarter or wise, although he did sense that the speed of his thoughts had gone faster. Does the world seem clearer? Shouren muttered, experiencing an imperceptible fog clearing from his sight. Or was it just in his head?
Look at that sweet, juicy lumen.
Shouren crouched down and smacked the dead snake's flat scales in excitement. Shouren glanced at the monster's dead eyes awkwardly. He'd just goaded this tier-0 beast and then used a giant boulder to pulverize its insides. It was a sad way to die.
Hope you get to eat lots of eggs in the afterlife, friend. Are there even eggs in the afterlife? Well, just eat whatever you can find.
Shouren shrugged after patting the dead snake and returned to his excitement with the new lumen capacity. His dreaded 5 lumen was now bursting with 15 lumen. E-rank intelligence had doubled his base lumen from 10 to 20, and with the dimensional vault occupying a constant 5 lumen, Shouren now had 15 lumen that he could actively use. If I knew increasing my intelligence would solve my lumen issues, I wouldn't have been so hesitant with equipping the rare card in the first place. Shouren brushed off the meat paste from the scaly hide and stored it inside the vault. The snake hide had a gorgeous coloring, and the merchants would pay a nice purse for it. Shouren inspected his attributes again. Except for intelligence, all of them were F-ranked. Increasing the attributes to E-rank should be relatively easy, but he didn't know how to reach D-rank intelligence. How much lumen would that give him? Would he get there by tricking more monsters? He had an inkling that it would work. He'd been constantly on the run since he'd entered the dungeon, and yet his agility remained at F-rank. His first kill, the pink worm, had also been an ambush, and yet that didn't raise his attribute.
Well, 15 lumen is still good. I wonder what the other attributes will do.
Shouren picked up the intact shard from the pit. He made his secondary goal to raise his other attributes to E-rank as well. Strength and agility should be straightforward, but he had no clue how to train his constitution.
Give me something good, you stingy dungeon.
Setting aside the attribute matters, Shouren turned his attention to the task he'd been delaying, the 5 glowing cards on the ground. He purposefully shuffled the 2 green cards to the back and started with the gray cards. The first 2 were common class cards.
Tier 0, warrior class, common. Tier 0, merchant class, common.
This sneaky guy actually dropped the merchant class card.
Shouren raised his eyes appreciatively. It was a common version of the class card, but the merchant classes generally sold for a decent amount of kronas. It was one of the relatively valuable common class cards, unlike the cardsmith. He stored the class cards in his vault. He had plans for them. Then he looked at the last common card.
Tier 0, lumen shield, common. Create a 1-meter wide lumen barrier in front of you, blocking attacks within Tier 0. Cost, 3 lumen per second.
You're starting to like me, aren't you, dungeon?
Shouren cheered. He finally had a defense spell card that he could use to save his life. It was a lowly defense spell that only covered a small area in front of him, but it essentially gave Shouren an added layer of armor in case something went awry. He put this card in a specific zone within the dimensional vault, allowing for quick access. Shouren stared at the first uncommon card in front of him. Once again, it was another class card.
Tier 0, thief class, uncommon.
This is troublesome. Shouren squinted his eyes in frustration. It was a superb class card that was high in demand. An uncommon thief in any party was instrumental in safely clearing a dungeon floor or find hidden treasures. The problem was that it was too dangerous for the present Shouren to sell it openly. Uncommon class cards were an expensive commodity in the markets, and if someone spotted Shouren with one, the consequences of that were unimaginable.
Rather than selling it, I want to trade it for more common class cards.
Shouren reflected in his mind. He already had enough items he could sell for Kronos. What he urgently needed to do was to accumulate a 100 common class cards to upgrade his class to uncommon. With his corrupted cardsmith trait, any new class abilities would have an additional corrupted ability. Shouren looked forward to that day. And this is okay as well. Shouren placed the thief class card inside his vault and looked at the final card in his hand. Tier 0 Disguise Self. Uncommon. Create an illusory appearance, hiding your real features. After activation, no further lumen required to maintain the spell. Illusion unaffected to Tier 1 and above. Cost, 10 lumen per activation. Unlike the Tier 0 Hide Presence spell card, Disguise Self only altered the person's appearance. It would make no difference to the monsters as they'd hunt any living being. However, Shouren was ecstatic that the spell card didn't require a constant supply of lumen. That meant if he ever corrupted that card, he could use it longer than a minute. It was a shame Shouren couldn't use this card, but if he could find a reliable merchant, he now had 2 uncommon cards to trade. No, I had the other uncommon card as well. Shouren almost forgot his first uncommon spell card dropped by the Alpha. It was a card he threw aside because of its absurd lumen cost. Tier 0, Sonar Pulse, Uncommon. Discharge a powerful wave condensed of invisible sonar vibrations. Ignores all armor. Cost, 12 lumen per wave. Now that Shouren's lumen capacity had hit 15, he could effectively use the offensive spell card. Out of all the cards at his disposal, the Sonar Pulse was his strongest attack card. It could forcefully ignore a monster's armor and directly target its vulnerable flesh. I have a trump card for both offense and defense now. I should reset this pit pronto before another monster comes through. Shouren quickly disposed of the broken branches and replaced them with the fresh branches he had in his vault. Once again, he was delighted at the usefulness of the rare dimensional vault card. It wasn't a combat card, but its versatility was unmatched. Appeased at the reset pit, Shouren carefully placed the shard on top and retreated to his original spot. Shucks, I forgot about the skewers. Shouren chided himself at the blackened scraps of charcoal which were once stringy cuts of badger meat. With everything sorted, he opened his notifications while he waited for another monster to take the bait. Floor 1 clear conditions. Kill 3 Tier 0 entities. Current kills, 5 of 3. Updated. Kill count exceeded clear conditions. Increased floor rewards will be distributed upon exit all new floor. I still can't believe it. Shouren slapped himself in elation. A mere few days ago, he was agonizing over how to get a single Tier 0 monster kill, and now he was sitting with 5 kills in his pocket. Strangely, he wasn't even afraid of the monsters anymore. They were not invulnerable, and as long as they bled, Shouren could kill them. And he wasn't just talking about the monsters. Shouren tightened his fists, his hazel-green eyes bore into the fire with a fervor blaze. He would protect his grandma from now on and let no one trample on them ever again. He never wanted to see the despaired look on his grandma when that merchant had extorted her shards away from her. Shouren knew those shards meant another month of food and roof over their heads, yet that merchant had heartlessly snatched it away from her. Those shards didn't mean anything to that man, but in that one moment, that merchant had the power over both Shouren and Rhea's lives in his hand. Kurt! A weird monster's call shook Shouren out of his dreary thoughts. This time, the creature was straight in front of him. It was a sunset-colored ferret. If not for the razor serrated fangs attached to its mouth, Shouren found the creature quite cute. Its twitching eyes darted between the fire, Shouren, and the glowing shard near it. Oh no, my shard! Shouren fumbled out of his seat and reached out his arm, as if going after the shard. Chit! The ferret sniggered with a wave of its bushy tail and bounced over to the shard. The dumb human was too far away, and it would reach the delicious shard before him. The nimble monster breezed past the surrounding branches and arrived near the shard. It gave a final gloating glance at Shouren before snatching up the shard with its teeth. Seeing the pained expression on the human's face, the ferret began dancing in joy. It was too small to contend evenly against the human, and the fire made it nervous, but it had still come out victorious in this clash and stolen the shard away. The branches splintered at the pressure, causing its furry paw to be trapped in the crack. The ferret shrieked in panic, but it was already too late.
Gotcha!
Shouren bolted to the creature with a grin plastered on his youthful face. Before the monster could break free, a giant boulder mashed it into pieces.
And this little guy was actually cute when it danced.
Shouren sighed at the splattered bits of the monster in the pit. It was a bit of an overkill, killing the tiny creature with a massive boulder, but Shouren didn't want to take any chances. He was sad about the lost shard, though. It was already lost the moment the creature ingested it. Shouren chuckled as the light from the new cards in the pit ricocheted through his green irises.
I could get used to this. 8, 9, 10!
The small figure could be seen holding a rock the size of a melon over his shoulders as he repeatedly squatted with it. Trails of sweat poured down his face, neck, and chest, his muscles convulsing under the weight.
Without Lumen, I might as well have the strength of a toddler.
Shouren gasped out of breath, heaving the rock away from him. If someone didn't know him better, they'd think he'd ran for 20 miles, done hundreds of squats, or underwent an extreme physical training. However, he'd collapsed after sprinting for less than a mile, and 10 squats had nearly collapsed his body. If Shouren channeled the Lumen, he would have been able to easily dwarf those numbers, but the point of the training was to increase his other attributes to E rank. Status: Name: Shouren. Tier: 0. Synchronization: 3%. Class: Cardsmith. Common. Spell card slots: 1 of 1. Dimensional Vault. Rare. Lumen: 15 of 20. -5. Strength: F. Agility: F. Constitution: F. Intelligence: E. Class abilities: Corrupted: 1. Card Forge. Writ of the Forgotten. 2. Sharding. Devourer's Right. 3. Card Sacrifice. Oblation Pact. Traits: 1. Corrupted Cardsmith. Unique. 2. Locked. 3. Locked.
Neither strength or agility increased. At least the synchronization went up a few points.
Shouren commented in a disgruntled voice. His training over the past 6 days had amounted to no change in the attributes. His fitness levels were in the drain. If Shouren had to guess, he might have started at the bottom of the F-ranked attributes. Only his intelligence might have been close to the upper threshold of F-rank. In these past 6 days, Shouren had constantly been slaughtering monsters that came across his traps, and had to often use his Cardsmith class abilities like Sharding and Card Sacrifice, bringing his synchronization up to 3%. Shouren had yet to try his Card Forge ability. An almost inaudible rustling echoed in the forest glade. Without taking his eyes off his status, Shouren dashed to the source of the sound and raised his hand. A looming boulder descended on the poor creature, obliterating it in a fraction of a second. In a series of practice moves, Shouren retrieved the boulder and swiped the hovering cards into his vault. All of them were gray common cards. In the 6 days, he had accumulated a countless number of common cards and a few uncommon ones, but not a single rare card had dropped. Shouren had really gotten incredibly lucky with the bear's drop. He didn't even bother to collect the monster's hide. His rare dimensional vault was full of these corpses, and he needed the space for the boulder. Shouren peeked at the monster's remains from the corner of his eye. It was a medium-sized variation of an iguana-like monster with a fiery pattern on its back. Ignoring its mangled carcass, Shouren opened his notifications. Floor 1 clear conditions. Kill 3 Tier 0 entities. Current kills, 16 of 3. Updated. Kill count exceeded clear conditions. Increased floor rewards will be distributed upon exit or new floor. Exit. Yes. No. Enter floor 2. Yes. No. Shouren walked over to the riverbank and scooped some refreshing water into his palms before swallowing it down. Today was his last day in the dungeon, and over the week he'd racked up an impressive 16 kills, finally pushing past the 15-number mark with today's kill. He was averaging around 2 monsters a day. There were a few rare times that the traps failed and he had to activate Oblation Pact, but the boulder did the majority of the heavy lifting. Let's see what I have. After finishing his drink, Shouren opened his vault with eager excitement. This was his favorite habit during the past few days, checking the number of cards he had. Class cards. Common, 14. Uncommon, 3. Spell cards. Common, 11. Uncommon, 5. Shouren was hoping for another rare card, but it was already a miracle that one had dropped in floor 1 of the dungeon in the first place. However, his luck wasn't too terrible. Just as Shouren was about to run his hands through the cards, a dangerous rumbling thundered through the still sky. Huh? Shouren crouched to the ground, his senses on full alert to detect the anomaly. His mind was hovering over the button that let him exit the dungeon. It was his safety measure. With a raging crack in the sky, a bolt of scorching lightning exploded above Shouren. Before he could dodge, a blazing lightning missile blasted the ground a foot away from him, destroying the reinforced pit there in an instant. Shouren yelled in pain. One of the smaller chains of lightning in the vicinity had managed to land on his right leg. The smell of seared flesh drifted into Shouren's nose. A small brush against the lightning had roasted the skin on his leg. At that moment, the lightning in the sky parted in the center, revealing the origin of the tumultuous lightning. It was a godly winged creature the size of a small house. Its sparkling golden wings fluttered angrily over the horizon, its burning eyes boring down on Shouren. "Oh, hell no!" Shouren sputtered in shock, and with no time to spare, quickly selected the option to leave the dungeon. Cannot exit dungeon. Hostile Tier 0 monster in area. Are you kidding me? That thing is a Tier 0? What is going on? That is the first flying monster I've seen on this floor, and what is with its absurd power? Shouren's brain rattled at the vibrations rocking on the ground. The lightning beast toned its gaze at the human and sent shockwaves in the air with its crackling golden wings. It was about to let loose another barrage of lightning. Shouren was still unable to leave the dungeon. Stupid dungeon! I knew it wouldn't have such an easy escape route. How do I even kill a monster that can fly and shoot lightning out of its body? I could use a few of the uncommon spell cards I collected over the past few days, but I doubt any of them would do any serious damage. Shouren's thoughts raced madly as he sought a solution. Killing that lightning beast was out of the question. He had neither the lumen to sustain that fight or the attributes to match it toe-to-toe. What if I can hide from it long enough? Shouren froze at the thought. The message from the dungeon stated there was a hostile entity in the area. If Shouren could evade the lightning beast's sight for enough time, it could be no longer hostile to him. If it was 6 days ago, Shouren wouldn't be able to execute that plan. However, he had a shot now. I really didn't want to use this card after how long it took for another one to drop. Grasping at the sole path of survival, Shouren frantically activated Oblation Pact and used the card that had let him escape. Tier 0, Hide Presence, Common. Remove all traces of your presence. Affects only Tier 0. Cost, 2 lumen per minute. The day one of the monsters had dropped this familiar spell card, Shouren was ecstatic. He hadn't encountered another deadly beast like the bear, which required him to go all out, but the flying lightning beast in the air was definitely a step above. Also, how was that giant monstrosity a mere Tier 0? His corrupted abilities sank into the card, and Shouren felt the spell card trigger. If the flying carnage was actually a Tier 0, this spell card should be able to elude its senses. Another flash of lightning erupted on the ground, and Shouren's right shoulder sizzled from the aftermath. He bit his tongue and swallowed down the agony coursing through him. The spell card should mute his noises, but he didn't want to take any chances. An ear-shattering screech pierced the sky as the monster furiously flapped its wings, sending miniature bolts of golden lightning scattering all over the vicinity. Shouren's traps and the reinforced pits all crumbled into dirt at the intensity of the fervor attacks. It lost the human. The lightning beast raised its beak and howled. Shouren hobbled away from the destruction, dragging his right leg through the grass. At least the lightning cauterized the wound, preventing the blood from staining the ground. Otherwise, the lightning monster would have noticed it.
Come on, let me out, you blighted dungeon. If I knew there were flying monsters on this floor, I would have chosen a different spot to lay my traps. Also, why is that flying monster targeting me? It's like it spawned right above me.
Shouren didn't stop spamming the command to exit the dungeon. He wanted to run, but the pain in his right leg and shoulder was starting to shut his nervous system down. He was close to passing out.
Please.
Shouren's eyes drooped as the Tier 0 Hide Presence spell was about to fade away. He had 11 more seconds left. His vision was getting blurry. Shouren didn't realize it yet, but he had already collapsed on the ground. 7 more seconds. Only one of his eyes remained partially lucid. He didn't stop tapping the exit command in his mind. 4 more seconds left until the spell ran out and the lightning beast would be on him. He was submerged in darkness as his eyelid gave up. 2 more seconds.
Exit initiated. No hostile Tier 0 entities in the surrounding area. Floor 1 clear conditions. Kill 3 Tier 0 entities. Current kills, 16 of 3. Updated. Kill count exceeded clear conditions. Increased floor rewards generating. Rewards generated. Select your choices.
Kuh! Shouren coughed, sucking in a mouthful of air as his throat cleared and filled with clean air.
You really had to wait until the last minute to bring me out of that mess.
Shouren muttered unhappily at the dungeon as he gathered himself and patted the flecks of grass away from his disheveled hair.
So boring. You could use some furniture in here, dungeon.
Shouren inspected the small, empty white room and slowly sat up. The room was bereft of any objects or items. It was simply a small room with enough space for one grown man. Shouren groaned as the burns on his leg and shoulder throbbed with discomfort. Shrugging his shoulders at the lack of response from the dungeon, Shouren dove into his notifications. They had been blinking non-stop since he'd woken up.
Congratulations on clearing Floor 1. Awarded with 3 common cards for formal clear. Additional 2 common cards awarded for solo clear. Conditions for increased rewards met. Floor 1 clear rating, C+. Select 1 additional reward from below. 1. Attribute rank up, uncommon. Upgrade any one of your attributes to E rank. 2. Random Tier 0 recipe, uncommon. Get a random recipe for a Tier 0 common card. 3. Random lumen weapon, rare. Get a rare random weapon capable of infusing lumen.
Whoa, that's a lot of messages. There were separate awards for solo clear. I didn't even know that. That's awesome. I have 5 more common cards now. I'll keep the useful ones and sell the rest. Each dungeon floor has a clear rating, and I only got C+ after killing that many.
Shouren sat still as he read the list of rewards. If his 16 kills had netted him a C+ rating, what would he need to get an A rating? Or was that even the highest rating possible?
I could probably increase my rating if I killed that lightning beast in the sky.
Shouren contemplated silently. If he wanted to kill that flying monstrosity, then a crude trap like the pits wouldn't work. He needed an elaborate plan with a careful execution. Shouren's lips curled up in a smile as he glanced at his scorched flesh. He would have his revenge on that flying monster one day. But before that, he needed to make a choice.
Attribute rank up is pretty straightforward. I could use it to raise my agility to E rank. I could then build the traps faster and wouldn't need to rely so much on my lumen to move around. Oh, shucks. It won't let me raise my intelligence to D rank. Imagine the lumen I'd have to play with.
Shouren scratched the back of his head while he read through the descriptions of the rewards. His first option was already tempting to pick. It was rare for a Tier 0 to have 2 attributes at the E rank after only a few days from awakening. Most wouldn't have all their attributes at E rank until their first evolution to Tier 0, and having a D rank attribute at Tier 0 was almost unheard of.
Let me see the next one on the list. A Tier 0 card recipe.
Shouren's hazel eyes blazed with an intense light. Out of all his class abilities, there was one he had yet to attempt. Card Forge. The true essence of the cardsmith class. The lack of a card recipe was what forced his grandmother to toil on the streets for simple sharding rather than utilize her legitimate cardsmith talent. It would only be the recipe for a Tier 0 common card, but the ability to forge an indefinite amount of cards with Lumen would alleviate a lot of Shouren's problems. He won't have to rely solely on scouring for monster kills to collect cards. What if it was the recipe for a common class card? Then it would only be a matter of time until he forged enough cards to upgrade his class card to uncommon. So far, Shouren liked the random Tier 0 recipe choice more than the attribute rank up. Then his eyes moved down to the final option. It's a real Lumen weapon, and a rare one at that! Shouren glued his eyes to the description, confounded at what he was seeing. It was a genuine rare reward on the list. A Lumen weapon was a veritable treasure of the dungeon. Tier 1 monsters and above couldn't be hurt with normal weapons anymore, and if Shouren wanted to enter the second floor, a Lumen weapon would be vital. But what if it's not a sword or a bow, but some strange weapon like a sickle? Shouren frowned. Any rare Lumen weapon would be a game-changer in a fight. However, Shouren's issue was with himself. His physical traits were garbage. Holding and swinging a weapon was strenuous for the body, and without the Lumen to sustain it, Shouren would fall apart the moment his Lumen hit 0. If he got his class card upgraded to uncommon, he'd have a much more ample supply of Lumen, but with his present situation, a Lumen weapon was too draining on his body. I could sell the weapon and buy something more suited for my attributes. Shouren considered it for a while. A rare Lumen weapon was something that only the major guilds had. It would be stupid of him to not pick this choice. The moment I show up with a rare Lumen weapon, I'll be kidnapped, robbed, and then thrown to the gutters, all before the tea even cools down for supper. Shouren sighed in regret. Walking into any shop or the market with the rare Lumen weapon was a death wish. If he were a Tier 1 or Tier 2, no one would bat an eye, but a Tier 0 young teen with a weapon of that kind, and especially with his ragged clothing and dirty face. I can save the weapon and use it when I'm finally strong enough to openly confront others. If that rare weapon lets me kill the lightning beast, I could get even bigger rewards next time. Shouren tried to convince himself of his choice. Anyone else would have picked the rare option without hesitation. Yet Shouren's heart was conflicted. I want to give it to Grandma. Shouren looked at the floor dejectedly, his eyes flickering over the second choice on the list. His selfish desire to run away from home had probably put the old lady through unimaginable distress. It was Rhea's dream to bring back the glory days of her family's cardsmith heritage. This one card recipe would be the key to making that a reality. Furthermore, Shouren wasn't a warrior with a steel-plated armor or an indomitable body to run around with a mighty weapon. A weapon was only as good as its wielder, and Shouren's weapon wasn't his body. Synchronization, 4%. It wasn't his Lumen. Synchronization, 5%. It wasn't his cards. Synchronization, 6%. It was his class, the cardsmith. Synchronization, 8%. Shouren made his final choice. The white room flared with a burst of light, and his body vanished without a trace. Status: Name: Shouren. Tier: 0. Synchronization: 8%. Class: Cardsmith. Common. Spell card slots: 1 of 1. Dimensional Vault. Rare. Lumen: 15 of 20. -5. Strength: F. Agility: F. Constitution: F. Intelligence: E. Class abilities: Corrupted. 1. Card Forge. Writ of the Forgotten. 2. Sharding. Devourer's Right. 3. Card Sacrifice. Oblation Pact. Traits: 1. Corrupted Cardsmith. Unique. 2. Locked. 3. Locked. Chapter 8.
Go cook yourself over there, kid. Stop blocking the way.
A large, stout, middle-aged man shoved Shouren aside as he made his way to the dungeon's portal. His armor rattled with every step he took.
Kid looks like he took a tour in the oven for his first run.
The large man's party member chortled, noticing the burns on Shouren's leg and shoulder. The rest of the man's party trailed behind him and disappeared once he touched the portal, leaving Shouren standing to the side.
"I'm back,"
Shouren exclaimed inwardly. He was finally out of the dungeon, and he came out alive. He was glad the dungeon was back in operation and not in the same state as when he first entered it. Shouren hoped no one would remember him as the one who sneaked past the restrictions and jumped in the dungeon. He should find out why the dungeon was restricted on that day in the first place. But before that, there was something else he had to do. And now that he was out of everyone's way, Shouren peeked inside his vault and grew giddy at seeing all the cards piled up there. With the extra 5 cards from the dungeon reward, Shouren had close to 30 common cards and 8 uncommon cards. It was an impressive haul for his first time in the dungeon. Would others even believe him if he told them how many cards he managed to get in his first run? It was all thanks to the Tier 0 Dimensional Vault Rare spell card that he was able to procure these many cards. Shouren wanted to go through all his cards one by one, but there was something else that captivated his attention. The thin scroll in the center of his vault. The scroll was the random Tier 0 recipe. Shouren didn't want to touch it. The scroll would reveal the random card's recipe once it was activated, and then the knowledge would be transferred only to that person.
"Grandma will finally be able to live her dream with this."
Shouren smiled warmly. He couldn't wait till he showed his grandma the scroll, and then he'd reveal that he was now a cardsmith just like her.
"It's been a week. Grandma will be worried sick. I should run."
Shouren tried to sprint, but soon winced in pain at the burns on his right leg, and there was something wrong with the connected nerves there. Now that he was out of the dungeon, he carefully examined the degree of the injury on his leg and shoulder. The lightning had done deeper damage than expected.
"Need a healing hand, gracious little cardist? Must have been a dangerous hunt if your party left you here."
A sweet and kind voice interrupted Shouren. It was a young nun in her early 20s, dressed in pure white robes. Her soft brown eyes looked at Shouren with sympathy as she held out her hand to him. There was a mellow pink glow emanating from her hand.
"You gonna heal me for free?"
Shouren narrowed his eyes at the nun. He knew those types of people from the church. They acted all benevolent in the public's eyes, but didn't heal a beggar unless they had kronas to afford their services. The young nun's face scrunched up in distaste at the mention of the word free, and stated in an even tone,
120 kronas for a full heal, or 70 kronas for a partial heal. Diseases will cost extra. What do you want?"
Gone was the kindness in her voice. She thought the kid was rich, as only the wealthy would dare to send their Tier 0 children to the dungeon this young with an escort party. The nun speculated the party might have told the teen to return for a heal, but from the way the brat talked, he was clearly a local hoodlum.
"I have 20 kronas. What can you do with that?"
Shouren balked at the cost of healing and tried to bargain with the nun. Unlike his previous minor cuts and bruises, the lightning had seared deep into his flesh, and he desperately needed to take off this before it got worse.
"I can take that 20 kronas and give you a fist bump. Do I look like I'm begging you for money?"
The nun snorted and turned around to leave. And the kid was messing with her if he thought she'd heal him for a measly 20 kronas. And there were always new customers near the dungeon's entrance that required healing, so she'd wait for them.
"How about 40 kronas? My cat is dying. Please do this favor for it."
Shouren held onto the hem of the nun's robes and put on a pitiful expression.
"Am I the cat's aunt? What does your cat have to do with me? Tell me the cat's name, quick."
The nun paused at the absurdity of the kid's tactics. This kid was trying to scam her, but the young woman saw something else in those hazel eyes. A playful glint flashed in her own eyes.
"Pumpkin, it's an orange kitty. You have the cat's name. Can I get the discount now?"
Shouren grinned with an eager voice.
"Stop trying to pull a fast one on me, brat. There's no kitty, and you're not buying a gallon of milk from me. What is with this haggling? Do you know how expensive healing cards are? Go kick some rocks over there with your barbecued foot."
The young nun huffed with her arms crossed over her chest.
"Okay, fine. I have a common card with me I can give you in exchange for a heal."
Seeing the nun unwilling to budge, Shouren sighed with lament and pretended to grab a card from the back of his trousers. In reality, he was pulling the card from his vault.
Tier 0 Suffuse Aroma. Common. Released a burst of honeyed scent into the air, attracting all pollinating insects to the targeted location. Cost 4 lumen per burst.
This was one of the cards a monster had dropped during his 6-day hunt. He had other more valuable common cards, but he wanted to wait until he got home and check through them again, along with the new 5 cards he got from the dungeon reward. The Suffuse Aroma common spell card should be worth approximately 100 kronas in the market. Shouren didn't want to let the nun know he had cards worth exactly the same amount as her listed price. That would be too suspicious.
This is a decent card. Should be useful for the Farmers Guild, but this won't be enough for a full heal spell. I can do a partial heal and give you 20 more kronas."
The young nun stretched out her hand to grab the card.
"A full heal. If you don't want to, I'll just find someone else from one of the healers' guilds."
Shouren smirked and quickly pulled his hand away with the card.
"Everyone knows the church's full heal spell is leagues above the guild's own spells."
The nun returned his smile, but Shouren saw her wavering.
"I'm sure they'll be able to heal these simple burns, though."
Shouren dragged his words. He didn't want to draw the attention of any guilds, but the nun before him didn't know that.
"What an annoying kid. You're lucky I'm feeling generous today. Hand over the card and I'll use a full heal spell card on you,"
the young nun said with annoyance, waving her hand before Shouren.
"You cast a partial heal and I'll come find you. Don't try to trick me."
Shouren held out the card and his hazel eyes bore into the nun seriously. A retort died on the nun's lips as Shouren's intense expression stopped her in her tracks.
"Why is he looking at me like he'll kill me? Is this brat really a kid? You'll get the full heal as promised. Now, stand still and don't fight my lumen."
The young woman took the card from Shouren's hand and replied in the same serious tone. She was initially curious about the kid, as he looked too young to have even undergone the awakening, but this wasn't a wealthy noble's child. What was he doing alone in the dungeon? The nun's palm glimmered with a mellow pink hue, and then she pressed her hand against Shouren's chest.
"Ugh!"
He groaned as the nun's lumen washed over him and hammered into his flesh. This was Shouren's first experience with someone else's lumen. He thought the nun's lumen would be gentle and silky, but it was the opposite. The pink lumen bulldozed through his muscles, netting any tears in the fibers and the cracks in the bone. There were numerous small injuries piled up within his body that the full heal spell was now scraping over. It didn't hurt, but it wasn't pleasant as well.
"This will sting a bit. What was the monster that you fought, kid? This is no ordinary wound from a Tier 0 monster."
The nun's eyes widened in astonishment once her lumen passed over the burned areas on Shouren. Beads of sweat pooled on her forehead. It was going to cost lots of lumen to repair the flesh around the injury.
"I really got scammed in this deal."
The young woman cried inside her mind as she sent another reinvigorating wave of lumen to force the dead flesh out and replace it with new flesh. Meanwhile, Shouren clenched his teeth hard. This pain was nothing compared to taking the actual lightning attack on his body. After several seconds, the nun drew her hand back and gasped out of breath.
"If I was a bad person, I would have backed out of the deal and returned your card to you. That had cost me more lumen than I thought. Now I have to wait until the evening to recover that lumen."
The young nun took in a deep breath and stared at Shouren.
"If you were a good person, you wouldn't have taken a payment to heal someone in the first place. Have a good day, Auntie. My cat is waiting for me."
Shouren bounced a few times on his right leg as his face relaxed at the full recovery. Without giving a chance for the nun to demand more kronas, he dashed away.
"Who's an auntie, you idiot? I'm only 20 years old. 20! Jeez, wasn't his cat dying just a few minutes ago?"
The young nun yelled at the teen's retreating figure and chuckled to herself.
"What an interesting kid. I'll be on the lookout for him when he comes to the dungeon again."
On the other hand, Shouren was racing through the streets with lumen powering through his recovered legs. It was finally time to reunite with his grandma.
"Please let her be all right."
Shouren dashed through the familiar streets, his heart pounding through his chest. It was still relatively bright outside, so he had to skirt past the wandering people in the small town, but no one paid him any heed. After a few minutes, Shouren gradually slowed down, recognizing the distinct shape of his grandmother's derelict shack. His home. Shouren stopped outside the edge of the shack. He was feeling nervous for some reason. The place looked even more barren and gloomy than usual. Age and constant erosion from the weather had jaded the straw hatches on top. The brittle walls looked about to collapse, with a thin binding of cement barely holding the bricks together. Shouren took in a deep breath before opening the door and slowly stepping inside. A huff of stale air wafted into his nose, accompanied by the overwhelming darkness etched into every corner of the room.
"Oh no! Grandma!"
Shouren cried out, his voice echoing with distraught. There were no lights in the shack, which meant Rhea hadn't been able to pay the bills on time. Moreover, Shouren couldn't sense her nearby.
"Grandma!"
Shouren's hazel green eyes quaked with horror when he detected a faint silhouette collapsed in the furthest corner of the shack.
"No, no, no, no!"
Shouren muttered, dread leaking into his voice as he kneeled in front of the unmoving figure. His small hands shook with fear as he grasped the frail and bony hand of his only living relative. Shouren could dimly see Rhea's face. Her cheeks, sunk deep into their sockets, gave her face a gaunt, almost skeletal appearance. In the span of a week, Rhea had become close to unrecognizable. The deeper grooves on her wrinkled skin, the thinning of her wispy white hair on her scalp, and the extreme weight loss all alluded to the misery the poor woman had gone through in the absence of her sole grandson. A faint heartbeat flickered in and out of existence.
"I'm sorry, Grandma. Please wake up. Please, I'm begging you. Don't leave me alone."
Shouren wailed atop the fragile old lady. There was still a pulse. Rhea was alive. Tears rolled down his quivering cheeks, and desperation took hold of his pleas. Gone was the fierceness from his body, the ferocity he used to kill all those monsters. Right now he was simply a kid begging for his grandmother to wake up. Whether the gods took pity on the teen's tears or the elderly lady heard the sorrowful cry of her grandson, Rhea's eyes weakly shuddered awake.
"Grandma!"
Shouren hastily gripped onto the old lady's robe and supported her head with his arm. Rhea's dull hazel eyes gazed feebly at the source of the familiar voice.
"Potato?"
Rhea's parched lips struggled to form the words, but a new vigor surged into the old lady as she recognized her grandson. She clutched Shouren's hand in a scared vice, afraid if it was just a mere hallucination.
"Little potato, is it really you? Why did you leave me?"
Rhea hugged Shouren's small frame to her chest, bursting into a fit of uncontrollable tears.
"I was stupid. Please forgive me, Grandma. I won't ever leave you again."
Shouren bawled in relief and hugged Rhea back. Both grandmother and grandson held on to each other as they sobbed their hearts away. Late at night on the same day.
"You made this whole ludicrous plan to just avoid the cardsmith class card."
Rhea's hazel eyes sternly bore into the identical hazel eyes of her grandson. Her lips were pressed into a thin, angry line, and her arms were folded so tightly it seemed her knuckles were white with barely contained anger. Shouren shifted uncomfortably while seated on the floor. His eyes pointedly avoided meeting Rhea's own. After their teary reconciliation, his grandmother had asked him about what had happened, and Shouren spilled everything, concealing nothing from her. He told her about his plan to risk entering the dungeon and find a different class card, how he fought the worm and got his cardsmith class card, and everything from killing the monsters to the rewards he'd gotten from the dungeon. Rhea's hands trembled when her grandson recounted the tale of him clashing with the monsters, but she patiently waited for him to finish. Shouren didn't even hide his corrupted abilities from her. He told her about his unique trait and listed the descriptions of the corruptions as well. Shouren initially hesitated as if he should tell Rhea, but after seeing the old lady's condition due to his disappearance, Shouren dispelled those thoughts. If there was a single person in this entire world that he trusted with his life, it was Rhea.
Answer me, Shouren!
Rhea's steely eyes drilled into her grandson. Shouren realized his grandmother was truly enraged. She never called him Shouren unless she was serious.
Yes.
Shouren slowly looked up and returned Rhea's gaze. He was sorry for keeping his grandmother in the dark and the toll his silent disappearance had caused, but he wasn't sorry for choosing to defy the path his grandmother had set for him. Ultimately, he ended up as a cardsmith. However, it was through his own fate and choices that led to that. He could accept the results of that. What Rhea wanted him to do was to become a cardsmith without his consent.
Cardsmiths are not combatants, Potato. You could die in the dungeon.
Rhea held Shouren's stare and sighed with defeat. Those hazel green eyes, strikingly same as members of their family, were resolute in their conviction. Rhea wasn't oblivious to Shouren's repulsion to the cardsmith class. She'd known about it for a long time. However, her family's legacy had to be kept alive. Maybe she'd tell her grandson one day, but he was not ready for it yet. Her eyes softened as she glanced at the defiance within Shouren.
But I have the corrupted abilities. I can fight like others.
Shouren rebutted in response.
The corruption will let you fight only if you have the right cards. What happens when you run out of them, Potato? How will you fight then?
Rhea shook her head gently, trying to persuade her stubborn grandson. She went over in detail with Shouren about the corruption of his class abilities. The old lady had never heard about corruption until today, but she'd look more into it by getting access to the public libraries. It didn't seem like it was harming Shouren for the moment, but Rhea would find information about the corruption regardless. She wasn't about to let her only grandson jump into an unknown danger by himself.
That's where you come in, Grandma. Here.
Shouren grinned as he took out the invaluable scroll from his vault and held it out to Rhea. The old lady's eyes widened in astonishment at the use of the dimensional vault. Her grandson had told her about equipping that rare utility card in his spell slot, but it was still her first time witnessing a storage ability. That card alone would put Shouren's life in danger if anyone saw him use it.
What do I do with this?
Rhea raised her eyebrows in response. She knew about the final dungeon reward Shouren had selected, but why was he handing it to her?
If you have a recipe for a card, you could make the cards for me, and then I'll have a permanent card to use for card sacrifice or oblation pact. I can then fight without worrying about running out of cards.
Shouren answered enthusiastically, prodding the scroll toward his grandmother, asking her to take it.
You want me, in my current age, to jump around the dungeon with you and climb trees to assassinate unsuspecting monsters?
Rhea chuckled mirthfully, pushing the scroll away.
No, you'll stay here and make the cards for me. I'll stack them and bring them to the dungeon.
Shouren shook his head. No way in hell would he ever take his grandma into the dungeon.
And what if you run out of those cards as well? Stop being foolish, little potato. You know you need this scroll more than I do,
Rhea said gently while tussling Shouren's dark hair.
But
it's your reward, and it's meant for you. If you want me to accept your decision to go back to the dungeon and fight the floors, then use that scroll so I know you have a way to fight back.
Rhea placed her thin hands on Shouren's shoulder and answered with determination. If Shouren had a way to forge new cards in the dungeon, he'd always have one form of attack all the time. Besides, a cardsmith's true abilities lay in their forging skills.
You're a better cardsmith than me. It's your dream,
Shouren whispered sadly.
And it's still my dream. But it's my dream to fulfill, not yours, little potato. This bag of old bones still has a lot of life left in her.
Rhea lovingly patted Shouren's wet cheek.
I'll help you with your dream, Grandma.
Shouren made a promise to himself. He'd do everything he can to improve Rhea's health and increase her lifespan. His grandmother was right about one thing. Cardsmiths were actual combatants. Their ability lay in building the blocks to power for others to use. Except for Shouren. He would build the blocks to power not for others, but for himself. Synchronization, 8%. Synchronization, 9%.
Activate it, Potato. Let me see what your first recipe as a cardsmith will be.
Rhea smiled. Her face beamed with pride. Shouren nodded with excitement and with a bit of nervous anticipation. Then he unfurled the scroll. A ray of lustrous light filled the dark room. Status: Name: Shouren. Tier: 0. Synchronization: 9%. Class: Cardsmith. Common. Spell card slots: 1 of 1. Dimensional Vault. Rare. Lumen: 15 of 20. -5. Strength: F. Agility: F. Constitution: F. Intelligence: E. Class abilities: Corrupted. 1. Card Forge. Writ of the Forgotten. 2. Sharding. Devourer's Right. 3. Card Sacrifice. Oblation Pact. Traits: 1. Corrupted Cardsmith. Unique. 2. Locked. 3. Locked. Chapter 9. The radiant glow gradually receded, revealing the dazed look on Shouren's youthful face.
Well, what is the recipe?
Rhea lovingly poked Shouren on his forehead, bringing him out of his reverie. The old lady tried to hide her excitement, but even she was bursting with curiosity at what the card recipe was. Shouren stared ahead with a blank expression on his face. At the same time, a torrent of images were rushed into his mind, the memories of how to forge the new card. The fragments of knowledge pieced together, detailing the process of how to hammer the lumen into the new card. Seeing her grandson unresponsive, Rhea began to worry. She didn't touch Shouren again. The old lady, unfamiliar with the process of activating a recipe scroll, hesitantly stepped back, a nervous flutter in her chest. Shouren remained motionless, transfixed in place. Ugh. Shouren groaned, clutching his head as a deafening clamor, a cacophony of images, memories, and instructions rang inside his mind.
Little Potato, are you all right?
Seeing that her grandson was conscious again, Rhea darted over to him, her hands examining Shouren for any injuries. There were none.
I'm okay, Grandma. My head just feels like it's been through a grinder,
Shouren said while taking in a series of deep breaths. The knowledge of the new card recipe was firmly tethered inside his brain. New card recipe detected. Cardsmith class confirmed. Unlocking new section in status. Shouren ignored the notification and turned to his grandmother. His face lit up with unbridled excitement.
Watch this, Grandma.
Shouren clasped his hands together and raised them to his chest. Tendrils of silky lumen swirled from his chest and swam towards his shoulders and then down to his arms and finally where his palms were connected. Shouren's skin around his fingers glowed softly.
Card Forge,
Rhea muttered in reverence. Shouren was using the main ability of a cardsmith, an ability she'd longed for her whole life to use one day. Pride bloomed inside her as her hazel eyes watched her grandson forge his first card. Shouren's face distorted with exertion. He guided the raw lumen between his palms and used his control over it to hammer it into shape. Slowly, his palms extended out, revealing the luminous blank card. It had no face or design. It was an empty shell of a card. The blank card's border twisted as Shouren struggled to maintain its shape. Rhea didn't dare interrupt Shouren. This was a critical stage, and her grandson was forging a card without an anvil or a proper smithy. He was hammering the card purely with his lumen alone. Shouren's forehead contorted with concentration. He channeled more of his lumen into his hands to stabilize the blank card. This was an integral step before he molded the lumen into its final card function. Miniature tremors quaked beneath Shouren, sending the vibrations through the flimsy floor tiles. The blank card was hovering in the air between Shouren's palms. It thrummed with each hammering by the whips of lumen coming from his hands. The blank card flashed with a deep resonance. Shouren heard an inaudible click inside his mind and knew that the blank card now had enough lumen to not explode and store the spell. Shouren rotated his arms and moved his palms from the card's sides to above and below it. Taking in a quick breath of air, Shouren then started to unleash a new wave of lumen inside the blank card. This time, the lumen washed over the card, slicing numerous nicks on the face. It was a lengthy process. Gradually, an outline of the spell began emerging out of the card. Shouren relentlessly poured his lumen over the card, carefully making the smooth incisions. After what seemed like hours, and his back and the rest of his body drenched in sweat, Shouren growled with triumph at last. A burst of gray light immediately exploded from the card.
Synchronization, 12%.
I did it!
Shouren panted breathlessly, his hand shaking as he reached out to grasp the card.
Tier 0, spectral threads, common. Create thin spectral threads from your hands to bind a target for 3 seconds. Threads will break if damaged or overstrained. Effective only on Tier 0 targets. Cost, 5 lumen per use.
Spectral threads. Shouren read the name out loud of his first ever forged card. His face radiated joy at his creation. It was his first card that he made himself. It was a spell card. He hoped for a class card, which would speed up the progress to his class card upgrade. However, spectral threads might prove to be even better. He could always find cheap common class cards to buy in the market, but a reliable offense spell card was quite expensive. Spectral threads wasn't exactly an attack spell card, but Shouren had an idea that could work in a similar function with a combination of his existing cards and Oblation Pact.
How does it feel, Potato?
Rhea smiled at the exhausted Shouren. She'd already glimpsed the spell card's details and had an inkling of what he would do with it.
Like I can do anything,
Shouren replied cheerfully. He waved the card around without it leaving its sight. It was so beautiful. It looked the same like his other common cards, but Shouren felt an inexplicable tie to this card. His lumen was inside the card. It was a part of him.
You've taken the first step of a cardsmith today. Cherish it, Potato. There's a reason why high-ranked cardsmiths are priceless to the world. We can create new cards with our lumen. No one else can do that.
Rhea explained calmly with a hint of seriousness in her tone. No one cared about a Tier 0 cardsmith, but her grandson's destiny wouldn't stop here. It was merely his beginning. One day, Shouren would evolve to the higher tiers, and the world would soon take notice of him, whether he wanted to or not. If they found out about his other abilities as well, then Shouren needed to be strong enough to face that reality.
I think I understand a bit now, Grandma.
Shouren nodded slowly, raising his head to meet Rhea's gaze. He'd disdained the class his whole life because it was weak. However, something changed in him today. Cardsmiths might be weak at their initial stages, but once they could forge powerful cards, a single cardsmith was akin to an entire army.
I'm sorry, Potato. I won't be much help to you from now on since you've already gone further ahead than me as a cardsmith.
Rhea shook her head sadly. Her grandson liked to attract trouble wherever he went, but she was helpless to aid him.
Don't say that, Grandma. You're the best cardsmith I know. Other cardsmiths can only extract 4 shards from a card, but I've seen you get more.
Shouren laid the card down and hugged Rhea, her thin body shivering slightly against his. The smell of stale barley and lavender clung to her robes.
Thank you for the compliment, little one. Untrue as it might be, I'll accept your words.
Rhea wiped away the tears on her cheeks and continued while gently running her hands through the strands of Shouren's wild hair.
But there is one thing I can help you with, Potato. The Chamber of Ascendance.
Shouren tilted his head in confusion. What was his grandmother talking about? What was the Chamber of Ascendance?
Before I tell you about that, what is your current synchronization level?
Rhea saw the confounded look on her grandson's face and posed another question. Shouren opened his status. He recalled his synchronization had gone up when he forged his first card. Status: Name: Shouren. Tier: 0. Synchronization: 12%. Class: Cardsmith. Common. Spell card slots: 1 of 1. Dimensional Vault. Rare. Newman. 6 of 20. -5. Strength: F. Agility: F. Constitution: F. Intelligence: E. Class abilities: Corrupted: 1. Card Forge. Writ of the Forgotten. 2. Sharding. Devourer's Right. 3. Card Sacrifice. Oblation Pact. Traits: 1. Corrupted Cardsmith. Unique. 2. Locked. 3. Locked. Cardsmith Recipes. Tier 0. Spectral Threads. Common.
Oh, nice. There's a new section for my card recipes. I had 15 lumen at the start, meaning it took 9 lumen to forge the Spectral Thread spell card. That's not too bad. Maybe the lumen cost will decrease as I get better at forging or buy a smithy.
Shouren ceased his train of thoughts and answered the waiting Rhea.
Grandma, it says my synchronization is at 12%. Huh? Why is it already at 12%? Didn't you tell me you only awakened your class card a week ago?
Rhea stared at her grandson, perplexed at the absurd number he'd told her. It had taken her a full year to reach 10% synchronization. How did Shouren already achieve 12% synchronization?
Did you shard any cards to absorb?
Rhea inquired, trying to comprehend the situation with her strange grandson.
No?
Shouren scratched his head. He needed those cards to sell. Why would he waste them on sharding? Well, he did use sharding a few times for making the bait in dungeon, but he didn't absorb any of them.
His previous statement of me being the best cardsmith feels like an insult now.
Rhea chuckled to herself in her mind.
Listen to me, Potato. You need to start sharding cards and bring your synchronization to 80% as quick as you can.
Rhea stated in a heavy voice. Before Shouren could ask why, she gingerly grabbed him and leaned down, bringing her face closer to his.
Because you will succeed where I failed in the past. I never talked to you about tier evolutions, Potato. Mostly it was due to my own shame. Listen close, little one. It's time for you to learn about the Chamber of Ascendance.
Rhea sighed and continued.
One of the greatest mysteries of our world is tied to the Chamber of Ascendance. It's an astral space that you'll be able to enter each time you get close to evolution. Most people could only enter the chamber once they reached at least 80% synchronization. Astral space? Is that another dimension or part of the soul?
Shouren sat still and listened attentively. He knew his grandmother had attempted to evolve to Tier 1 in the past, but it had gone awry. Since she only had a common class card, she could never attempt the evolution again.
In everyone's astral space, there are 9 black stars, corresponding to each tier. Igniting the first star will start your evolution to Tier 1. This is where I failed miserably, Potato. The conditions to ignite the stars vary from each person, but mine was to overcome the fear of losing our family's legacy.
The old lady's hands quivered as she recounted her tale. It was apparent that Rhea had still not overcome her fears. Shouren glanced at his grandmother with worry etched on his young face, but didn't say a word. This was the first time that his grandmother was talking about her evolution. In the past, she'd just go silent and evade the topic. Shouren felt like Rhea needed this time to pour out her emotions.
If I could have overcome that hurdle, I would have been able to evolve to a Tier 1 cardsmith. It took me decades to reach the 80% synchronization threshold with only my sharding ability, yet in that critical moment I put my family over my desire to be a cardsmith. Honestly, I don't know if I would have made a different choice if given the chance again. The class card rejected my mind and refused to let me evolve. It took away 10% of my synchronization and doomed me to remain at Tier 0.
Rhea buried her head in her pale, wiry hands.
If Grandma had an uncommon class card, she would have at least another opportunity to attempt evolution. This is why I need to upgrade my class card before undergoing Tier 1 evolution. Oh, wait a minute. Higher rarity class cards have augmented versions of the base class ability. Would my corruption also change if the base abilities were augmented? What if I can eventually upgrade others' class cards? Shouren froze at the possibility. His corruption came from his unique trait and not his class card. It corrupted the current abilities, but what if the original ability upgraded? Theoretically, the corrupted ability would improve as well. Should I tell her? Shouren hesitated. If his conjecture turned out to be untrue, then he'd have given his grandmother false hope. Would Rhea be able to handle another defeat? No. It was best to upgrade his class card first, and then see if the corruption alters it in any way. We don't have to talk about this today, Grandma. It's getting late. Let's rest for the night. Shouren placed his small hand over Rhea's thin and weathered hands. The elderly lady raised her head and warmly kissed her grandson's forehead. I'm all right, little one. I just got caught up in the past. However, you need to hear this now, and why I want you to reach 80% synchronization quickly through sharding. Rhea wiped the wetness from her eyes with her robes and gestured for Shouren to listen. You have an uncanny connection to your class, Potato, and that's very rare. It's like you were fated to be a cardsmith, whether you wanted to or not. Destiny has a mysterious way of working, and despite you trying to run away, you still ended up with the cardsmith class. Your first trait is tied to your class as well. I don't believe these are mere coincidences, Potato. The old lady gently patted Shouren on his head, her eyes darting to the side. Should she tell him what their family's legacy was, and why she sacrificed her own evolution at the cost of maintaining it? Seeing the lost gaze in Rhea's eyes, Shouren tugged at the hem of her robes. He was getting sleepy, and his grandmother needed to rest as well. Start sharding cards you don't need and get to 80% without delay. Once you get there, don't enter the Chamber of Ascendance, and instead pursue your insights to reach 95% synchronization. That's the maximum anyone can achieve, and then enter the astral space. With 95% synchronization, you're almost guaranteed to evolve to Tier 1, and your evolution choices would also be more suited to you. If not for your rapid rate of natural synchronization, I wouldn't have suggested this path. Rhea's eyes glowed with intensity. If her grandson was determined to tread the path of power and danger, then she'd give him the information to become that person. But I need the cards for other things, Grandma. Why can't I simply continue what I was doing before and reach 95% synchronization without sharding? Shouren's heart raced at the thought of his Tier 1 evolution. At that stage, no one in the whole town would be able to look down on him. However, he was loath to shard his current cards. For his future plans in the dungeon, he needed each and every one of them. There's a limit to how much you can push past 80% synchronization, little potato. If you use up your natural talent in the early stages, it will dampen your chances of succeeding. Sharding will work up to 80%, so utilize that ability to get there, and then use your talent to overcome the hurdle beyond that point. Trust me on this, Shouren. Rhea replied earnestly, urging her grandson to heed her words. Oh no, she called me by my name. Grandma is sure about this. Shouren groaned inwardly. Rhea was serious about this. I understand, Grandma. Shouren relented, eliciting a radiant smile from Rhea. There's my cute and obedient potato. Rhea rubbed her cheeks happily against the obviously disgruntled Shouren. My cards. Also, Grandma, you didn't tell me why the lights are not working. We've been sitting in darkness for the past few hours. Shouren mumbled through his squished cheeks. Oh. Rhea stopped abruptly, an embarrassed expression on her face. The old lady looked down at the cracked floor tiles. Shouren sensed something bad was coming. I used the last remaining shards to pay the rent for the week, but then I didn't have any kronas to pay the energy bill. I'm sorry, Potato. I'll try to find some work tomorrow morning. I know they could use an extra hand in the village's kitchen. Rhea apologized, her eyes moistening once again. All this time, Grandma had been carrying this burden alone. Shouren closed his eyes in grief. The cards he had in his vault would have drastically changed their lives for the better, but despite knowing that, Rhea had wanted Shouren to use them on himself instead. Grandma, how much is the rent for next week? Shouren opened his eyes, his hazel-green irises meeting Rhea's, a silent conversation passing between them.
250 kronas. Rhea responded with a sigh. She knew what her grandson was thinking. Rhea didn't want to bring this to his attention, but it was too late now. Do you trust me as well, Grandma? Shouren smiled and returned the same words Rhea had said to him earlier. Yes, the old lady replied without pause, the creases near her eyes softening. Little Potato is growing up. Look at those determined eyes. I should let him make his own choices as well. It saddened Rhea that her young grandson was forced to mature this quickly and unable to enjoy his childhood. Oh, dear heavens, I forgot it was your birthday a few days ago, Potato. Here, let me bring the gift I prepared for you. Rhea slapped her thigh in panic and rushed towards their only table to retrieve the gift. I never got you anything for your 85th birthday, Grandma. Shouren chuckled and walked next to her. Rhea shot her grandson an amused, withering glare at the mention of her age before bursting into laughter. Her frail hands held out a small pouch towards Shouren. You're already familiar with one of the items. It's the Cardsmith class card. You already have the Cardsmith class, so you can shard this card. It will have the best results in your synchronization. But here's my other gift to you. The old lady pulled out a small piece of shard from the pouch. However, there was something different about it the moment Shouren laid his eyes on it. I never had a card recipe and could never forge proper cards, so I decided to shape the cards with my lumen. It's more of a decoration than anything substantial, but it's my proudest achievement as a cardsmith. The shard was shaped like a small card. Rhea had managed to craft its outline solely using her channeled lumen. Shouren had never heard of anyone being able to carve the shards like Rhea had done here. It was ultimately still a shard in the end, but it defied the knowledge regarding what could be done with cards. If I can upgrade her class card, Grandma would surely become one of the greatest cardsmiths in the world. Shouren stared in awe at the intricate patterns on the glowing shards. His grandmother had done that without a recipe or the use of the system. Rhea affectionately handed the shard to Shouren as she whispered in a soft voice, Remember this, little Potato. A cardsmith's true path is always rooted in creation, not destruction. Shouren's hand trembled as he accepted the precious shard. His grandmother was handing him the shard, but there was something else underlying that action. She was handing him a part of her spirit and emotions. Shouren nodded mutely, his eyes glued to the breathtaking shard. Rhea beamed with pride, watching her grandson's fascination with the shard she created. Time for bed, little one. The sunlight leaked past the dirty window, boring down on Shouren's calm face. His grandmother laid a few feet away, snoring blissfully while ignoring the rays of the morning light. Shouren had been sitting awake the whole night. He pretended to fall asleep for Rhea, but he needed to make plans. After last night, his plans had to be modified slightly. He needed to set aside cards to shard, and at the same time, he had to allocate cards to exchange for kronas. And they couldn't continue to live in this decrepit shack. Shouren stood up with a long stretch, glancing at the outside world through the bright glass. It's time to go to the market today.
Chapter 10. Shouren had been in the process of coming up with a new plan since his conversation with his grandmother last night. They desperately needed kronas. His grandmother had paid the rent for this week, but Shouren was sure that she didn't have any more shards left for the following week. He only had a week to gather the required kronas for both the rent and the bills. I have enough cards in my vault to pay the rent for the next few months, but then I would be back to square one. I now have the spectral threads recipe for a stable cash flow, but I don't want to sell it yet. It will be my primary mode of combat, and I need enough cards to practice. Rather than counting on random cards, it's better to start to create a strategy with the cards I can forge constantly. Shouren retrieved a shoddy water skin from his vault and took a gulp of fresh water. The water skin was made from the hide of a boar-like monster that he'd killed in the dungeon. He wasn't skilled enough to process it into leather, so he simply stitched it with a tiny bone and some loose tendon. The water had a meaty aftertaste, but Shouren didn't care. It won't go rotten inside his vault.
Besides the cards, I have the rest of the hides and monster parts I salvaged in the dungeon. They're only tier 0, but should still be worth a decent chunk of Kronos. The next stage of the plan is to enter the second floor of the dungeon. Unlike the first floor, the second floor has the possibility of spawning a tier 1 monster. I need to go with a party. Shouren took another large gulp of the water before putting it inside his vault. His nose crinkled at the gamey aftertaste again. Except for the first floor, the first 5 floors of the Akarsha dungeon were populated with tier 1 monsters, and starting from the 6th floor, it was the realm of the tier 2 creatures. The first floor was the only floor where no evolved monsters existed. Tier 1 monsters were a completely different kind of catastrophes. Monster evolutions worked disparate from the humans and other sentient beings. Until Tier 0, the monsters were only a light upgrade from the general animals. However, after their evolution, they became more attuned to lumen and could cultivate it directly into their flesh and bones. This is why the major factions and the most powerful cardists in the world were unable to clear past the 27th floor. It took an entire legion of Tier 6 card luminaries to kill a single Tier 6 monster. Shouren needed to find a party until he grew strong enough to challenge it solo. He wasn't an idiot. There was no need to risk the second floor foolishly. A cardsmith executed plans on his terms and by using the full arsenal of his cards. I need to buy a bed as well. Shouren smiled sadly at Rhea's sleeping figure on the cold floor. The hard tiles were painful on the old lady's bones, but Rhea never complained. Shouren removed one of the hides from his vault and gently covered the old lady. It was a soft, furry hide that should keep his grandmother warm while she slept. Shouren didn't mind missing out on the Kronos from keeping that hide aside. Rhea meant everything to him. Putting on one of his old shirts and trousers, Shouren quietly walked to the door and shut it behind him. He'd already informed Rhea last night that he'd go to the market in the morning. Shouren's hazel-green eyes glanced up at the bright, clear sky, the corner of his lips curling up. His fingers reached for a card inside his vault, and he smoothly corrupted the card. Tier 0. Disguise Self. Uncommon. Create an illusory appearance, hiding your real features. After activation, no further lumen required to maintain the spell. Illusion unaffected to Tier 1 and above. Cost. 10 lumen per activation. This was one of the uncommon cards dropped by the Tier 0 snake monster. Back then, Shouren thought this card was useless, as the monsters wouldn't care how the human looked. However, it didn't have to be used against the monsters. Thankfully, it doesn't need a continual flow of lumen to maintain the disguise. Shouren's voice grew deeper and scratchy. His body expanded, primarily his legs, torso, and shoulders. Shouren's neck bubbled with morphing flesh until it was thick like a lumberjack. In place of a young male teen, there stood a staunch, middle-aged man dressed in simple warrior robes. His features were bland and nondescript, as Shouren wanted to blend in without drawing much attention. The spell was an illusion. None of his actual flesh had physically changed at all. Shouren was going to act like he was a junior cardist that was relatively new, but had been to the dungeon a few times. This would account for any surprises if the merchants caught him unaware of certain topics. He could just blame his fresh newbie status. Reaching once again into his vault, Shouren pulled out a flimsy burlap sack. He couldn't reveal his dimensional vault, so the sack would act as a cover. Shouren filled the sack up with a number of random hides, but kept the cards in his vault. He'd need to make several stops at various vendors to offload all this loot. Selling them all at one place could warrant a lot of unnecessary questions. "Let's go." Shouren cheerfully flung the sack over his shoulder and made his way to the market. Ew, try using soap next time you shower. A lanky teen girl covered her nose and cursed in a muffled voice when Shouren walked past her.
"Buy me one, then,"
Shouren grumbled through his fake voice, abashed. He didn't need to change his voice, as the disguised self spell already took care of it. He was just glad that no one could see his pink cheeks right then. For the past few minutes, all the folk in the street gave Shouren a wide berth whenever he passed by them. The foul and pungent odor emanating from the hides was enough to push all the onlookers away.
"Geez, man, did you swim in a pool of rotten fish curry?"
The chubby man in his early 20s dug his face into his shirt, making sure his nose was not exposed out to the air. Shouren simply sighed and moved on. The sooner he got rid of the hides, the quicker he could bury his head in a trash can with shame.
Young man, if you ever want to feel the touch of a woman, may I suggest taking a bath every so often?
Shouren heard a woman's repulsed voice in the back yell at him. He wanted to shoot back with an insult of his own, but he swallowed the words down. Shouren couldn't risk drawing more attention than he already had. I hate this. I forgot how bad the hides smelled. Shouren cussed in his mind. It didn't matter anymore. He was at the market street. I can't pick one of the bigger merchant shops. I want to go to them in the end after I get some kronas. I'll stick to my original plan then. Hit multiple small shops to offload the hides and monster parts. Shouren was giddy, looking at all the various shops spread on the street. Their town might be small, but it was still home to a dungeon portal. That meant there would always be merchants around to buy and sell cards, along with monster remains. Some shops also functioned as outposts to their respective guilds and factions. Of course, no major figure would be stationed in a tiny town like Shouren's.
Sweet peaches, that's the Tier 0 recovery spell card.
Shouren trudged past one of the bigger shops and saw the uncommon card in a showcase outside the glass window. It was a dark green store with delicate golden accents on the bricks. It most likely belonged to one of the top guilds. Shouren almost plastered his face to the glass before collecting himself. He had to pretend like he was an adult and not a 14-year-old bumpkin. Any heal-type cards were super rare. It was why the shop had it out in the open for display. It was a marketing strategy to convey they had more similarly valuable cards inside. If anyone tried stealing that card, thinking it was common glass, they'd be in a shock of their lives.
I'll come here again.
Shouren made a mental note and moved along. The smaller shops would be all the way at the back of the market. While he passed through multiple shops, he drooled at all the items that he could never afford. Weapons, armor, cards, tools, clothes, bags, and so much more. Shouren even saw a real estate shop that leased and sold houses in the main residential district of the town.
One day I'll buy Grandma new clothes and one of those fancy fur coats that the noble people wear. I think her favorite color is lavender. I'll ask her next time.
Shouren thought wishfully. He grew up hating the nobles, but he realized now that the nobles were only people who had at least one powerful cardist in their family. His grandma would also be treated like a noble if he could one day become a mighty cardist as well. He was tempted to stop by the real estate shop to check the prices, but they would instantly kick him out the moment he stepped inside with his reeking sack of hides.
If my plan succeeds, I'll be back here soon.
Shouren smiled as he walked away. He never told Rhea about his whole plan. The old lady would get a few surprises in the future shortly. After a few more minutes, Shouren finally arrived at the most deserted and shabby-looking shop on the street. There was a cracked wooden tile on the outside that read, Dreamthorn.
What a weird name.
Shouren frowned at the odd choice of a shop's name and carefully inspected the exterior of the rundown structure. The outer bricks surprisingly looked clean, but the shop's door and windows appeared as if they hadn't seen a washcloth for decades. Shouren shrugged and opened the door. He was just going to sell a few hides and move to the next shop. A melodious chime rang, making Shouren glance at the bell above the flimsy door. Before Shouren could register the setting inside the shop, an astonished voice spoke out loud.
Oh my, what's the little brat doing with a spell like that? Oh no, it's a Tier 1. What's a Tier 1 doing in this goblin's underbelly of a shop?
Shouren cursed in panic and tried to bolt to the door. His illusion spell didn't work on people at Tier 1 or higher. He wanted to cry at his terrible luck. Shouren deliberately picked the shabbiest-looking shop in the whole market, and his damned luck sent him straight into a Tier 1 sten.
Take another step, and I'll carve both your legs into meat pudding.
A sweet and pleasant voice whispered the threat into Shouren's left ear. The warm voice contrasted with the grisly threat just made. Goosebumps tingled over Shouren's skin, and his heart hammered inside his chest. Shouren didn't even see who it was, but that person was already behind him.
I only have one kidney, half a lung, and there's a hole in my heart. My organs won't sell for much.
Shouren calmed his thumping heart and answered without the Tier 1 hearing the trembling in his voice. He was afraid. If a Tier 1 was hiding in this desolate shop, it meant they were up to no good, and most likely an organ trafficker that preyed on lone street kids. No one would come looking for Shouren here besides Rhea, and even then, no one would seriously take the complaint of the penniless elderly lady. "Do you list all your available organs to everyone you meet?" The Tier 1's voice had an amused edge to it. "It's a woman." Shouren's brain finally had time to process the events unfolding. In his terror, he didn't even take the time to discern the voice. He didn't dare turn around to look at the woman, but based on the whisper, she was a middle-aged woman that was only a few inches taller than him. Considering Shouren's 5'2" stature, that would put the woman at a height of approximately 5'4", even after growing a little from the awakening. Shouren remained short for his age due to years of poor nutrition. The Tier 1 cardist was petite by adult standards. "I have a rare medical condition that makes me pass out every hour. I can't work manual labor." Shouren coughed nervously. If the bloodthirsty woman hadn't knocked him out to harvest his organs, it might mean she wanted to sell him as a slave. "Quite untrusting of others, I see. I don't care about how many kidneys you have, kid. You're a terrible liar. Now, put that sack down and turn around." The woman sighed with exasperation at Shouren's continued fiasco. "You won't kill me?" Shouren's hand tightened over the sack, yet he didn't turn around. "What a scaredy cat. Hey, Isola, why are we messing with this slum kid?" A new voice from the other side of the shop interrupted with a burst of laughter. It sounded like an older male teen. "That kid is using an uncommon spell card as a Tier 0. Reuben, you need to pay more attention to your surroundings." Another fresh voice echoed a yard away from the second voice, and this time it was a deep and rich voice of an older man.
Whatever. He's a dirty slum rat in the end. I can smell his filth all the way here."
The male teen named Reuben snorted with derision. Shouren's eyes blazed, his hazel irises seethed with rage. He didn't mind being killed or maimed. However, he would no longer tolerate others looking down on him. A tsunami of lumen erupted within his body, and not caring whether the Tier 1 killed him or not, Shouren turned around and dashed straight to where Reuben's voice came from. Once he turned around, Shouren noticed a lot of things at once. The curious and playful look on the auburn-haired woman, the calm and stoic expression on the dark-skinned, bald man, and finally the gloating sneer on the blonde 17-year-old teenager. Waves of lumen rushed into Shouren's veins as he twisted his abdomen and swung the sack at Reuben's head with full force. Reuben's sapphire eyes stared at Shouren with unwavering confidence. "He came at me first. I can retaliate, right, Thalen?" Reuben smirked as he smoothly tilted his head to evade Shouren's attack. Reuben didn't even shift his legs.
"Both of you are Tier 0. Retaliation is allowed,"
the bald man stated with his eyes closed while leaning against the back wall. He was tall and wearing a suit of charcoal black leather armor. There was no weapon Shouren could see on him. "No fatal strikes, Ruby," the petite auburn-haired woman said cheerfully as she raised her hands over her head and yawned lazily. Isola was dressed in simple maroon and orange robes. Once again, Shouren saw no weapons on her as well. "It's Reuben, you dolt!" Reuben glared at the petite woman. Noticing the woman's teasing expression, Reuben clicked his tongue and turned his withering gaze toward Shouren. "Are you dumb? Attacking with that sack is too slow. How did you even survive the streets? Let me show you how to land a hit on someone." Reuben smirked, drawing out a small dagger. Before Shouren could prepare, he felt a dull thud on his left shoulder. "You gave me too much time to prepare. I knew you were going to attack with that sack, and by the time you lifted it off the ground, the weight of it was already dragging down your speed." Reuben brought his face closer to Shouren's baleful eyes. Shouren snarled, his wild hair obscuring his vision. He felt the cold metal gliding into his flesh. This pain was nothing compared to the lightning beast. He ignored Reuben's taunt and raised his leg to kick. Reuben shook his head with disappointment and smoothly dodged the attack as if he had already predicted it. "Too rash. You want to be arrogant, then at least be good at something like me." Reuben switched the hand holding the dagger and nimbly sliced the flesh on Shouren's thigh to his chest.
It was a long, bloody gash, but it didn't penetrate any of the muscle strands. Shouren channeled more lumen and lunged after Reuben. His eyes remained focused despite the obvious taunts. Thalen slowly opened his eyes while Isola hummed with enjoyment.
You're too weak and slow. It's not even fun anymore. I thought you'd have a bite to you, but what a pity.
Reuben relished with a fake reproachful gaze at Shouren, and just as Shouren's fist was about to make contact, Reuben's icy blue eyes flashed with victory. He aimed the dagger straight into Shouren's fist, severing the skin and into the palm. Shouren chuckled.
Got you.
Shouren clasped the dagger's pommel in a vice with his bleeding hand, preventing Reuben from pulling it out. Meanwhile, Reuben stared at Shouren in surprise.
You talk too much. I never paid you money to sit here and listen to you babble all day. My ears bled more than what your dagger did.
Shouren grinned. Reuben was taller than him, and without lumen, Reuben would also have been stronger than him. However, Reuben's attributes were definitely all in the F rank. With lumen, Shouren closed the gap. The only advantage Reuben had was his combat techniques. Until now, Shouren still didn't know what class card Reuben had. Thalen's eyes were fully open now, and he observed Shouren with fascination. Even Isola whistled at Shouren's guts to intentionally take the dagger head-on without care to injury. Both of them stood motionless and didn't attempt to stop the fight.
What's your class card? You're cheating by using its ability to numb your pain.
Reuben looked murderously at Shouren.
Cardsmith,
Shouren replied with a bright smile before he grabbed onto Reuben's blonde hair and smashed his forehead into the latter's face.
What?
Reuben sputtered in shock, but Shouren slammed his head into Reuben's face again. Splotches of blood splashed onto the shop's floor.
What's yours?
Shouren laughed through his bloodied teeth, his molars stained crimson from Reuben's bleeding nose.
Heh!
Reuben groaned, trying to pull away, but Shouren's lumen-powered hand locked onto his arm.
How much lumen does this kid have? Didn't hear you. Say it again.
However, before Reuben could finish his sentence, Shouren bashed his head again, cracking the cartilage completely in Reuben's nose. Reuben's body thrummed with unbridled fury. He closed his eyes and touched a card hidden in the back of his pants. Then he muttered softly.
Full heal!
An explosion of lumen seeped into the room, and when the light died down, Reuben was standing there unscathed with all his injuries recovered. His sapphire eyes bored at Shouren in revenge.
Enough. The kid wins the bout.
Thalen stood up and appeared in a flash beside Reuben, his dark hand preventing Reuben from drawing out another card.
I'm still standing and he's almost dead!
Reuben protested vehemently. Shouren's sight was starting to get bleary. His ears rang with faint noises, yet he willed himself to stand. The fight wasn't over. Shouren still didn't know if Thalen and Isola were enemies as well. He couldn't pass out now.
It's over. You lost by using your class card.
The dark, bald man slowly shook his head at the indignant Reuben.
What? That brat used it first!
Reuben glowered with anger. Shouren had lied about his class, lied about using an ability, and even provoked him by using his nose as a pincushion.
He never activated a card, Ruby. The kid withstood that pain on his own willpower.
Isola glided over to the floor. Her eyes exchanged something briefly with Thalen, to which the latter nodded.
Is he really a cardsmith, then? How?
Reuben's blue eyes widened in bafflement.
Only our little friend can answer that.
Isola pivoted her head to glance at Shouren. At that moment, something else happened. Suddenly, Shouren crumpled to the ground, his blood leaking through his clothes, while darkness filled his mind. His illusion spell shattered, revealing his real features to everyone. Chapter 11.
Hey, Isola, the dumb frog is awake!
The familiar, annoying voice was the first thing Shouren heard as his eyes fluttered back into consciousness.
I can see that as well, Ruby. Now get off him before the poor lad dies of suffocation.
Isola's cheerful voice greeted Shouren as he groaned with discomfort.
Is that why my chest felt heavy? That pumpkin head was sitting on me.
Shouren cursed inside his mind.
He soon sensed the pressure ease and opened his eye fully to see Reuben bounce away, chuckling with victory.
How long was I passed out?
Shouren needed to return to Rhea by evening, or else his grandmother would begin to worry. He gave a quick glance to the side, relieved that his sack was untouched and the hides were still intact. Good. They didn't steal anything from him. As if noticing Shouren's inspection, Isola rolled her eyes and continued.
You've been out for 2 minutes. What, you think we have the whole day to wait for you to wake up? I'm not running a bed and breakfast, you know. What do you want from me?
Shouren's suspicions were on high alert. They could have done anything to him while he was unconscious, yet they didn't. Why?
Let's start with something small. You already know my name from Ruby yelling it out all the time. I'm Isola Brightvale at your service. What's your name, kid?
Isola's pleasant smile lightened the mood of the room. Now that Shouren had the time to observe her, Isola's radiated a merry persona, while her chestnut-colored eyes twinkled with mischievousness. Shouren was drawn to her. He didn't know why, but her presence warmed him.
My name's Shouren. Did you heal my wounds?
Shouren answered while scanning the rest of his body. No traces of the laceration, cuts, or bruises remained. He was fully healed.
Nope, you can thank Ruby for that.
Isola gestured at the sulking Reuben to her side.
What's with him? He's been staring at me whenever he thinks I'm not looking.
Shouren detected a subtle shift in Reuben. Reuben had been behaving strangely toward him since their bout.
Thank you.
Shouren gave a nod in Reuben's direction. Reuben had an aggravating personality, but he still healed Shouren despite their earlier fight. Shouren was thankful for the gesture. He now had an inkling of Reuben's class card. It was a healer-based class.
But how did he fight so well?
Reuben snorted in response, but nodded back after a brief pause. His sapphire eyes bore into Shouren for a second before looking away.
Nice to meet you, Shouren. Well, we have quite a situation at our hands. I have to admit it went a bit out of control, but it seems it worked out for the better in the end.
Isola brought her hand to her chin and tilted her head with curiosity. Shouren gave her a perplexed look as he stood back up. He didn't know what the woman was getting at.
I was initially taken aback by a Tier 0 kid using an uncommon disguise spell card. I thought you were a spy sent by an acquaintance, but after seeing you fight, either you're the worst assassin ever or you're really just a kid who randomly entered this place.
Isola covered her chuckle with her mouth after seeing the offended look on Shouren's face.
Show your class card, Shouren.
A deep voice rumbled in the back. Only now did Shouren realize the third person was missing from the room. Thalen.
There's still something they're not telling me. Isola and Thalen are clearly no small-time cardists, and even Reuben seems like he was from an affluent family. What were these three doing in a dusty village and inside a shambled shop? They can't see the corruption on the class card, so I can show them without worrying.
Shouren's thoughts raced as he touched his chest with his other hand. A gentle glow of lumen exuded from the floating gray card in front of Shouren's chest.
He's really a cardsmith.
Reuben's brows rose with disbelief.
His words ring true.
Thalen shot Isola a look. A flicker of disappointment shimmered behind Isola's brown eyes when she saw the common class card, but she covered it before Shouren could see. Shouren had a blazing fire inside him that drew her to him, but Isola knew that the chances of him successfully evolving to Tier 1 were bleak. If only he had an uncommon class card.
Why would I lie about being a cardsmith?
Shouren shrugged his shoulders. He could feel the imperceptible tension in the room slowly fading away. Would they have killed him if he was lying? Shouren wanted to leave the room as soon as possible. He liked Isola, and Reuben was irritating, but Thalen sent shivers down his spine. The dark-skinned man was an enigma, and Shouren was still unaware of what these three were doing in this town. They didn't belong here. Shouren reached out for his sack and picked it up, indicating he was about to leave.
I thought you came here to sell off those hides, kid. Why don't we see what you have, and then maybe you'll show us the rest of your wares inside your secret storage?
Isola picked up on Shouren's intention to leave and laughed at the shocked expression on his face when she mentioned his storage.
How do you know?
Shouren choked out the words. His danger senses were back on alert again.
Oh, please, relax, kid. You're walking around carrying that many hides and not a single card was found on you when you passed out. Don't you think that's unusual? Inventory utility cards are a common drop after the 5th floor. I already have one and don't need to steal yours, so calm your pearls.
Isola let out an exasperated sigh at the fidgety kid. What kind of life did Shouren live that he mistrusted everyone so much? The woman observed Shouren's hackles raised every time something agitated him.
She went beyond the 5th floor. I'm so screwed. She's at least a tier 2 then.
Ice poured down Shouren's spine as the veil lifted from his eyes. The pieces of the puzzle began falling into place a bit. Shouren thought these three wanted to steal his stuff or exploit him in some way. However, from the beginning, he was just a curiosity to them. Why would a Tier 2 cardist care about a lowly village kid and his paltry collection of Tier 0 monster hides? They probably wanted to confirm he wasn't a hidden spy or an assassin, and after seeing his class card, they lowered their guards.
Do you really want to buy these hides? They're all Tier 0.
Shouren's cheeks blushed as he offered them the loot. He felt a bit silly presenting Tier 0 hides to someone in Tier 2.
Sure, kid. You can never run out of hides, and the armor smiths will gobble up as many as they can find to train their new recruits. However, I'm more interested in the trinket you use to cast that illusion spell.
Isola inquired with a smile. With a common cardsmith class card, Shouren couldn't use illusion spell cards, meaning he used an external item with that effect.
Trinket? She thinks I used an item which had an illusion effect. I can't let her know it was my corrupted ability.
A shadow flitted through Shouren's mind as he quickly came with an excuse.
It was a single-use item, and it got destroyed after the spell ran out. Do you also have common class cards to trade?
Shouren shook his head ruefully, putting on a pained expression at the loss of his item. Isola stared at him for a moment before sighing. Shouren was obviously lying, but she didn't pay it any further heed. Based on what she knew about Shouren's character, he was probably worried she'd steal it from him, as if she'd needed a trinket that didn't even work on Tier 1s.
I don't have many common class cards, as I usually take them to the cardsmiths to shard. But it's been a week since I've gone to one, so I should have a few left. Which ones do you want?
Isola whistled a tune as she brought out 12 gray cards from her inventory. As a Tier 2, Isola had 3 spell slots to use. Shouren was elated at seeing these common class cards. He wanted them.
I'll take them all,
Shouren replied with gusto, his heart in a fervor storm. This would get him closer to upgrading his class card to uncommon. He heard Reuben splutter on the side, astounded at Shouren's audacity. Even Thalon raised his brow inquisitively at the young teen.
I like you, kid, but not that much, okay? I can give you 3 of these cards for all those hides there.
Isola teased as the corner of her mouth curled up.
This will be the pivotal moment that will either give me wings or burn me to ashes.
Shouren ignored the tumultuous waves of anxiety crashing inside him and made his choice. He desperately needed these class cards, and if he had to take a risk with his plan, then Isola was the best option to roll the dice with. Stealing his gaze at the auburn-haired woman, Shouren raised his hand and brought out a single card from his vault.
Hey, buddy. Another common spell card isn't going to tip the scales that much.
Confusion was etched all over Isola's face. Did Reuben not heal Shouren's head properly, or was it still concussed? Shouren held his gaze at Isola. She was the one he needed to convince. From the short instances that Thalon spoke, Shouren had gathered that the dark man deferred to the petite, bubbly woman instead. But Shouren's next words froze the room into silence.
I forged that spell card. Are you serious, kid?
Isola's brown eyes drove into Shouren with a startling intensity. A cardsmith with a recipe and a cardsmith without a recipe were 2 drastically different levels of existence.
Forge one, in front of us.
Thalon joined Isola next to her small frame. The large man's body moved silently within the shadows. Shouren took a quick peek at his status, and he needed 1 more lumen to forge the card. It should replenish in a few minutes.
I can forge it now, but I think we should discuss something else before that.
Shouren started, refraining from displaying his nervousness on the outside. Even Reuben stood there silently gawking at the events unfolding.
From the expressions on the two adults' faces, he knew Shouren had captivated their attention. Reuben had an inkling of the cause of their excitement. Cardsmiths with a recipe were a natural supplier of cards. They could theoretically craft an inexhaustible number of cards as long as they had lumen. This was critical to any organizations like a guild or the kingdoms. They had so many members that they needed a constant flow of cards to sustain their influence. However, Shouren had a common cardsmith class card. Who in their right mind would let him take the recipe when the chances of him even evolving to Tier 1 were meagerly low?
An illusion trinket, a spatial storage utility card, unusual amounts of hides for a non-combat class, and a cardsmith with a recipe on top of that. You're a peculiar kid, Shouren.
Isola's face turned serious for the first time since Shouren had met her. She seemed to contemplate what to do from here on. Thalon merely spectated silently, while Reuben stayed uncharacteristically quiet as well. Shouren didn't blink as he waited. His gamble would all depend on Isola's next move.
Can I ask you why you chose to reveal your ability to forge cards? We both know you didn't have to if you simply wanted all 12 of these common cards.
Isola knew the kid in front of her wasn't stupid. From the way Shouren entered the shop with a disguise, an uncommon spell, having a storage card as a Tier 0, and combined with his abnormal suspicion to strangers, Shouren didn't look like a dumb kid that would reveal his secrets to strangers. Moreover, Shouren was clearly hiding the extent of his possessions from the world, carrying around a sack of hides when he already had a storage card. If the number of hides was any indication of his prowess, then Shouren definitely had a lot more cards hidden with him. Then why not use those cards for a trade rather than revealing something like a recipe? Shouren was well aware of the dangers that kind of information posed.
You're a Tier 4 cardist. Why would you care about a cardsmith with a mere Tier 0 recipe?
Shouren shrugged nonchalantly.
Nice probe, but I'm not telling you my tier, kid.
Isola chuckled at Shouren's attempt at getting her to divulge her level of strength. In response, Shouren grinned as if it didn't matter. He already confirmed that she was at least a Tier 2. However, Isola appeared to be waiting for Shouren to continue his explanation.
It's because of that pumpkinhead over there.
Shouren sighed and gestured to Reuben.
Who are you calling a pumpkinhead, Froggy?
Reuben looked perplexed at Shouren's reason, but retorted with a jibe of his own. Shouren trusted Isola because of him.
Continue.
Isola rolled her eyes at the childish exchange and prompted for Shouren to resume. Shouren scratched his cheek and explained slowly.
Reuben is brash and irritatingly loud, but he listens to you. Not out of fear, but I see the respect in his eyes. Then there's that scary bald guy over there. He looks like he steals cookies from children's hands, but even he bows in respect to you. There's no terror in their eyes. And then it only means one thing. They trust you above everything.
A few seconds of silence echoed in the room once Shouren finished.
The kid said you look like a cookie thief, Thalon.
Isola burst into a fit of melodious laughter, poking the large man mirthfully. Thalon grunted without saying a word. But Shouren glimpsed the edges of his mouth inching upwards.
Want to have another go, Froggy? Let's see who is the irritating loud one this time, huh?
Meanwhile, Reuben snapped with indignation, his dagger dancing between his fingers, goading Shouren. Then Isola sighed and moved closer toward Shouren. He looked up at her, his gaze unwavering.
You have a fire in your soul, kid. It's a shame about your common class card, but you have the iron inside you to climb the dungeon floors. If the system favors you, you might reach Tier 1, but that'll be the end of your journey with that common class. Such a pity. Anyway, I'm guessing you want to make an arrangement with me to sell your crafted cards.
Isola exhaled and reached out for the card in Shouren's hand. She lamented that a young teen of Shouren's caliber was doomed to Tier 1. Even if he succeeded in the Chamber of Ascendance, he'd never be able to reach Tier 2 without an uncommon class card.
Yes, you'll take 2% of all the sales and give me 98% in return. Initially, we'll do the exchange in common class cards and then switch to Cronus. I prefer the Cardsmith class cards, but any other basic class cards will work as well. It will be a system-enforced contract, and we can set the minimum number of cards you need me to forge every week.
Shouren listed out the terms. His first priority was to get as many common class cards as he could.
He didn't worry about Isola getting suspicious about this request. Most people would shard class cards to increase their synchronization.
Why don't we sign a slave contract at the same time as well, and you can have me working for free? What is with those terms, brat? Am I your long-lost aunt or something to give you 98%? I want 20% of the sales.
Isola almost spat out when she heard Shouren's terms. He was giving her a 2% while he kept 98% of the profits. How was he a mere slum kid? She had a feeling that if Shouren had a merchant class, he'd ruthlessly wring everyone dry. 5%. Shouren shook his head without giving an inch.
20%, and I'll make sure no one learns about your identity as the cardsmith who forged these cards.
Isola crossed her arms over her chest, unrelenting as well. She read the spell card, and it was a pretty neat card. It wasn't useful in direct combat, but the tamer guilds would go for it. It would let them safely capture Tier 0 monsters without harming them or intoxicating their bodies with paralyzing agents. It wasn't normally worth her time to take on this transaction of a Tier 0 card, but her instincts were telling her to make a bond with this bizarre, dark-haired teenager. Having this contract would ensure she'd be able to reach Shouren whenever she wanted. How a common cardsmith brat could help her in the future she didn't know yet, but she'd learn to trust her guts.
7%, and I'll give you a foot massage every month for free.
Shouren answered after a slight pause, winking. The young money grubber dreaded giving up his profits.
20%, and I guarantee your secrecy. I'll gather as many cardsmith class cards as I can from the other towns, and you give me a foot massage every week.
Isola smirked cheekily. She enjoyed watching Shouren twitch under her gaze. She knew she had him. Shouren was a fool if he thought he could scam her. He trapped himself by offering the extra service.
Foot massage for me as well,
Reuben chimed in from the side, snickering at Shouren.
Fine, 20% in everything you said, but I want to add one final thing. Reuben will have to give Talon a foot massage at the same time as well.
Shouren gave Reuben a thumbs up with a wink and held out his hand to Isola. It was Reuben's fault for interrupting the discussion.
Deal.
Isola nodded with a chortle and took Shouren's small hand.
Can we switch people? I don't want to touch Talon's gross feet.
Reuben whined, resigned to defeat. Isola had already shaken the kid's hand, and now he'd be forced to do it despite not getting any benefits from the transaction. Reuben cursed his tongue for jumping into the discussion.
Use warm water for my feet,
Talon said to Reuben in a deadpan voice before walking away.
One more thing, kid. You're smart for your age, but I'll say it anyway. Don't tell anyone about us. I haven't asked about your secrets, as you are allowed to have them. Similarly, you need to respect ours as well. I don't like saying this to a kid, but if you tell anyone about us, then I'll dispose of you in a manner I see fit. Are we clear on this?
Isola gripped Shouren's shoulder and stated in a somber tone, bringing the temperature of the room down a few degrees.
I won't betray you as long as you don't betray me.
Shouren matched Isola's gaze. He had no intention of telling people about Isola. It was apparent that the three of them had secrets to hide, but that didn't matter to Shouren. As long as Isola honored the contract and upheld her side of the bargain, Shouren didn't want to get involved with them anymore. It was dangerous hanging around Tier 2 cardists. That meant their enemies were Tier 2 as well.
A conditional answer. You won't betray me as long as I do the same. What if you change your mind later?
Before Isola finished her words, her body dissipated and she reappeared in a flash beside Shouren, a crystal-like sword placed to his neck.
I won't betray you as long as you don't.
Shouren reiterated his words. Beads of sweat pooled over his forehead as he felt the coolness of the sharp blade, but he stood still. Unlike the Thunder Beast in the dungeon, Shouren didn't feel any killing intent from Isola. Shouren meant his words. Just because Isola was higher tiered than him, he wouldn't bow down to her in fear. If Isola had wanted to kill him, she'd have done that long ago.
Good kid. You're a bit of a swindler, but at least you mean your words. Now, let's finalize the contract.
Isola withdrew her sword with a satisfied smile and patted Shouren's head, pleased.
You owe me a discount for trying to threaten your client.
Shouren grumbled, rubbing his neck to make sure the blade didn't nick anything. Isola laughed harder in response.
I can't believe it, Shouren whispered with giddiness, his hazel eyes twinkling under the reflecting glow. Delicately sitting on the palm of his hand was the stack of 12 class cards Isola had given him. It was an advance payment Shouren had insisted on after signing the system contract. The auburn-haired woman hadn't really cared much and casually handed them to him. In return for the cards, Shouren had until next week to hand over 10 spectral thread spell cards to her before nightfall. Thalin had requested for Shouren to forge 1 card before them, and Shouren had obliged, receiving a reticent nod in return from the large man. Wish I'd gotten more for the hides, Shouren sighed as he looked up the 200 kronas in his vault. He still had a few more hides in his vault, but Shouren didn't want to let Isola know just how big his storage space was. Having a common utility card was unusual, but having a rare storage utility card might even pique Isola's attention. The hides were only worth around 170 kronas, but Shouren increased the amount to 200 after claiming he didn't have any spare change. Isola had threatened him earlier with a weapon, so this was Shouren's petty payback. He wanted to sell the remaining hides to acquire more kronas, leaving his grandma with enough money to cover next week's rent in case he got delayed in the dungeon. Without his disguise spell card, Shouren could only sell his common cards to the local merchants. Should I trust Isola with my uncommon cards? Shouren pondered, but right then a familiar voice cut through the evening air. Oi, Froggy! Want to join me in the dungeon tomorrow?
Chapter 12.
Huh? I'm a cardsmith. I won't be much help in a fight.
Shouren was taken aback at Reuben's request.
No way am I entering the dungeon with Pumpkinhead over there. I won't be able to use any of my corrupted abilities, and I don't want to get involved any more with Isola's group until I know more about who they actually are.
Shouren's thoughts rumbled inside his mind.
Of course I know that, you idiot. I need you for your sharding ability. You know how to use it, right?
Reuben flicked Shouren's head, eliciting an annoyed help from the latter.
I know how to shard cards, but why do I need to go into the dungeon with you? Just bring them to me. Pay the standard fee or the express fee if you want it done quick.
Shouren pushed Reuben aside before he could flick his forehead again.
Nah, it'll take too much time for you to recover your lumen out here. The dungeon has a much higher lumen density for how I want you to shard the cards. Also, stop trying to rip people off at every turn. I've never heard of an express fee before.
Reuben protested to the shrewd, dark-haired kid.
Sounds shady. I don't want to. Go lure some other 14-year-old to do your bidding.
Shouren squinted his eyes in suspicion. He already didn't want to have more dealings with Reuben's group, and the blonde teenager was being too fidgety from the norm. Seeing Shouren turn around to leave, Reuben swiftly sidestepped him. Just as Shouren was about to channel his lumen to run away, Reuben's following words stopped him in his tracks.
I can help you unlock your second trait.
Shouren froze and turned around to look at Reuben, confusion evident on his youthful face.
I thought the second trait would unlock at my Tier 1 evolution. This is why I don't like talking to village bumpkins.
Reuben sighed while running his hand through his coarse blonde hair. He later continued speaking.
Most people think you can only have 3 traits in your life because a majority of them don't reach the Tier 1 evolution. Think about it, Froggy. Why are there certain cardists like the luminaries that are stronger than those in the same tier? If you only have a single trait before your first evolution, your final result won't amount to much. Does he mean my evolution is tied to my traits? Grandma never completed her evolution, so I don't have any information about the outcomes. But why does Reuben want me to come to the dungeon with him, and why even offer me knowledge about the second trait?
Shouren became pensive at Reuben's information. However, he couldn't figure out why Reuben was sharing these details with him in the first place.
How many traits do you have?
Shouren asked with unhidden curiosity.
I have 2 for now, but I'm very close to unlocking my 3rd one, which I need your help with.
Reuben didn't say what his traits were, but knowing that he had more than one trait was enough to prompt Shouren with even more questions.
Don't ask me what they are, Froggy. I'm not going to tell you.
Only Isola and Thalin know because they helped me with my second one.
Reuben smirked, seeing the hazel-eyed teen twitch in agitation. He could tell Shouren was eager to know.
One of your traits has something to do with perception or body control.
Shouren stared at Reuben as he stated his conjecture. Back when Shouren fought the older teen, something had been gnawing at him. Reuben was a tier 0 with a healer class card. Shouren didn't know what rarity his class card was, but for a non-combatant class, Reuben moved too eloquently. Shouren didn't believe Reuben's attributes were necessarily higher than his. He felt the force behind the dagger's strike, and it shouldn't be at E rank, and neither did Reuben move at a speed of an E rank attribute. The ease at which Reuben dodged his attacks had been bothering Shouren until now.
I can't believe Isola the dolt was right. Froggy, your intelligence is at E rank, correct?
Hearing Shouren, Reuben covered his eyes with his palm in resignation.
Wait, why does Isola think my intelligence is at E rank?
Shouren didn't confirm Reuben's accusation. However, his response seemed to have already confirmed it within Reuben's mind.
Do you think a normal 14-year-old kid can stay that calm while in the presence of 2 high-tiered cardists? Not only that, you devised a strategy on the spot and got yourself a system contract to sell your forged cards. If it wasn't for your common class card, Isola would have recruited you right then.
Reuben explained in a steady tone. His sapphire eyes gazed at Shouren, faint speckles of respect hidden for the younger teen.
I did notice that after my intelligence upgraded, the speed of my thoughts has increased, along with how fast I can process the information in my surroundings. I know Isola and Thalin are high-tiered, but isn't it abnormal for me to not be scared of them? I did think the chances of them actually killing me were low, but why did I think that?
It dawned on Shouren that he had indeed changed a lot since his attribute upgraded to E rank. Back in the dungeon, he was momentarily surprised, but the effects of that upgrade were beginning to show. The fact that Isola wanted to recruit him didn't faze Shouren at all. He wasn't going to join them anyway. He had too many secrets to risk displaying them. Until he was strong enough to protect himself, all his risks would have to be calculated.
How do you upgrade your attributes?
Shouren paused briefly before posing his question.
Shut up, brat. If it was that easy, then all my attributes wouldn't be in F rank. Do I look like I'm your teacher? Stop pestering me with so many questions. So, are you joining me for the dungeon or not?
Reuben exhaled loudly, waving his hands at Shouren's tirade of questions.
Pumpkinhead knows about how to upgrade attributes, but if he hasn't managed to do so yet, it means the process is difficult or uncertain.
Shouren stored that bit of detail for later.
Fine. I'll ask about your original offer. That's fair game. Why would you offer me the information about traits for just sharding cards? You can get any common cardsmith in the village to do it.
Shouren was eager to learn about unlocking his second trait in the attributes, but his wariness didn't leave him yet.
I don't know, Froggy. I just want to, okay?
Reuben chuckled and shrugged his shoulders without care. Shouren had the cunningness of a little monster, but there was something about the kid that all 3 of them liked.
You're not going to give a reason like I remind you of your son or someone important to you?
Shouren took out his rawhide water skin and took a gulp of the cool water.
Shut up, brat. If I had a son your age, wouldn't I have to be married while still in the womb? I know you're a scrubby kid that spent his time on the streets, but you don't have to be suspicious about everything. Isola likes you, and even if Thalin doesn't say much, he approves of you as well. Hell, I like your guts as well. You went straight after my head without thinking about my class card or my tier.
Reuben frowned at the clumsily stitched water skin while he resumed talking to Shouren. When Shouren offered the water to him, Reuben retched out the water while glaring at Shouren once he tasted the meat-flavored water.
You're not trying to finish me off in the dungeon when no one's looking.
Shouren grinned at Reuben, spitting out the water. By now he'd gotten used to the meat-flavored water.
You pestered Isola for a couple more kronas. Trust me, you're not worth enough for even a kidnap ransom.
Reuben stared at Shouren in bewilderment before cracking up into laughter.
He doesn't look like he wants to target me. Pumpkinhead doesn't seem much like a thinker. Could Isola have put him up to this? I doubt she'd let Reuben venture off on his own. Maybe she just wanted to confirm if my intelligence was at E rank. Well, it doesn't matter. I need more information about the dungeon, attributes, and my traits. Grandma doesn't know either, so doing a few dungeon runs with Pumpkinhead is worth the risk. Maybe I'll squeeze out details from Reuben about who they are as well. I want half the loot. After pondering over his thoughts, Shouren came to a decision. He'd go with Reuben. Shouren would make sure not to reveal his corrupted abilities and only stick to the regular cardsmith ones. It would be limited to the first floor, so Shouren wasn't too worried about the danger. Unless the lightning beast showed up again.
Not this again,
Reuben groaned. He was well versed to Shouren's antics by now. The little loot grubber wouldn't give an inch if left alone.
If you're going to fight, then I'll gladly give you half the loot, Froggy. I doubt your sack would fare well as a weapon against the monsters.
And Reuben raised his hand to stop Shouren from speaking.
I'll fight all the monsters, but if you kill any on your own, the loot from that monster will be yours. I want you to shard the cards I give you, and it'll be the standard fee. 1 shard per successful activation.
Shouren stood there silently, thinking about Reuben's proposition. The terms were good. Shouren wouldn't have to fight, and he'd simply collect shards. There was also the added information about the traits. In truth, just the last part was enough for Shouren to delve in the dungeon with Reuben.
All right, that's fair. But let's add one more part. If any of the monsters drop a class card, we both flip a coin, and if I win, I get to keep that card.
Shouren liked the terms, but he still didn't want to let go of collecting more cards. He needed to upgrade his class card as soon as possible. No way was he going to do a fair trade and give Reuben kronas for the cards.
I'm changing your nickname, Froggy. You're Little Goblin from now on. We have an agreement then. Let's go.
Reuben shook his head in amusement at Shouren's addition of the coin flip, but he didn't really care as long as he got to unlock his third trait. In truth, Isola and Talon didn't know about his plan to take Shouren to the dungeon. They had only asked him to confirm the doubt regarding Shouren's attributes and any details he could find in the village about the kid. However, Reuben was different. He fought Shouren up close and saw the blazing fire masked behind the younger teen's eyes. It was why he was in disbelief that Shouren was a cardsmith. As a non-combat class, Reuben was the same. His ambition was to unlock the relevant traits to let him fight as a healer. It was the only way to contend against the system's restrictions for using non-class cards. He wanted to show Shouren that path as well. Coming from a clan of prolific healers, Reuben was forced to select the healer class card on his awakening day. However, he never wanted to sit back and leave the fight to others. Reuben saw the same flames flickering inside Shouren. The only difference between them was that Reuben started with a rare class card, while Shouren had a common class card. Isola and Talon didn't think the guild would accept Shouren, regardless of how talented he was, if his chances of reaching Tier 1 were this low.
You're a good kid, Pumpkinhead.
Shouren laughed cheerfully when Reuben agreed to his clause and reached on his tiptoes to pat the taller teen on the head like an elder.
Get your grubby little hands off me!
Reuben snorted and pushed off Shouren playfully.
Let's meet at the dungeon's entrance. I need to make one last stop, and I'll join you in 30 minutes.
Shouren summoned his lumen, allowing the waves of energy to course inside his body. He needed to drop the kronas and a few cards with Rhea, so she had enough money to cover their rent if he was delayed in the dungeon.
Don't be late, little goblin.
Reuben turned around and left after waving. He needed to inform Isola and Talon as well.
Be careful, little potato.
Rhea pulled her grandson close to her, embracing his small frame tightly. It was late evening, and Shouren had come to tell her that he needed to go into the dungeon. She tried to prod him further, but her grandson stopped her with a firm shake of his head. Shouren was serious. Rhea wanted to know what had happened at the market, but she trusted Shouren. Every teen after obtaining their class card had to be treated as an adult. In many ways, by simply entering the dungeon alone, Shouren had proved that he was a better cardist than herself.
Don't worry about me, Grandma. I won't be fighting this time and just need to confirm something inside the dungeon. I didn't get time to sell everything I wanted, but these 2 cards should be enough with these kronas.
Shouren retrieved the pouch of kronas he received from Isola, along with 2 other common spell cards.
They were mediocre spells that Shouren didn't need. Combined with the kronas and the 2 spell cards, it should cover the rent and other bills for a while until he returned from the dungeon. Shouren looked inside his vault to gaze at the stack of cards neatly aligned on the side. Class cards, common, 28, uncommon, 3. Spell cards, common, 12, uncommon, 3. And those were a lot of cards. He already had more than a quarter of the common class cards he needed to upgrade to uncommon cardsmith. He originally started with 14 common class cards from the monsters on the first floor, then an additional 2 from the 5 total cards the dungeon gave as final reward, and the 12 class cards he obtained from Isola just a brief while ago.
Should I save the uncommon class cards or trade them for more common class cards so I can upgrade my class sooner?
Shouren was conflicted. Gathering common class cards were simply a matter of time, as they were both cheap and frequently dropped on the first floor. However, uncommon class cards were still, well, uncommon.
No, I'll keep them. If I really need to, I can trade the uncommon spell cards, but I need the class cards to later upgrade to rare cardsmith. It won't be as easy as the common class cards. Even Isola won't be able to promise them.
Shouren was tempted to use the Devourer's Right and absorb the 28 class cards, but he was going into the dungeon, and it was best to be fully equipped in case there were any unexpected events. Shouren was eager to see if there would be any changes in his class card once he started the process.
You need the cards for sharding,
Rhea began before Shouren interrupted her as he ran out the door.
And live like bats in a cave with no lights. Forget it, Grandma. I won't forget to shard cards, but we also need to sell some to live decently. I'll see you soon, and remember to eat your meals, Grandma.
Shouren gave a final stern look to Rhea before he flashed a grin and then left the house. Rhea glanced down at the cards and pouch, chuckling softly to herself. It was an amusing situation with her 14-year-old grandson reproaching her with a serious expression on his youthful face.
Well, his intelligence is higher than mine at E rank.
The small town was bustling this evening. The past few days, the dungeon's entrance was closed by the orders of the Sunspire Theocracy, the rulers of the 10th floor of the Akasha dungeon. No one knew why, but the governor abided by the order and forbade anyone from entering the dungeon for 3 days earlier in the week. It was a grave matter, as Sunspire had even sent one of their bishops to the town. As the de facto rulers of the 10th floor, the Sunspire Theocracy had ample leeway in the real world as well. Although they couldn't bar anyone from directly entering the 10th floor, they could restrict resources for the various guilds and factions. After every 10 floors, the dungeon brought about significant changes in the real world. Starhaven Guild was the world's current most powerful organization as they cleared the 20th floor, but Sunspire still retained their formidable status for clearing the 10th floor first. The lumen density on the 10th floor was essential to Tier 2 classes and above. The higher-tiered spell cards had monstrous amounts of lumen required to activate, and the cardists would run dry without being able to replenish their lumen. Crafting classes like blacksmiths, tinkerers, cardsmiths, etc. needed alarming pools of lumen in the atmosphere to craft their wares. Since only Tier 4 cardists and above could risk delving to the 20th floor, Sunspire's 10th floor was the final destination for a lot of the adventurers. Many smaller guilds and kingdoms had system contracts with Sunspire for the use of the floor to train their recruits, and some even splurged fortunes to buy land inside the 10th floor. This was one of the rewards for clearing every 10th floor. Sunspire had raked in billions of kronas every year just from real estate transactions on the floor. Owning land on that floor meant that one could directly enter the 10th floor from any portal. This was why the various powers of the world had been vying to clear the 30th floor for decades. However, they were stuck because they realized they needed the might of a Tier 7 to clear 27th floor onwards. And there was no Tier 7 in the world yet. The moment one appeared, the race would start again.
Why did the geezer put me on the entrance surveillance duty? I'm a merchant, not a lousy scout.
Master Boris scowled in irritation as he scanned the dungeon's portal from his shop. Being one of the grand shops overlooking the dungeon entrance, the bishop from Sunspire had tasked Boris with looking out for any suspicious individuals. The old bishop was a devious bag of bones, but as one of the top figures in the theocracy, he didn't get there by being a kind and benevolent worshipper. Sunspire's faith was rooted in worshipping the new mysterious sun that came with the Akarsha dungeon. Its arrival saw the old sun devoured in a blink, giving birth to a civilization born with lumen and cards.
What a pain. The geezer is taking revenge on me for letting that rat escape into the dungeon last week.
Boris took a small sip of his rose-petaled tea, his eyebrows locked in anger. Last week he noticed a young kid trying to sneak into the dungeon, but since Boris was lazing around, it was too late to stop the kid from jumping inside. He didn't get a good look at the brat's face as the kid's back was to him, but Boris didn't care either way. It was a dumb order in the first place to stop people from entering the dungeon. Sunspire still hadn't told anyone why they sent that order in the first place. Master Boris was one of the many merchants within the Sunspire theocracy. Their positions weren't as prestigious as the clergy, and they had to pay an obscene amount of taxes on top of that, but it all came with one major bonus: an unrestricted access to the 10th floor. That clause was enough for Boris to sign his soul to the devil, or the sun god.
Blasted barefooted fools. Do they know how much I'm worth? Ordering me around like a peasant scum.
And Boris muttered to himself. Indignation coiled inside his stomach like a waiting viper. The proud merchant wanted to go sit in his chilled office, but he was certain that the bishop would have someone else watch over him as well. The merchant had already sent a list of various groups of people he thought acted suspicious near the dungeon, but he was met with abject silence. The meaning was clear from the bishop. They hadn't found the people Sunspire was looking for.
Eh?
Boris paused for a moment and put his cup down. He was watching a pair of teens greet each other near the dungeon's entrance. They didn't seem suspicious, but the merchant's instincts were sensing something was off. The older blonde kid appeared to chide the dark-haired one in jest, while the latter thumped his chest in protest. Boris didn't care what the brats were talking about. It was the difference in their outfits that was throwing the merchant off. The blonde kid had a simple but pristine tunic and trousers, along with a few patches of leather armor. Boris could detect the glint of a small metal blade latched to his side. Then there was the shorter and younger kid with the obvious attire of the slum kids. Sections of the fabric were torn in rough markings, and the shaggy black hair didn't help the younger teen's image at all.
They're different social status, but why are they so relaxed with each other?
Boris placed his hand on his chin, his dark eyes crinkling in thought. He didn't think the dark-haired kid was the same rat he let escape into the dungeon earlier this week. How could Boris have known Shouren had undergone his awakening inside the dungeon and looked taller and more filled out than before? The smaller kid had his hand held out towards the older kid, as if asking for money. The older blonde kid then smacked the smaller one's head in annoyance, pulling him into the dungeon. The short, dark-haired kid shrugged in mock defeat and waddled behind the blonde kid, their figures quickly vanishing into the dungeon.
Let the blonde kid recruit the slum kid, and now they're disagreeing with the payment terms. No, wait, it doesn't make any sense. Who would hire a slum kid as a guide for a dungeon? That's preposterous. Should I send a message to the bishop's knight? Though they don't match the description for a group, as the geezer asked.
Boris was in a conundrum. He had to report any small groups of suspicious people entering the dungeon, but the two teenagers were a pair, not a group. The two brats didn't seem like people the Sunspire theocracy would be interested in. And the merchant hesitated with the comms card in his hand. Boris only cared about Cronus. He just had to follow the task as instructed to him. Nothing more, nothing less. The teenagers were not in a group, so he didn't have to report it.
I might have something to report.
Boris sent his voice into the comms card, causing it to light up in response. He didn't care about the rotten geezer, but Boris had the instincts of a seasoned merchant, and his gut was telling him that there were kronas to be made here. Chapter 13.
Party of 2 detected. Enter floor 1 of Akasha dungeon. Yes. No.
Shouren mentally checked yes, and happily followed behind Reuben. He was back in the dungeon.
Floor 1 clear conditions. Kill 3 tier 0 entities. Current kills 0 of 3.
Another system notification popped up in the corner of his vision. Shouren brushed it away. The familiar night sky and the calm breeze grazing past his skin made him reminisce about his first dungeon run. The circumstances in which he awakened and the despair he'd felt when he saw his class card. Shouren had been hoping for any common combat class card back then, but after learning about his corrupted abilities, he was now aiming for a legendary class. It wasn't even a fantasy anymore. Shouren actually had a shot at achieving that if he had enough relevant cards.
Stay close to me, little goblin. If you stray too far, then it's not my fault if you get sliced into ribbons by a stealth monster.
Reuben took out his fancy dagger, its pommel gripped firmly by the older teen. His voice held traces of humor, but Shouren could glimpse a tenseness in the blonde teen's movement. After all, Reuben still had a non-combat class card, and a tier 0 like the rest of the monsters on the floor. Even he would have to escape if enough of them ganged up on their party.
Do you have another dagger? I'll give it back after the dungeon.
Shouren nodded quickly at Reuben's initial warning and tread behind the teen. However, he couldn't stop stealing glances at the dagger in Reuben's hand. It was most likely a lumen weapon. The faint glow and the trail of patterns swirling along the blade's edge gave it away. Shouren recalled that one of his dungeon rewards was a lumen weapon as well. He wondered what the rewards will be this time, since they were in a party.
Do you see another dagger on me? Even if I did, I sure as hell won't trust you to give it back to me. If you put it inside your storage, I won't have a way of getting it back. Forget it, you're not here to fight. I need you to conserve your lumen for sharding. Let's stop by this tree for a few minutes so I can scout where we are in the dungeon.
Reuben snorted at Shouren's request. The older teen gazed up at the sky. It was close to nightfall and the perfect time to ambush monsters. They needed to avoid triggering any hordes of monsters and stick to smaller groups. Reuben was confident in dealing with any tier 0 monsters despite not having a combat class card. It wasn't luck that Isola and Dallin had discovered him back in his home city.
So rude, Pumpkinhead. I would have given it back. After a few years.
Shouren cheekily added the last sentence in his mind. The pair stopped in front of a nondescript tree, and Reuben scored the bark with his dagger.
This will give us a checkpoint. There are no monsters I can detect around here, so stay here while I scout ahead to see which direction to take. No running off, little goblin. We're in a dungeon, and regardless if it's the first floor, you need to follow the leader's orders. For today, that's me.
Reuben stared intently at Shouren until the younger teen nodded, eliciting a playful wink from him.
I'll stay. Don't worry about me.
Shouren gave Reuben a thumbs up with his hand. It was true. Shouren had no desire to fight today. His objective was to learn from Reuben how others conducted their dungeon runs and their survival techniques. Moreover, using his corrupted abilities in front of Reuben was a recipe for future disaster. Shouren liked Reuben, but it wasn't enough to put his and Rhea's lives in the older teen's hands.
Good. We'll set up a camp for the night and secure this area.
Reuben lightly patted Shouren on the back and dashed away into the forest. Shouren was alone now. He quickly opened his status. Status. Name. Shouren. Tier. 0. Synchronization. 12%. Class. Cardsmith. Common. Spell card slots. 1 of 1. Dimensional Vault. Rare. Lumen. 15 of 20. -5. Strength. F. Agility. F. Constitution. F. Intelligence. E. Class abilities. Corrupted. 1. Card Forge, Writ of the Forgotten. 2. Sharding, Devourer's Right. 3. Card Sacrifice, Oblation Pact. Traits. 1. Corrupted Cardsmith, Unique. 2. Locked.
3. Locked. Cardsmith recipes. Tier 0. Spectral threads. Common.
His lumen was at full capacity. Now that he was back in the dungeon, there would be enough monster meat to replenish his reserves if it ran dangerously low. Reuben told me to conserve my lumen, but it's a waste if it's setting at full 15 units without doing anything. I'll use a bit, and that should still leave me with plenty for sharding. Shouren talked to himself while scratching his head. He already knew what he wanted to use the lumen for. Card forge, Shouren muttered softly as his hazel eyes flashed under the burst of lumen erupting from his chest. He brought his palms together, giving a path for the lumen to race. It's such a weird feeling. Shouren gasped as he began condensing the lumen into a card frame for the spell. He was hammering the lumen, discharging from one hand into the lumen from the other hand. There was no anvil. Shouren was using his hands, both as the anvil and the hammer. And the lumen was the flaming forge. Shouren's body quaked slightly at each hammering of the lumen, the vibrations ringing through his muscles. The knowledge I absorbed from the spectral threads recipe gives me a basic understanding of how to forge the spell card. The first step is to construct the card frame where the spell will permanently reside. I don't know if all cards have similar frames, but for spectral threads, it needs around 3 units of lumen to make it solid enough to house the spell. Shouren's thoughts whizzed through his mind. He didn't pay much attention when he previously forged the spell card, but he was beginning to discern how the forging process worked. Cards were a medium to store a specific spell, and lumen was the raw energy behind it. In order to store a specific spell, the medium had to be durable enough to constrain it. A Tier 1 spell couldn't be properly stored inside a Tier 0 card. It would simply explode if even attempted. Once the card's frame was solidified with lumen, the next step was to open the unique channels for the spell to course through. Every spell had its own unique signature, but Shouren only knew the one for spectral threads. Would the forging process be different for class cards? Shouren pondered briefly. Intense concentration morphed his face. The card's frame was completed. He was ready to push the lumen inside the card to establish the relevant channels. Unlike spell cards, class cards were a different phenomenon. It wasn't a spell, but a framework of a class that gave multiple abilities. Without a recipe for a class card, Shouren could only use his imagination. What if I made the lumen construct various channels and experimented with it? Shouren stilled at the sudden thought. He already knew how to forge the card's outer frame with his lumen, and that should be relatively same to the other Tier 0 common spell cards. However, what if he altered the channels while infusing his lumen into the card? Could he forge another spell card? No. If it goes wrong, I'll be the one sent to the afterlife. Shouren grit his teeth together, his forearms straining under the pressure. He couldn't risk it now. He had added another 5 units of lumen to the card, and if the channels backfired with the incomplete card this close to his chest, the explosion would evaporate his heart in less than a second. Besides, I think other cardsmiths would have had the same idea after their first recipe. Why didn't anyone succeed yet? Shouren knew others must have had the same idea as him, but why wasn't this information widespread? There must be a reason why cardsmiths only used recipes to craft. The new spectral thread spell card was close to completion. By now, Shouren had carved the signature channels inside the card, and the final unit of lumen would complete the circuit, sealing the spell inside. What if someone already managed to forge a card without a recipe, but they kept that information secret? Shouren whispered under his breath, a spark of realization hitting him as he hammered the final tendril of lumen. The air pulsed with an incandescent glow, announcing the birth of another spell card. Synchronization, 13%. What information is secret? Also, didn't I just tell you to conserve your lumen? A curious voice interrupted Shouren's reverie. It was Reuben back from his scouting, and he didn't look pleased at seeing Shouren use his lumen to forge cards instead of saving it for sharding. Thankfully, the pumpkinhead didn't hear the first part of the sentence since I was saying it under my breath. I really need to be more careful next time. Reuben's an idiot, but he's not oblivious.
Shouren mentally chided himself before bringing the new card to his face, inspecting it of any blemishes. He then turned to address Reuben. I was just thinking that there must be a reason why you, Isola, and Thalin kept it a secret from me. I figured it was because of your guild. Shouren tried to divert Reuben away from what he said. Shouren stood up and patted the dirt off his clothes. He looked disappointedly at Reuben, pretending like he was hurt by the lack of disclosure. Shouren already had an idea that all three of them were from the same guild or organization, and there were too many clues for it not to be the case. Shouren was merely trying to distract Reuben, but the older teen's next words made his mouth open in shock. How'd you figure it out? Both Isola and Thalin weren't wearing the guild's insignia, and I won't receive mine until I evolve to Tier 1. Blinded hells, little goblin, did your intelligence upgrade to D rank? How else would you know we're from the Starhaven Guild? Reuben cursed, covering his eyes with his left hand. He was imagining Isola's fury when she'd find out that their cover was blown, and the brat knew about their identities. Holy divine peaches! They're all from the Starhaven Guild! The guild of super elite cardists that cleared the 20th floor by themselves! No wonder they were hiding like thieves in the abandoned shop. They were here on a secret mission. Shouren's E-rank intelligence accelerated his thinking, enabling him to quickly reach a conclusion. He'd willingly walked into the lion's den like a clueless rabbit. Starhaven Guild was a titan in the world, and wherever they walked, they brought storms with them, and now they were in Shouren's little village town. I don't care that you're from the Starhaven Guild, but I hope that you don't trick me about the traits. After we're done with the dungeon, we can go our separate ways. Shouren forcefully suppressed his pounding heart and tried to keep his voice steady. He wanted to cry on the inside. Shouren just wanted to collect his cards and evolve to Tier 1, but his terrible luck kept shoving him into mortal danger. Luckily, Pumpkinhead is dumb like a rock, but Isola will figure out that I tricked him when she'll make Reuben recount the story. Would they kill me to keep their identities secret? They were clearly here for something and didn't want the public to know of their guild's involvement. Beads of sweat pooled over Shouren's head. The dungeon might be safer than the outside world. If you already know we're from the Starhaven Guild, do you think we'd trick a bumpkin like you? I'll deal with Isola and Thalin. Reuben started his sentence after seeming to make up his mind. You're such a good kid, Pumpkinhead. Shouren cheered the older teen in his mind. Reuben was going to take away the pressure from him. But you need to come with me to meet them. You can't leave our side until our mission is over. Reuben finished by gripping Shouren's skinny shoulders, his sapphire eyes boring down on the younger teen. I understand. Shouren gulped and responded with a nod. I hate you, Pumpkinhead. I hope you go bald before you turn 20 years old. Stop looking at me with those puppy eyes, little goblin. Isola will kill me if she finds out I let you disappear after figuring out our identities. And then Thalin will bring me back from the afterlife just to hang me from a noose. No, you're staying with me. I'll promise you that they won't kill you, though. The guild has strict rules against killing innocents. Reuben ran his hand through his silky blonde hair, unaware Shouren had just cursed him with eternal baldness. Shouren stood there silently. He'll keep his mouth shut next time. It was a hard lesson he learned today. I found a camp spot. Let's go, little goblin. There's a pack of ice foxes nearby, so let's finish them before setting up the camp. Reuben sighed and playfully nudged Shouren. Why did the kid look like he was going to his own funeral? Shouren answered unenthusiastically as he followed behind Reuben. Wanting to cheer up his party member, Reuben thought of something and said to Shouren while they ran to the area with the ice foxes. Here's part of your reward early, little goblin. One of the requirements to unlock a trait is to complete certain actions without the help of the system. They can be achievements, accomplishments, or simple tasks. That's all you get for now, and once we complete the dungeon, I'll tell you the rest. Shouren's eyes glimmered with excitement when he heard Reuben's words. Seeing that Shouren was back to his normal spirits, Reuben chuckled and dashed ahead. It was time to collect a few cards for his mischievous friend to shard. Shouren didn't care about the Starhaven Guild anymore. He finally had a clue about his previous dilemma. His hazel irises sparkled with anticipation.
It meant that forging a card without a recipe was possible. Status: Name: Shouren. Tier: 0. Synchronization: 13%. Class: Cardsmith. Common. Spell card slots: 1 of 1. Dimensional Vault. Rare. Lumen: 6 of 20. -5. Strength: F. Agility: F. Constitution: F. Intelligence: E. Class abilities: Corrupted: 1. Card Forge. Writ of the Forgotten. 2. Sharding. Devourer's Right. 3. Card Sacrifice. Oblation Pact. Traits: 1. Corrupted Cardsmith. Unique. 2. Locked. 3. Locked. Cardsmith Recipes. Tier 0. Spectral Threads. Common.
There they are. Stay here and try not to make a sound.
Reuben breathed, gesturing for Shouren to crouch behind the bushes. In front of them, Shouren watched a group of 5 pale, cobalt-colored foxes huddled together in sleep. Their sleek, icy fur shimmered underneath the starry sky. The 5 foxes had various sizes, but even the largest of the group was still smaller than the black fox Shouren had encountered on his first day in the dungeon.
I'll charge you 2 class cards per use of my Lumen Bolt,
Shouren whispered while stationing himself in the shadows. He remained a bit dazed by the knowledge that Reuben was associated with the Starhaven Guild, but it was too late to cry over spilled beans. Shouren was going to make the best of it, and that meant fleecing Reuben as much as he could before the end of the dungeon. Reuben simply rolled his eyes at Shouren's declaration before steadying his dagger and preparing to dash at the unsuspecting foxes. He knew cardsmiths only had a single offensive ability, and even that required them to burn through an entire card. Reuben didn't need it for now, and neither would he take it after hearing Shouren's demand. Without saying another word, Reuben shot ahead, his feet flying through the blades of grass. He made the first strike on the largest ice fox, his dagger cleanly slicing through the monster's back, decapitating it in an instant. He channeled the lumen inside that dagger. Shouren mutely watched the fight unfold before him. Shouren stared with envy at the lumen weapon. Even with F-ranked strength, Reuben was able to sever the monster's neck without much resistance. A piercing screech reverberated in the air as the rest of the foxes woke up. The moment they saw the human, all 4 of them pounced on Reuben.
Should I help?
Shouren's hazel eyes flickered with worry. However, it quickly dissipated shortly after. Reuben raised his unarmed hand to cover the back of his neck where one of the foxes targeted while evading the second one. He calmly dispatched another ice fox mid-air before it could land a bite on his chest, and he let the last one sink its razored teeth into his ankle. The last fox snarled with rage as it snapped his jaw shut and tore through the flesh and tendon, its blue irises a different shade than Reuben's own sapphire eyes.
You all got some heavy-duty chompers!
Reuben chuckled as a flash of lumen flared around his injuries, congealing the blood and stitching the wound shut. Without waiting for the remaining foxes to react, Reuben swiftly slashed his dagger through the fox's skull, which had latched onto his now-healed ankle. Then, without pause, his lumen-enriched dagger cleaved through the last 2 foxes. Not a drop of sweat trickled down Reuben during this whole ordeal. A blinking notification popped up in the corner of Shouren's vision. Floor 1 clear conditions. Killed 3 Tier 0 entities. Current kills, 5 of 3. Updated. Kill count exceeded clear conditions. Increased floor rewards will be distributed upon exit all new floor.
And the kills are shared with the whole party. Good. I don't need to waste any of my cards then. Also, Pumpkinhead was going easy on me when we last fought. I'm sure his trait is what lets him move like that. He didn't even channel some lumen into his body. It all went to his dagger. That meant he was moving like that without the use of lumen.
Shouren silently watched Reuben collect the floating cards from the monsters' bodies. Observing the older teen was eye-opening. Reuben fought like a seasoned veteran and barely used any lumen, conserving every unit of it until he needed it. There was a stark contrast to the way Shouren fought, with summoning as much lumen as he could into his body. Reuben fought like a lithe panther, fast and agile strikes.
whereas Shouren felt like he was a dancing wild boar, clumsily stumbling around the battle stage.
Is this the caliber of people Starhaven recruits? Reuben wasn't even a full member of the guild yet and had a non-combatant class card on top of that. Then, what were the actual combatants of the guild like? I understand why Reuben is striving for his third trait now.
Shouren contemplated within his mind. It made sense. After all, it was because of his unique corrupted cardsmith trait that he could use all cards irrespective of class compatibility and even upgrade his class card, a feat he'd heard no one of having until him. He wondered what rank Reuben's traits were. Shouren stared with envy at the approaching Reuben. He wanted to learn how to unlock additional traits even more now.
Here, shard these cards for me, little goblin.
Reuben walked over and tossed Shouren 4 common spell cards. Shouren gave them a quick glance.
Tier 0, Inspect, Common. Reveal basic information of Tier 0 enemies. Utility spell card with universal class compatibility. Cost, 1 lumen per activation. Tier 0, Flicker Shot, Common. Launch a lumen dot that rebounds to a second nearby enemy at half the initial damage. Cost, 4 lumen per dot. Tier 0, Minor Corrosion, Common. Apply a debuff that lowers Constitution for 1 minute. Effective on Tier 0 enemies. Cost, 5 lumen per activation. Tier 0, Evasion Boost, Common. Minor increase in agility. Cost, 3 lumen per minute.
Shouren's eyes widened at the description of the first card. If he could see the basic attributes of the monsters, he'd be able to make better-suited traps for them. Alas, he only had 1 spell slot, and he preferred the Dimensional Vault Rare over Inspect Common. But it was a card that Shouren wanted in the future after he gained his 2nd spell slot. He wanted to vie for the card now, but Reuben had been clear from the start. He was here to shard cards. Besides, a common card should be easy to find in the market once he had enough kronas. It wasn't worth agitating Reuben over.
I know there were more cards than these 4.
Shouren grabbed the spell cards and patiently waited for Reuben.
As expected of the little goblin, there was 1 uncommon card and the other 2 are common class cards. Don't worry, I didn't forget our deal, kid. We'll flip for the class cards after you're done sharding those 4 cards. But don't get your hopes up on the last card. We only made the deal regarding common class cards.
Reuben grinned while displaying the other 3 cards.
Tier 0, Mage Class, Common. Tier 0, Scout Class, Common. Tier 0, Armor Smith, Uncommon.
It's a mage class card. You'll really give it to me?
Shouren's hand almost snatched the class card out of Reuben's hand. Not all common class cards had the same value. Even a common mage class card was worth hundreds of kronas, and they could use a large amount of spell cards and had exclusive class abilities that boasted significant power in the early stages. There were a total of 7 cards dropped by the 5 Ice Foxes, which were notably fewer than what Shouren would have gotten in his last dungeon run. Did entering the dungeon solo affect the monster drops as well? Reuben gave Shouren a pitiful glance. He sometimes forgot that Shouren had grown up in poverty. In the city, everyone could easily afford a mage class card if they wanted, and it wasn't even remotely scarce like it was in the villages.
It's yours if you win the coin flip. I won't go back on my word, little goblin.
Reuben put the cards away.
If I win both coin flips, can we flip for the Armorsmith class card as well?
Shouren squinted his eyes in eagerness. He regretted not making the deal to include all rarity of class cards, but it was too late now.
Shut up and start the sharding, kid.
Reuben sighed and crossed his arms over his chest, waiting for Shouren to begin. He had grown accustomed to the kid's antics by now.
Yes, Pumpkinhead.
Shouren gave a mock salute to Reuben and turned his attention to the 4 spell cards in front of him. Shouren wasn't giving up on that uncommon class card yet.
Sharding,
Shouren muttered as he triggered his class ability on the Inspect card. A trail of lumen rushed into the card, erasing its patterns as traces of cracks formed on the surface.
I wanted this card as well.
Shouren groaned inwardly and waited until the card finally broke off into 4 glowing shards.
Reuben nodded with satisfaction and hastily took 3 of the shards before Shouren made up any further nonsense, asking for more payment. In response, Shouren clicked his tongue and glared at Reuben, his expression asking how could the older teen doubt his honest integrity. Shouren grumbled under his breath and stored the last shard in his vault. In fact, he did have a sneaky plan to swipe another shard away. Reuben snorted and waited for Shouren to shard the rest of the cards, his sapphire eyes not blinking once. Shouren grabbed the second card and activated sharding once again. He felt the lumen surge into the card, covering its frame and pushing inside, creating a faint fracture.
Huh? Isn't this the opposite of the forging process?
Shouren was struck by an abrupt thought. When he was sharding the card, the lumen first wrapped around the card, removing the layer of seal. Then it drilled into the channels, breaking off the pathways before it finally ruptured the outer card walls. The second sharding was completed, and Reuben snatched the other 3 shards again. Shouren looked at his palm in a daze. His thoughts were racing through his brain.
Hurry up, little goblin, we have more monsters to hunt.
Reuben fidgeted impatiently on his feet.
Sure.
Shouren slowly took the 3rd spell card and triggered sharding. However, this time, Shouren's hazel eyes were locked on the vibrating card. He felt like a veil was lifting over his mind, and something was unraveling before him. Chapter 14. Shouren didn't try to control the flow of lumen. Instead, he watched the energy's movement like a hawk. After activating the sharding ability, ropes of lumen spread from the center of his chest, swimming through his arms and finally into the gray card before him. Upon contact, the lumen stretched itself over the card's surface for a brief second.
It broke the seal. This is usually the last step of the forging process when I have to stabilize the lumen with card's frame and the channel network.
Shouren carefully inspected the beginning of the card's dismantling. Until today, he'd never considered how his cardsmith abilities worked together. However, it made sense. If cardsmiths could create new cards, wouldn't they have the ability to break them down as well? Everyone knew sharding was about breaking the cards into shards, but no one looked at it as the direct opposite of Cardforge. They were simply 2 different abilities.
If the process works in reverse, then would I be able to extract the lumen out of the cards and back into my body? My cards would then become potential lumen batteries.
Shouren breathed rapidly, his heart rate pulsing through the roof. The implications of this knowledge could change the way he fought in the future. Synchronization, 14%. Synchronization, 15%. Once the seal was shattered, the lumen then darted inside the card's channels, sundering down its walls and then charging forcefully towards the card's frame. Shouren watched as the lumen battered against the card's frame with fervor until cracks started to emerge at the borders.
Huh? The lumen didn't target the channels, but went straight to the card's frame. Is it because the frame is the most important variable in breaking the card into shards? That's right. There's no need to break the tunnels in the channel network if the card can only be broken after destroying the frame.
Shouren furrowed his brows in deep thought. Compared to the card's frame, the channel network was more fragile and delicate, yet the lumen only targeted the card's frame.
I think I know why normal cardists can only extract 4 shards from a card. The card frame's weakest points are the 4 locations at the midpoint between the corners. By smashing the lumen at those points, the card breaks apart into 4 shards. But Grandma could extract 5 shards. I think she might have unknowingly found a way to destroy one of the channels.
Shouren's brain was heating up. A multitude of possibilities flashed through his mind. He needed to have a discussion with Rhea once he left the dungeon. If his theory was right, then the path to extracting more shards from a card depended on efficiently targeting the various weak points on the card. The more channels one destroyed, the more shards they could obtain. Synchronization, 16%. Synchronization, 17%. Synchronization, 18%.
Why was this important? It was because the larger the shard, the lower the synchronization rate.
Not every spell inside a card would contain knowledge about a specific class card. However, if the shard was broken into further smaller pieces, it would hold more of the foundational insights. It would be easier to absorb and maybe even push past the 80% synchronization limit.
Hey, little goblin, did you eat something weird for lunch? Your face looks constipated right now.
Reuben commented from the side once the sharding of the third card was complete, and he quickly plucked 3 of the 4 shards from Shouren's palm.
It's because you're standing too close to me. When was the last time you showered, huh? It must be at least 3 days based on that stench.
Shouren wiped away the sweat from his forehead and scowled at Reuben. He wanted to experiment more with the sharding ability, but before he attempted to control the flow of lumen, he needed to do it away from Reuben's prying eyes. He had 2 theories to confirm. First, if the lumen could be directly extracted from the cards, and second, if he could obtain more than 4 shards by destroying the card channels as well.
I'll wait until Reuben is fighting with monsters before I enact my plan.
Showering every day is bad for you, little goblin. Trust your senior on this. If you smell like soap in the dungeon, it will attract too many monsters to you,
Reuben stated in a sagely tone of voice.
Ew, and just say that you don't like to shower.
Shouren made a gesture of pinching his nose together to stop the smell from entering his nostrils. However, it was hypocritical of Shouren, since he had himself gone for a week without a shower when he last stayed in the dungeon.
You're too young to understand this wisdom, little goblin.
Reuben shook his head without changing his expression. However, while shaking his head, he tried to sniff his shoulders. Did he really smell that bad? It was true that he didn't like to shower much, but he couldn't smell that bad, right?
Sure. And by the way, here are the last 4 shards, Pumpkinhead.
While Reuben was busy smelling himself, Shouren had briskly sharded the last card as well. Reuben was an idiot, but even he would sense the change if Shouren began to alter the flow of lumen during sharding. He needed to wait until Reuben's attention was distracted by monsters.
Good job, kid. There's one other troublesome monster I have to take care of before we secure this perimeter. Let's go say hello to it.
Reuben happily took the 3 shards. It was so convenient having a cardsmith travel with you and not having to wait for the shards. Reuben had long ago reached the 80% synchronization threshold for his Tier 1 evolution. However, he needed to unlock his 3rd trait before he entered the Chamber of Ascendance. It would greatly increase his chances of getting an epic class card Tier 1 evolution.
No, you're forgetting something, Pumpkinhead. We still have to flip for the 2 common class cards. I fulfilled my part of the deal by sharding those cards, and now you're trying to pull a fast one over me.
Shouren frowned in disappointment. He dramatically hung his head down as if Reuben was trying to take advantage of a poor slum kid.
Oh, my bad, little goblin. It was an honest mistake. I was just too excited to go collect more shards. Here, let me flip the coin. I'll let you pick first.
Reuben had an awkward expression on his face and hastily took out the 2 common class cards from the back of his pocket, along with a single krona.
I'll take 1 card if you were truly sincere in your apology.
Shouren's eyes gleamed.
I think my hands are getting tired. Let me put the cards back in my pocket so I can rest them properly.
Reuben stared mutely at the cheeky Shouren.
I was just kidding, Pumpkinhead, but let me flip the coin instead. You have a body movement type trait, and it won't be fair if you flip.
Shouren chuckled and jokingly patted Reuben on his arm.
I don't trust your storage ability as well, kid. What if you switch the coins in your hand?
Reuben wasn't fazed. His sapphire eyes bore into Shouren. Whenever it came to loot, he had to tread carefully with the cunning brat.
So he has a trait related to movement and not a premonition one. Pumpkinhead is so gullible sometimes. We'll both turn around, and then I'll flip the coin behind us. I won't touch it, and we'll both turn around at the same time and go look together. This is fair, since neither of us would be near the coin when it lands.
Shouren raised his hands in the air, projecting innocence. Reuben thought for a few seconds, and seeing no holes in the suggestion, he nodded with agreement. As long as Shouren wasn't touching the coin in the end, he wouldn't be able to tamper with the coin.
All right, you flip the coin.
Reuben placed the krona on Shouren's smaller palm.
Ready, Pumpkinhead?
Once the pair were in position and standing shoulder to elbow, Shouren placed the coin over his thumb.
I pick heads. Reuben sighed. He just wanted to go hunt monsters and get his shards. Instead, he was flipping coins with the kid in the dungeon. The coins swooshed through the air, seemingly curving behind them in an arc, and landed about 2 meters away from their position. Both glanced at each other and then slowly turned around, facing the coin's direction. Without saying another word, the pair walked over. Shouren tried to stop his face from twitching. Isola, Talon, and Reuben all knew about his storage card, but they were all under the impression that it was a common utility card. Back in the decrepit shop, Shouren noticed how Isola brought out the cards from her storage card. She was touching them. However, Shouren didn't need to touch the items in his vault to bring them out. He could summon them anywhere within a radius of 3 meters. Reuben's face sagged in defeat when Shouren's face lit up. Sitting still among the swaying blades of grass was a small coin, its metallic surface under the night sky. It was Tails. Status: Name: Shouren. Tier: 0. Synchronization: 18%. Class: Cardsmith, Common. Spell card slots: 1 of 1. Dimensional Vault: Rare. Lumen: 2 of 20, -5. Strength: F. Agility: F. Constitution: F. Intelligence: E. Class abilities: Corrupted. 1. Card Forge, Writ of the Forgotten. 2. Sharding, Devourer's Right. 3. Card Sacrifice, Oblation Pact. Traits: 1. Corrupted Cardsmith, Unique. 2. Locked. 3. Locked. Cardsmith Recipes, Tier 0. Spectral Threads, Common. I feel like you cheated somehow, little goblin. Reuben took out the 2 common class cards from his pocket and handed them to the grinning Shouren beside him. What can I say? I've always been lucky. Shouren snickered while he grabbed the cards and shoved them inside his vault before Reuben could change his mind. Shouren had conveniently forgotten all the times he'd previously cursed his bad luck. I can't believe that I have 30 common class cards in my vault now. I'm almost halfway to 100. Shouren couldn't stop the corner of his mouth from twitching. At first, a 100 common class cards had seemed like an impossible dream, but it was gradually becoming a reality. Hey, Reuben, what are you going to do with that uncommon class card? I can shard it for you. Shouren sneakily picked up the krona from the ground and slid it into his vault without Reuben noticing. That single krona originally belonged to Reuben. Shouren was glad that Reuben's trait was related to movement and not perception. Otherwise, it would have foiled his deception. No way, kid. Only an uncommon cardsmith can properly shard this card, and I will not let you ruin it for practice. Forget about that card, and let's hurry. It's getting late, and I'm famished. Reuben shoved Shouren away when the dark-haired teen poked his head towards the back of Reuben's pocket where the green card lay. Fine. Have it your way, Pumpkinhead. Also, why don't we eat the foxes? They look tender. Shouren made a disapproving noise at Reuben's refusal to let him shard the uncommon card before he turned to look at the 5 dead foxes. Shouren had wanted to experiment with the uncommon card and see how durable the card's frame and channels were. Of course, he wouldn't use his own green cards. He'd rather use Reuben's cards since they were free. Stop drooling over those stringy beasts. Nah, I have something better in mind for our dinner tonight, kid. He's a bit of an angry fellow and kicks a lot, but he's also very flavorful. Reuben gestured for Shouren to follow, and then bolted east of the forest. Shouren quickly dashed to the closest fox and tore off one of its legs before he sprinted towards Reuben. His lumen was running very low, and he needed to replenish his reserves for what he had in his mind soon. He didn't store the entire monster's corpse inside his vault to not let Reuben figure out how big his storage actually was. That's kind of barbaric, kid. Reuben raised his brow, giving his young companion a sidelong glance. Tier 0 monster meat was relatively safe to consume raw, but most people rarely ever did. But Shouren had no qualms with the dripping blood. He was casually feasting on the bloody flesh with relish. Clearly it was not his first time. Once again, the strange kid perplexed Reuben.
If only the brat didn't have a common class card, he'd have begged both Isola and Thalin to allow Shouren to join their guild's recruitment program. Just Shouren's tenacity was enough to put him on par with the elite luminaries.
I'm starving. Who knows how long it'll take you to kill the flavorful fellow?
Shouren gnawed on the bone, feeling the lumen surge inside his chest as the meat traveled to his stomach.
Lumen, 7 of 20, -5.
Shouren was trying to glean some information out from Reuben. He needed to calculate if it would be enough time for him to experiment with the sharding ability.
I only saw it from far away, but it's a pretty enormous monster. It's by itself, so it should take me around 5 minutes to finish it off. Even if it becomes a battle of attrition, that fellow isn't winning after I heal myself a couple of times.
Reuben gloated, flashing Shouren a charming smile.
Don't rush at the monster if it's dangerous. Take your time, Pumpkinhead, and try to kill it slowly and safely.
Shouren continued to munch on the fox's leg. He had almost fully restored his lumen by now. Reuben's sapphire eyes softened as he looked at the annoying brat, thinking that Shouren was worried about his safety. Shouren wasn't.
Stop here, little goblin. This is as far as you go. Leave the rest to me.
Reuben stopped running, holding out his arm to signal Shouren to stop as well. In front of the pair was an expansive meadow and a glistening pool of water in the center. It was a small pond. However, what drew their attention was the colossal figure slouched near the body of water. It was a gigantic black boar. Patches of thick bone plates covered the massive monster, its ivory color a stark contrast to its obsidian body. 2 looming tusks curled outwards near its snout, exuding a ferocious and intimidating atmosphere. Shouren audibly gulped. It reminded him of the savage bear he'd encountered on his first dungeon run. Thankfully, he didn't have to deal with this monster this time around. Shouren peeked at his party member and exhaled in relief at the unperturbed expression on Reuben's face. He needed time to experiment with his abilities, but not at the cost of Reuben's life. Shouren liked the gullible Pumpkinhead.
Be careful, Reuben.
Shouren gave Reuben an encouraging thumbs up and retreated a few steps back. He wanted to put a bit of distance between the fight and him.
Watch me, kid.
Reuben's sapphire eyes blazed with excitement as he ran his hand through his silky hair. Reuben then silently leaped at the boar with his dagger glowing behind his shadow.
Nope, don't have time.
Once he heard the boar howl in rage and sounds of fighting erupted in the area, Shouren swiftly turned his head around and sat down on the ground, ignoring the clash. Shouren's hazel eyes flared with anticipation, and the air crackled with jittery energy.
I don't have much time. I need to finish this before Reuben comes back.
Shouren took out one of his common spectral thread spell cards and promptly activated the sharding ability. With his other hand, he took a small bite of the half-eaten fox leg.
Slow it down and change its direction into the channel network.
Shouren's hand trembled as he held back the initial rush of lumen and forced it toward the card's channels. The seal shattered quickly upon contact with the lumen, and the remaining lumen hesitantly turned in the direction of the card's channels. It flickered between the card's channels and the frame.
Go to the channels.
Shouren mentally extracted the lumen, his will flowing through the lumen from his arms and into the card. The lumen shifted in place and slowly trickled into the channel walls.
Yes, it's working!
Shouren exclaimed with elation, pumping more lumen to ram the channels and erode its strength. Shouren felt the card quivering under the assault. He continued to pour more lumen.
Almost there.
Shouren could sense the channel was about to collapse. The card was now throbbing with distress.
Oh no!
Shouren barely had a second before he felt all the lumen inside the card detonate. Just as the imminent explosion was about to occur, Shouren immediately tossed out everything inside his dimensional vault and shoved the volatile card inside the storage. He felt a pang inside his chest once the card exploded inside the vault. Drip. A drop of crimson blood leaked out from his nose.
I forgot to keep the card's frame stable with lumen.
Shouren groaned in pain, clutching his head. It felt like someone had smashed a building into his skull. He was so focused on the card's channels that he diverted all the lumen there, neglecting to keep some around the card's frame to stabilize the card until he finished his attack on the channels. The instability caused the lumen inside the card to set off a chain reaction. Shouren hastily placed all his items back inside the vault. Fortunately, the alabaster room was intact. He had to remove all the items in case the explosion affected his valuables. He had learned from his previous trials that there were certain rules regarding his dimensional vault. Ignoring the tinge of a metallic taste in his mouth, Shouren quickly pivoted his head to see if Reuben had seen him. No, Reuben was still busy with the monstrous boar. The creature had several deep gashes on the areas not covered by the bone armor, yet its robust vitality kept it fighting. On the other hand, Reuben appeared to breathe calmly and looked uninjured. Shouren saw that part of Reuben's clothes were torn, so perhaps the older teen had already healed himself once. He could tell the battle was drawing to a close, with Reuben waiting for the monster to bleed to death. "My Cronus!" Shouren cried inside his mind as he took out another common spectral threads card. It was his last one, and if it failed, then he'd have to use his other cards. His only solace was that he could forge more of the spectral threads spell card once he was done. I need to set aside some lumen to hold the cards framed together as well. He wouldn't make the same mistake again. Shouren's E-ranked intelligence whirred in action, taking him into a trance. Shouren shattered the seal once again, and this time split the lumen into two uneven threads. The thinner thread slithered to the card's frame, temporarily binding the borders together until he destroyed the channels. The larger and thicker thread of lumen rushed once again at the channel walls. Huh? This part is weaker. Shouren sensed something strange. The channel he was randomly attacking now was more brittle than the other location. He could already feel the channel weakening at the first strike. The channels should have their own individual weak points as well. Shouren's eyes lit up in realization. He gently probed the neighboring channels, and eventually he found another weak point. A mourning growl echoed in the distance until the sound waves fell completely silent. I'm out of time. Shouren's body tensed, and he quickly sent the lumen bursting into the two weak points he'd found, collapsing the two channels, and then had the lumen reunite with the smaller thread, breaking the card's frame as well. He could hear some shuffling noises in the distance. It was Reuben, probably collecting the dropped cards. Shouren only had a few seconds before Reuben would walk over. Now, Shouren located the four usual weak points of the card's frame and immediately ruptured it. The sharding was complete, and he closed his eyes in relief. But right then, a gong rang inside his mind, jarring his thoughts. Congratulations! Non-system sharding successful. Achievement being registered. Shouren's eyes widened in shock. His theory was right. He glanced down at his hand, and sitting on his palm were 6 shard pieces. However, that wasn't the biggest shock of today. Unlocking new trait in progress. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 15. Unlocking new trait in progress. 3, 2, 1. New trait. Unlock. Error. Shouren suddenly grabbed his head, whimpering in pain. A metallic grating sound tore into his brain, sending pangs of agony through his nerves. In haste, Shouren flung the shards into his vault. What was that notification? Something weird is going on. Right as he saw the glitching message on the system, Shouren saw images of illusory red-black chains spreading out from his chest and towards the trait hovering within his vision. The chains weren't real. He instinctively knew that they lacked physical form. Only he could see them. Why do I know this? Shouren ignored the throbbing pain and watched in horror as the malevolent red chains wrapped itself around the trait, constricting the letters in his vision. New trait. Unlock. Error. Shouren clasped his chest, his nails biting into his skin through the thin layer of fabric. The molten chains were corrupting his trait. Shouren finally realized what they were. He'd seen them before in a fleeting memory. This is how my first trait got corrupted. Shouren shut his eyes, the pain overwhelming his senses.
During his awakening, he was unconscious the whole time, and he never saw how his trait got corrupted. Moreover, his previously mangled body had also surprisingly healed. However, this time, Shouren was watching it unfold before his very eyes.
No!
Shouren grit his teeth. He felt the chains were consuming something else in his body while they constricted the trait. There was a price to pay for this, and the corruption was devouring it without his consent. Shouren didn't know what the corruption was eating, but he felt a sense of loss the moment they materialized, and it grew deeper once the demonic chains enveloped the trait. The dark crimson chains snarled, commanding the human to back off. No words were spoken, yet Shouren understood it.
Shut up! This trait is mine!
Shouren reached for the chains, and surprisingly his hands made contact with the ethereal construct. His palms sizzled with scorching flames. The demonic chains were burning through his skin. The red-black chains trembled with disbelief. The human could touch it. That momentary lapse was enough, and Shouren tugged it hard with a twist. The demonic chains howled as Shouren dragged them back into his heart. Shouren's hand quivered with relief, but a few specks of terror remained. That thing was inside him, and he knew it was sentient.
How did that thing get inside me?
Shouren shivered. He tried to scramble his memories of the day he awakened, but only a pitch-black darkness answered him. Did he want to continue using his corrupted abilities after witnessing the source of it? The fiery chains would have made the trait more powerful, but Shouren's gut was screaming at him to stop that process. This was not like his cardsmith abilities. This time, it felt like the chains were corrupting something deeper inside. His soul. Or did it already corrupt it?
Did you go potty in your pants? What is with that pose?
Reuben's voice rattled Shouren out of his gloomy thoughts. Shouren was glad that only he could see the horrifying chains.
I was cheering for you, pumpkinhead.
Shouren laughed nervously. His hands felt as though they were being roasted alive. He attempted to hide his palms, but the blonde teen's eyes flashed.
What is this, little goblin?
Reuben grabbed one of Shouren's hands before the latter could whip it away. Reuben's hand held Shouren's in a vice.
Crap, Pumpkinhead saw it.
Red-faced, Shouren scratched his head with his other hand and winced once the seared palm touched his coarse hair.
I was just practicing something.
Shouren replied hesitantly, after a temporary pause. Seeing those fiendish chains emerge from his body had already frazzled his brain, and he couldn't think of an excuse quickly.
I know what you're trying to do, kid. Just stop, all right? I've heard only those with uncommon cardsmith class card or higher could even attempt it. You're going to kill yourself if you try to shard more than 4 pieces.
Reuben was getting angrier after each word, his sapphire eyes drilling into Shouren while his fingers dug into the younger teen's flesh.
Huh?
Shouren stared mutely at Reuben's outburst.
I knew something was up when I saw your glazed look during the last sharding. I thought your E-ranked intelligence would be enough to dissuade you from trying it, but obviously I was wrong.
Reuben exhaled with frustration. Shouren didn't know what to say. He thought the blonde teen was a simple idiot, but Reuben had genuine concern for him, and he was also more attentive than he let on. Shouren didn't think Reuben could see the dark red chains, but the teen probably had an inkling that Shouren cheated on their coin flip. Yet he didn't probe Shouren. He let Shouren have the class cards.
I'm sorry, Reuben.
Shouren hung his head in shame. Even now he was lying to Reuben about the cause of his burns, but he couldn't ever reveal that secret. It was better to let Reuben think he burned his hands trying to shard the cards rather than expose his corruption. Shouren didn't make a promise to never do it again, as that would be another lie. Shouren didn't know why Reuben cared for him, as he'd tried to scam the older teen at every turn.
Give me your hands,
Reuben stated sternly, his face locked in a somber expression. Shouren didn't retort, and quickly held out his palms. A surge of radiant, pinkish lumen seeped into his hands, swiftly expelling the burned morsels of flesh and regenerating a new layer of skin once it healed the tender flesh underneath.
Seeing the guilty look on Shouren's face, Reuben sighed. Shouren was a bright teenager that was limited both by his financial circumstances and his poor class card. Shouren had to be cunning to survive where he grew up, but Reuben wanted the young teen to experience the other side as well, the side which fought word for word. If Shouren kept looking at people with distrust, he'd never see them as worthy of protection. Reuben had his reasons for accepting Isola's invitation into the Starhaven Guild, but the primary one was to clear the floors. Every 10th floor brought new changes to the outside world, making the population stronger, eliminating diseases, and giving answers to why this happened to their planet. So much of the older history was shrouded in mystery since the system's arrival. Reuben's clan had scriptures passed down from their ancestors that cards used to be different than the ones they have today. Certain sections even mentioned of cards existing even before the system's arrival. Instead of working together to save their planet, all the guilds, factions, and kingdoms fought each other to compete for resources, territory, and power. Starhaven was the same. Isola and Thalon were here to uncover what Sunspire was up to. One of their bishops had been discreetly stationed here for a while, and they had even blocked access to the dungeon for a few days.
So, what did the flavorful fellow drop? Don't forget that you promised me dinner, Pumpkinhead.
Shouren rotated his freshly healed hands and tried to lighten the mood.
2 uncommon spell cards and 1 common spell card. Here, shard this one while I grab some of the boar meat.
A tinge of anger remained on Reuben's face, but he silently brought out a gray card and tossed it to Shouren. Then, saying nothing else, he turned around to retrieve the boar.
Tier 0, Misfire Cry. Common. Deal sound damage to a random target, including allies. Cost, 1 lumen per cry.
This card sucks,
Shouren commented inwardly. It was like the card was meant to be sharded, then actually used in combat.
Be safe, little goblin. I will not heal your hands if you try to be reckless again,
Reuben said in a solemn voice without turning around. Shouren couldn't see the older teen's face, but he knew Reuben was being serious. He wouldn't heal him if the card exploded in his hands again.
I promise to be more careful, Reuben,
Shouren whispered sincerely. Reuben chuckled, aware that Shouren didn't say he wouldn't attempt again, but only that he would be more careful next time. Oh, that brat had some guts. Well, it was his choice, but Reuben would also stick to his word and not heal Shouren if he hurt himself. Choices had consequences. The blonde teen then walked away.
All right, say goodbye, little useless card.
Shouren turned his attention to the gray card with an eager smile and activated his sharding ability.
What is this?
Shouren mumbled in confusion. Something was very different this time. The card had numerous sparkling, flashing points of various sizes and of different levels of illumination. Shouren could see the insides of the channels like he was physically present there.
It's the trait.
Shouren glanced at the notification that he ignored when Reuben arrived. Unbeknown to him, Shouren's left eye was glowing with a revolving circular runic pattern.
New trait, Vein Reader, unlocked.
Shouren quickly summoned his status and went directly to the traits section. There, floating below his corrupted cardsmith unique trait, was the newly unlocked trait.
Vein Reader, uncommon. Your gaze can trace the weakest nodes in any Tier 0 card's veins. Trait upgradable.
Card's veins? I think it's talking about the channels. So they're called veins, huh? But doesn't that make it seem like the card is alive somehow? Is the lumen the blood?
Fortunately, the system gave a description of his latest trait, albeit a bit vague and rudimentary. His older, unique trait still had a series of unknown for its description. Shouren ruminated over what he just learned. The idea of a card having veins seemed like a significant piece of a puzzle.
It's also upgradable. Pumpkinhead never mentioned that part, or does he not have a trait that can do that?
Shouren brushed aside the status and resumed his focus on the card. In his sight, the card appeared like an amalgam of various sized stars.
The 4 brightest stars were the 4 at the center of each side of the card's border. It aligned with what Shouren knew from his previous experiment. Those were the weak points that had to be destroyed in order to complete the sharding. In the distance, Reuben was busy slicing the boar's belly with his glowing dagger. Shouren's lumen seeped into the card, and he experienced a rush of sensory overload. Unlike his previous attempts, this time he could see the lumen enter the card's channels or veins before he could only feel the existence of the channels, and used his mind to guide the lumen. "Whoa!" Shouren breathed out in wonder. It was like he could finally see the card's internal structure and didn't have to walk around in the dark. His lumen flowed smoothly through the channels under Shouren's navigation. At the sight of the first star on the path, Shouren drove his lumen straight into its center. The note of light burst into smithereens. Shouren didn't even have to use any pressure. Only now did he realize why it took him so much effort last time to destroy the channels. He wasn't targeting the crucial points. Shouren was simply going off with a notion of where he felt was the weakest point. However, now he could literally see the weakest point. Wait, if the stars show the area with the weakest points, then the differences in their sizes must mean something important. Shouren could see 4 big stars. He called them the major gates. Then there were 4 smaller stars on the corner of the cards, which he named the minor gates. These were all stars on the card's frame. Following that, the channel stars were a bit more complicated. They didn't have the same symmetry that the card's frame had. Instead, the various sized stars were scattered all over the surface. All cards would probably have a different distribution of the star nodes, since the channel's network shape would depend on the individual card's spell. The larger the star, the easier to break it down. Shouren was starting to understand how the star nodes worked inside the cards. He tested his theory by charging up the closest small star. Its light was barely visible under Shouren's trait. The lumen brushed against the node, but nothing happened. Shouren tried again, but with more intensity. The small star remained indifferent. Shouren ignored the irritating star and went to a bigger one this time. It was smaller than the first one he encountered, but still relatively larger than the previous small star. And again, the star stood unfazed. Shouren stopped and gathered his thoughts, his brain collecting all the information he'd tested so far. The difference between his first successful star destruction and the latter 2 failures. It's the center. The lumen has to pass through the center. Shouren was thankful for his E-ranked intelligence. It really helped out in times like these. Without waiting, Shouren condensed his lumen, slimming its circumference down until it was slightly smaller than the radiant star. The familiar cracking sound echoed in Shouren's mind. It's like threading a needle. I have to make the lumen smaller than the star's center and then poke it through to crush its stability. If I simply submerge it in lumen, it does nothing. Shouren grasped it. He needed to refine his lumen control to destroy the smaller stars. Even if he condensed it as much as he currently could, he still could not make it small enough to pass through the mini-star. Shouren spotted 3 other similar-sized stars and raced toward them. Crack, crack, crack. The stars exploded into a cluster of lumen dust. Then, without hesitation, Shouren crushed the 4 main star gates and completed the sharding. He would experiment more later, but he was out of time for now. 8 small pieces of shards sat on his palm. Synchronization, 19%. Shouren's lips twitched in elation. He was excited to show this to his grandma. Maybe he could teach her how he did it, and then she'd be able to unlock the same trait as well. Shouren dumped the shards into his vault. Combined with his 6 shards from before, he now had a total of 14 shards. He couldn't show these shards to Reuben, as they were noticeably smaller than normal. Holding back his tears, Shouren brought out his own common spell card and sharded it. This time, he didn't waste time on the channels and directly attacked the 4 main stargates. 4 shards sat floating on his palm. That only took me a couple of seconds.
Shouren closed his eyes in amazement. What used to take him a minute to complete now only required a few seconds. It was like Shouren was no longer blind to the card's internal structure. He didn't need to wander around aimlessly, poking at the walls. Reuben still hadn't finished carving out the boar. He was only cutting specific parts of the monster. Shouren put down the 4 shards and stared up into the night sky. Was it real or just an illusion created by the dungeon? Shouren was unnerved. He recalled the scene of the demonic red chains coming out of his chest. He couldn't fathom what it was or what it wanted from him. Why did it even pick him? He was a nobody. Shouren didn't have great strength or superhuman qualities. He was even shorter than others his age. So why was this thing inside him, and what did it get in return for giving him his corrupted abilities? Shouren felt his mind crumbling under the weight of those thoughts. He already knew that he was no longer the same kid before he entered the dungeon. He could feel his thoughts changing every day, and that terrified him.
If you were done with sharding the card, you could have at least started the campfire going.
Reuben arrived before Shouren, carrying huge chunks of meat on his shoulder. He had a wry expression on his face, watching Shouren stare deeply into the night. Shouren looked like he was wrestling with demons, or more likely the brat was planning on ways to mooch off the uncommon cards from him.
Oh, right. I'll go gather some sticks. Also, here are your shards, Reuben. You can keep all 4 of them this time. It's thanks for healing my hands.
Shouren bounced up and placed the 4 shards before Reuben. He wanted to give Reuben his other shards as well, but that was too risky. Shouren didn't even entertain the thought of giving Reuben his own cards. That was too far. He'd rather die than pass up his cards for free. Reuben gawked at the sight. The brat was actually parting with his loot. Did Shouren stumble on his head in the past few minutes? Shouren didn't wait to see Reuben's expression. He bolted to pick the fallen sticks on the ground. He wanted to divert his mind away from the scary thoughts, away from the fact that there was something inside him. Was it watching him right now? Shouren's chest vibrated. The demonic crimson chains thrummed in response. Status: Name: Shouren. Tier: 0. Synchronization: 19%. Class: Cardsmith. Common. Spell card slots: 1 of 1. Dimensional Vault: Rare. Lumen: 5 of 20. -5. Strength: F. Agility: F. Constitution: F. Intelligence: E. Class abilities: Corrupted: 1. Cardforge, Writ of the Forgotten. 2. Sharding, Devourer's Right. 3. Card Sacrifice, Oblation Pact. Traits: 1. Corrupted Cardsmith, Unique. 2. Vein Reader, Uncommon. 3. Locked. Cardsmith Recipes, Tier 0. Spectral Threads, Common. Chapter 16.
Can I shave your head once we get out of this?
Shouren yelled to his side, desperately paddling his arms within the river. He was swimming as fast as he could, his legs making loud splashes over the water.
How was I supposed to know how many direwolves were in that pack, little goblin? Besides, it was your fault that the rest of the pack came out. You were munching on that bull rib like it was the last meal you'll ever have. That smell lured the other direwolves to us. Also, why are you so fixated on my hair, you brat?
Reuben was in the same position as Shouren, frantically swimming away. It had been 2 days since Reuben had killed the enormous boar. Since then, the pair of teenagers actively sought other monsters while staying clear of any large herds. Reuben fought the creatures, and then Shouren sharded the cards later. During this time, they also modified their original agreement. Shouren suggested that he be allowed to buy any class cards dropped by monsters with his share of the shards. Shouren made sure to add this time around that it was all class cards and not just the common ones. Shouren had 2 reasons for doing this. First, he didn't want to cheat Reuben anymore by using his Dimensional Vault card. He would still cheat others, but Shouren considered Reuben a good friend by now.
Most kids in the village scorned him, and Shouren had no friends growing up. It didn't help that no one in the slums trusted each other. Reuben was different. The older teen was impulsive, but he genuinely cared for other people. He had plenty of opportunities to take advantage of Shouren. He could have forced Shouren to shard without payment, or told the younger teen to act as bait for the monsters. There was no law within the dungeon, yet Reuben didn't do any of that. Second, Shouren simply didn't want to store any more of those mediocre shards. He had to shard Reuben's cards without using his vein reader trait, but that also meant he was left with an inferior shard. After discovering the possibilities with his new trait, Shouren decided to only absorb the smallest and most optimal shards. He didn't forget his grandma's advice. By handing over the normal shards to Reuben, he ensured Reuben could absorb all the shards of the same card, while also having the option to purchase the class cards without feeling guilt. Reuben liked the idea as well. He accepted the amendment and set the price of the common class card to 3 shards and the price of the uncommon to 15 shards. It was still extremely cheap for Shouren, as no merchant in the town would ever agree to this deal. Reuben didn't need the class cards. He would have just sold them later, but didn't mind helping Shouren. To simply hand over unearned cards would be against his clan's principles, but the current arrangement was acceptable. "Can you dive?" Reuben glanced behind, his face contorted when he saw the pack of 14 dire wolves relentlessly chasing them down. Their figures were a blur as rushed on both sides of the riverbank. "No, I can barely keep my head over the water. Shoot some firebolts at them, or throw your dagger." Shouren sputtered out a mouthful of water. They had been in the water for over 20 minutes, and his lumen reserves were pitiful. It was already a miracle that he could swim for this long without breaks. "I'm a blasted healer, not a mage. You can shoot a lumen bolt, so go ahead. No way am I throwing my precious dagger." Reuben swam closer to Shouren. "I don't have any cards with me. Give me yours, and I'll shoot the lumen bolts." Shouren huffed, his breaths wheezing out of his chest. Looking at the ghastly wolves, a mere lumen bolt wouldn't even cripple them. The pack howled in unison, bloodthirst filling the area. Reuben clicked his tongue in response. His healer class card didn't have a single offensive ability. At least the cardsmiths had one attack ability, although it was weak enough that it might as well not exist. It's why he didn't persuade the obviously lying Shouren. Throwing the dagger was out of the question. The lumen weapon was worth Reuben's entire fortune. "Hold your breath and tap me on the arm when you get close to running out of air." Reuben's sapphire eyes flared with decisiveness as he grabbed Shouren's arm and pulled him down under the river's surface. Reuben then positioned himself below Shouren's body while clasping the younger teen's arms across his shoulders like a human backpack. Using only the thrust of his legs, Reuben wove through the depths of the river with Shouren on his back. Fortunately, the river current helped Reuben expend less energy, especially with the added weight. The teenagers could hear the faint, confused howls of the dire wolves in the background. Reuben prayed Shouren could hold on for another minute. With their scent and figures obscured from the wolves' sight, they could escape this situation unscathed. Meanwhile, Shouren's body relaxed in relief. He was close to using his corrupted abilities if the situation became more dire. He could always blame it on using another trinket, but that was a major risk with Reuben swimming so close to him. They had all seen his common cardsmith class card, but they might still become suspicious. The pair continued to glide underneath the river, and Shouren also used his legs to propel them faster. It had been over 45 seconds, and they could no longer hear the wolves anymore. The water dampened the outside sounds, but Reuben made a call that it was safe and swam to the surface. He overestimated how long he could hold his breath with another person on top of him. What a close call! Seeing no direwolves around, Reuben dropped Shouren beside him before a fit of coughs took over him. "All right, I'm adding diving to the list of skills I need to work on." Shouren joined Reuben and coughed out any of the river water remaining inside his mouth. Soon after, the two took off their shirts and let them dry on the pile of nearby rocks. I managed to swipe these cards before the direwolves got their reinforcements. Reuben grinned with satisfaction, showing Shouren 5 glowing cards in his hand. The 2 party members were lounging on the forest glade, chewing on some cooked monster meat as they restored their lumen. Reuben missed the cards of a couple of wolves, but the attack wasn't a complete failure in the end. There were 4 common cards and 1 uncommon card. All of them were spell cards. Shouren snuck a look inside his vault. The 2 days of hunting and sharding had net him an additional 5 more common class cards on top of the 2 class cards he got through the coin flip. In total, Shouren now had 37 common class cards sitting in his vault. He had purchased those 5 class cards from Reuben with his normal shards. He still had 7 more of the normal shards left in his vault, as no further common class cards had dropped since last night. Shouren planned on saving until 15 shards to buy one of the green class cards. Shouren took the common spell cards and slowly activated his sharding ability. To keep the card from fragmenting immediately, he slowed its advance toward the 4 main stargates. To avoid Reuben noticing, he pretended the sharding still took the same amount of time as before.
Hey, Pumpkinhead, you didn't really need me to come to the dungeon for sharding, right?
Shouren muttered softly. His eyes locked onto the card before him. He didn't meet Reuben's eyes. After a few days in the dungeon, Shouren quickly realized that Reuben didn't need the shards urgently, as the older teen never absorbed them. Reuben glanced at Shouren for a few seconds without saying anything. He appeared deep in thought, his face conflicted. Shouren finished the sharding of the first card and moved to the next one, his eyes never leaving the cards.
No, that was a lie.
Reuben exhaled silently. He had a feeling the smart kid would eventually notice it. Shouren worked quietly on the cards.
Well, not a complete lie. I do need the shards. I will soon enter the Chamber of Ascendance for my Tier 1 evolution, and in case the first attempt fails, I need the shards to get back to 80% synchronization without delay.
Reuben started talking while Shouren listened, his ears perked up. He was done with the second card and now sharding the third one.
But you're right. I didn't need you to come into the dungeon. I could have had you shard them later.
Reuben looked away at the flowing waves of water on the river.
Me, Isola, and Dallin will leave the town in a few days. We weren't supposed to stay here for this long. Isola isn't a scout. She's a recruiter. We were passing through your town when the guild's order came to check what Sunspire was doing by closing the dungeon for a few days.
Reuben continued, his sapphire eyes flickering.
An actual reconnaissance team from the guild would arrive in the town, and then all 3 of us would leave, heading into the 20th floor, the headquarters of the Starhaven Guild. I'll undergo my training there, and once I sign the contract, I'll officially be a member of the guild.
Shouren had sharded all 4 of the cards now, leaving him with 11 normal shards in his vault.
You're being very casual with revealing all this information. That means you also tricked me by saying Isola and Dallin would kill me if they found out I knew about your identities.
Shouren's brows furrowed in thought. He always thought Reuben was being sketchy that day. After interacting with him in the dungeon, Shouren knew Reuben was a complete dolt to spill out secrets that recklessly. Reuben looked at Shouren with amusement, the corner of his eyes twinkling in mirth.
All right, little goblin. Time to come clean with you.
Shouren folded his arms over his chest and waited.
I needed to find a reason to scare you into staying with me in the dungeon. You don't seem like the type to listen with no incentive, so I sprinkled in a bit of a threat for some flair. Hey, don't look at me like that, kid. I already knew you were curious about who we were, so this hit 2 birds with 1 stone.
Reuben raised his arms in protest after seeing the repulsed look on Shouren's face.
Isola told you to reveal your guild to me, right?
Shouren tilted his head, musing over his encounter with the bubbly woman. Reuben didn't seem like someone who planned moves to this extent. This fits more with Isola's style.
Yeah, she told me to slip it into a conversation and pretend it was an accident. I think I did a great job with that, eh? I fooled you for a long time.
Reuben beamed with pride, patting himself on the cheek.
It worked for a while, but it was mostly because I was afraid of Isola and Dallin. I think Isola expected you wouldn't be able to fool me for so long. What did she say to tell me when I found out the truth?"
Shouren's hazel eyes bore into Reuben. The shorter, younger teen was intimidating the older teen with ease, putting Reuben on the back pedal.
"No wonder that bunny hopper likes you so much. You're just like her. If not for your dark hair and green eyes, I would think you were her long-lost son or something. You're correct, little goblin. Isola instructed me to take you into the dungeon and then disclose our identities. I had to do it in the dungeon because no one else would be able to hear us, and in case you talked to someone else, we would have already completed our mission by then."
Reuben shrugged and rolled his shoulders. They had been aching after carrying Shouren through the river. Since he had decided to come clean to Shouren, there was no longer any point in subterfuge.
"But why tell me you guys were from Starhaven Guild and dangle the information about traits?"
Shouren couldn't figure out why they had to go through these many loops. It was too long-winded of an approach.
"Well," Reuben hesitated here for a moment. "I requested Isola to give me permission to teach you about traits. There's a reason why you and others in the small villages don't have the knowledge about traits in general. It's kept hidden from the common people. If this information was widespread, people with common class cards would do anything in desperation to unlock their second trait before the evolution."
Reuben reached out and took his share of the shards from the ground, then continued talking.
"Only certain guilds have the information about traits, and even then they only disclose it to people with rare class cards and above. At first I wanted to ask Isola to recruit you into the guild, but with your common class card, it would be instantly rejected. So I wanted to at least give you a higher chance of getting an uncommon class card evolution when you enter the Chamber of Ascendance."
Pumpkinhead did this all for me? He's counting on that impossible chance I would be able to evolve my common class card during the Tier 1 evolution. Reuben doesn't know that I can upgrade my class card even before that.
Shouren's heart warmed. The only shot cardists with common class cards had was to bet everything on their evolution. If they succeeded, they could become Tier 1. And if they hit the lottery, their class card could also evolve along with their tier. However, the odds of that happening were absurdly low. Shouren had only heard of a few hundred people out of millions ever evolving their common class card. It's why he was so shocked when he found out that his corrupted abilities allowed him to do precisely that, and with a 100% success rate.
"Do you really think I'll be able to evolve to Tier 1 and continue on that path?"
Shouren clenched his fist, his emotions surging. No one except for his grandma had believed in him. Shouren had never met his parents, and Rhea refused to talk about them, saying he wasn't old enough. But Reuben believed in him.
"Not just me, kid. Isola and Thalon believe you can as well. That's why they took the risk and told me to reveal our identities to you. If in the future you reach Tier 1 and evolve your class card, you know where to find us. Your current synchronization should be below 5%, so you have plenty of years until you even attempt the evolution."
Reuben placed his hands over his back and took a sniff of his pits. He nodded with a pleased expression. He didn't need to take a bath for a few more days after his dip in the river.
"Why?"
Shouren's eyes moistened and his hands trembling slightly. He wanted to ask why believe in him to this extent. Why give him the opportunity to join them? Why give him knowledge about the traits? Why give him hope? Why? A long silence spread around them. The river water splashed against the bank, while the branches on trees swayed with the gentle breeze.
"Because I can, Shouren."
Reuben's voice pierced through Shouren's thoughts. This was the first time Reuben had addressed him as Shouren.
"I don't need anything from you, kid. And neither can you give me what I want in life. That's my path to take. I simply help because I have the power to do so. And that's it. I don't like thinking too much and just do what I want. Life is much simpler that way."
Reuben smiled at Shouren, but his face then morphed abruptly.
"Bad luck, little goblin. Save the discussion for another time."
Reuben got up, slowly removing his dagger from his back. Shouren understood the signal and crouched on his feet, ready to bolt. A single flaming baboon monster was rushing at them, swinging from one tree to another, its smoldering fur turning the passing leaves into ash on contact. The monster's bloodshot eyes riveted towards the two humans. It shrieked in pleasure before pouncing on Shouren. It wanted to finish the smaller one first. "That's kind of rude, you melting marshmallow. I'm much better looking than that kid." Reuben dashed ahead, placing his body before Shouren and his dagger calmly pointed at the incoming monster. "This fellow is blind, little goblin. You agree that I'm more handsome than you, right?" Reuben flashed a grin at his younger party member. The baboon's snarling fangs were almost about to land on the blonde teen. Shouren shook his head vehemently, laughing on the inside. Reuben's glowing dagger danced in the air. "You really are the coolest, Pumpkinhead." It was late in the night. Shouren peeked through his half-opened eyelid at the sleeping figure beside him. Reuben lay on his back, his limbs spread wide and his chest rising with deep breaths. After killing the flaming baboon monster, the pair had hunted a few more monsters before making camp for the night. Shouren had amassed another common class card and added 6 more normal shards to his previous collection. He finally had enough to trade an uncommon class card with Reuben, but he held back. There was something Shouren had to test today. Without shifting from his prone position, Shouren summoned a normal shard from his vault and into his palm. He was going to absorb the shard. It was his first time doing so, but he was familiar with the process. He had seen Rhea do it many times. Shouren sent a trickle of lumen into the shard and watched it immediately sink into his skin. A wispy string of energy seemed to pass into his chest, where his class card resided. But nothing happened. Shouren checked his status. It displayed the same 19% synchronization he had started with a few minutes ago. "This is why I don't like sharding," Shouren complained as he took out another normal shard. His frugal mind resisted splurging the shards on himself. Absorbing one didn't even have any effect. How many would he need to raise his synchronization by 1%? The second, normal-sized shard dissolved into his hand as well, the wispy string of unknown energy slithering towards his class card. Once again, no change occurred. "My Cronus, this is the last one, and then I'm done." Shouren sniffed, his hand shaking as he took out yet another shard, repeating the process. However, this time the wispy string thrummed slightly, resonating with something inside the class card. Shouren saw a flash of images in his mind, but it vanished too quickly. "Synchronization, 20%. Finally, my synchronization moved." Shouren frowned. If it took 3 normal shards for his synchronization to move from 19% to 20%, how many would it take in the later stages? Shouren knew from Rhea that it gradually took more and more shards to increase each percent at the higher levels. After confirming the normal shards, Shouren took out one of the smallest shards from the 8-piece collection. He wanted to see what the difference would be. Shouren injected a part of his lumen into the small shard. The shard shimmered for a second before it shot into his palm. Shouren's body rocked with alarm. A plethora of wisps swirled towards his chest. The class card rejected most of the wisps, but whenever it saw a certain wisp, it greedily absorbed the translucent string. Synchronization, 21%. Synchronization, 22%. His synchronization continued to climb at every wisp's absorption. A series of images flashed behind Shouren's irises, his insights into the cardsmith class deepening every second. Chapter 17. Shouren could feel something grasping at the back of his mind. It was like his brain was inside a shuttle, driving him through a complex web of maze and towards a specific destination. His class card repelled another set of wisps, making that drive slow down, almost like it was running out of fuel. The class card absorbed another wisp, rekindling the shuttle and jostling it ahead into the maze. Synchronization, 23%. The remaining wisps were all rejected by the class card, and the shard had completely dissipated. Shouren could sense a fragment of knowledge in the distance, but it kept eluding him. "This single shard alone pushed my synchronization by 3%.
Shouren mused as he quickly took out another small shard of the same set. He now understood why individual shards weren't worth a lot, and why people brought specific cards to shard. There was some type of resonance there. Before the illusory web could vanish, Shouren consumed the second shard without hesitation. Synchronization, 24%. Synchronization, 25%. Synchronization, 26%. He was halfway to the center of the maze. He could vaguely feel it. Shouren devoured another shard of the same set. He was on his third shard. Synchronization, 27%. Synchronization, 28%. However, the third shard only raised his synchronization by a further 2%. It's slowing down, Shouren cursed, taking out another shard. He knew the sharding gave diminishing results the more he used it. The small shards were still significantly more potent than the normal shards, but their effects were gradually tapering off. Shouren didn't want to slow down, and he threw all caution to the wind. He summoned the remaining 4 shards in his vault and stacked them over the one he already had in his hand. One by one, he consumed the shards without a break. His 4th shard raised his synchronization by another 2%. Synchronization, 29%. Synchronization, 30%. And the 5th shard by 2% again. Shouren was close to the center of the maze now. Synchronization, 31%. Synchronization, 32%. The 6th shard only raised a single 1%. A few more steps were all that remained. Synchronization, 33%. The 7th shard by 1% again. Shouren could feel something brushing against his mind now. Synchronization, 34%. Shouren's class card thrummed inside his chest. He squeezed the final shard, its wisps charging with momentum towards his class card. The class card rejected all the wisps, its glow dying down, and the mental construct of the maze inside Shouren's mind shattered into phantasmal particles. What just happened? Shouren almost yelled out loud before catching himself. Reuben was still sound asleep on the side. He was so close to arriving at the center of the maze. It's a concept or a technique. Shouren racked his brains for an answer. The slight touch with that unknown thing in the maze had given him clues as to what it was. If he mapped all his insights onto a maze, the different sections would lead to different insights. He instinctively knew that the shards didn't create that maze. It already existed inside his mind. The shards were like a compass that could navigate through the web and guide him to specific insights within his subconscious. That was why the class card repelled the incompatible wisps, because it only resonated with the wisps that were compatible with his insights. The larger shards had too many intertwined locks of wisps. Maybe if there was a single wisp that the class card could absorb, the other mismatched wisps glued to it caused it to be repelled by the class card. Conversely, the smaller shards frequently produced individual wisps that the class card could easily absorb. Shouren now comprehended why the shards increased the synchronization rate. They were like dense fragments of energy that pushed relevant insights to the forefront of your mind. It wasn't a complete waste then. The next time I absorb similar wisps from a similar shard, I'll return back to the spot where I last stopped. Shouren couldn't know for sure, but he felt it was true. That particular insight was there in his mind, and if he could attain a few more identical wisps, he could seize that insight without repeating the entire journey. All wisps led to different insights. Shouren didn't want to stop here. He was on the cusp of understanding his sharding ability. Shouren took in a long breath, and another shard appeared in his hand. It was from the set of 6 shards, the same card that unlocked his vein reader trait. The sensation of his synchronization going up was addicting. He felt more full, more complete. The slightly bigger shard shimmered and seeped into Shouren's palm. Struck by an idea, Shouren triggered his vein reader trait. A pale green runic pattern hovered in front of his left eye. Nothing. The wisps were the same as in his normal vision. It's not a card, is that why? Shouren deactivated the trait and observed the new trail of wisps. He noticed that the larger shard had more of the wisps bundled together, with several individual wisps. His class card rejected the first individual wisp that approached. A cluster of intertwined wisps were the next in line. Shouren turned his attention to the next individual wisp, but suddenly the bundle of wisps were sucked into his class card. The web of maze flickered back in his mind, the shuttle thrusting ahead with full force. Shouren was in a different part of the maze, but this insight was already close to him. Synchronization, 35%. Shouren was confused. Why did the class card accept the cluster of wisps? The shard is from spectral threads. It's a card I forged myself. It finally dawned on Shouren. He already had the recipe for the spectral thread spell card, and its signature was woven into the fabric of his consciousness. He could feel his class card throbbing with excitement. Shouren didn't hesitate. He grabbed the remaining 5 shards and crushed them together. He was going to use all the momentum to reach that insight. Synchronization, 36%. His class card had already consumed 3 of the shards, and Shouren could see the brilliant ball of insight floating in the center of the maze. The shuttle didn't have to travel far. He was already close to grasping this insight before the shards. The final 3 shards dissolved into wisps, and Shouren's body tingled as a strong pulse washed over him. He touched that glowing ball of insight. A torrent of knowledge flooded into his mind. It was his insight about lumen control. All lumen was wild in its nature. It had to be tamed. A cardsmith didn't need potent lumen or explosive lumen like the combatant class cards. Instead, their focus should be on controlling the lumen into threads. The more threads a cardsmith could weave, the more powerful their forged cards. Shouren closed his eyes and breathed in the newfound revelation. He was already on his path, but now the insight confirmed it. Back when his card exploded during the sharding process, Shouren had reflexively split his lumen into 2 threads, one to stabilize the card's frame, and the other one to poke the card's veins. He didn't realize it then, but he had already stepped onto the path of lumen control. It was simply buried in the back of his mind. Synchronization, 37%. Synchronization, 38%. Shouren opened his eyes. His hazel-green irises brimmed with ecstasy. He looked down at his palm and channeled his lumen. The tendrils curled around Shouren's arm, and he then sent a command. The lumen obeyed and twisted to split apart into 2 threads. Shouren watched in fascination. The threads were akin to his arms. He could freely move them around. Shouren then tried to split them again into 4. The lumen spluttered and choked before rapidly dissipating. A sharp pang went through Shouren's brain. Ouch! It's like splitting my mind into 2. He shook his head as the pain slowly receded. However, that failure didn't faze Shouren. He was excited. What would he be able to do with multiple lumen threads? Were other cardsmiths capable of this? I should sleep. Reuben said tomorrow was the last day in the dungeon. Shouren yawned, shifting his body on the earthy ground and preparing to sleep. No, wait. The wisps in the shards are not a concept or technique like I initially thought. They're memories of the original card. Shouren shivered, frozen in place. He sensed he was on to something. The wisps didn't impart new concepts. It helped the existing insights by joining their memories together. The flashing notification confirmed Shouren's suspicions. Synchronization, 39%. The card's frame is its body, the channels are its veins, the lumen is the blood coursing through it, and if the wisps are the card's memories, then does that make it the card's soul? Synchronization, 40%. Shouren woke up to rough grating noises bombarding his ears. When he got up to see where the sound was coming from, he found Reuben bent over a large patch of dirt, squiggling away with a small stick. Ah, you're awake, little goblin. Seeing as it's our last day in the dungeon, I thought I should teach you some basics about how the dungeon works. You'll eventually need to join other parties in the future, and most of them would already know this information. Reuben glanced back, waving at Shouren to come join him. Unlike Shouren, most kids who wanted to venture into the dungeon started their formal education years prior. Although the major guilds mandated that all towns and cities provide free basic education to all children, Reuben saw Shouren was largely ignorant of dungeon-related matters. Reuben didn't want to probe Shouren about his circumstances or ask why he had never attended the school. Reuben could already make a vague guess after becoming familiar with Shouren's personality.
What is this garbage handwriting?
Shouren squinted his eyes, struggling to read what Reuben had etched into the ground. Reuben had cleared the patch of any grass, revealing the wet, compact dirt beneath. The patch was then further divided into sections with various diagrams and text.
"Shut up, Brad, I'm trying to help you."
Reuben scowled, slapping Shouren on the back of the head. Ignoring Shouren's yelp, Reuben explained.
"Pay attention, Shouren. It's absolutely vital that you don't stay longer than 6 days on this floor. While everyone knows that the first floor is the tutorial, there is a secret boss that spawns if you cross that threshold."
Reuben's words instantly caught Shouren's attention.
He's talking about that lightning beast.
"I will not go into details about that hidden boss, but if any party you join crosses the second day without completing the required 3 monster kills, then run away and try to do it on your own. Without the option of leaving the dungeon, you will die if you face that hidden boss."
Reuben drew his stick and pointed at one of the sections he doodled on the dirt. There was a drawing attached to the section, and only now did Shouren realize it was a sketch of the lightning beast. Shouren thought it was a recipe for cooking chicken at first. The bird had a fat belly and flying upside down.
Pumpkinhead probably forgot he drew this from the other side of the dirt patch and then added the writings later when he came on this side.
Shouren smiled wryly. However, he finally knew why that monstrous lightning beast appeared right over him that day. It was actually a hidden boss monster. Shouren's spine shivered at what would have happened if he hadn't already had the option to exit the dungeon.
I want to kill it.
Shouren's eyes hardened when he recalled the burns he'd sustained that day. Without his corrupted abilities, Shouren would have been zapped to death. He wasn't an idiot. Until he mustered a plan with a 90% success rate, Shouren wouldn't attempt to fight that savage beast. He wasn't a warrior with a lone sword. He was a cardsmith with an army of cards.
"Remember to always sign a system contract when you join a new party. The contract will have the loot distribution, your assigned duties, and any extra payment terms. The dungeon will give out rewards at the end based on everyone's contribution. Since the dungeon doesn't classify non-combatants' contribution if they don't directly attack the monster, it's important to add the clause for extra payment in the contract."
Reuben tapped another section on the dirt. There was a drawing of 2 stick figures. One figure was kneeling down, while the other figure was whipping it. Shouren raised his brow at Reuben.
Does that mean at the end of the floor's rewards I won't be getting anything? Pumpkinhead, you didn't tell me about this before we agreed on our contract.
Shouren accused Reuben.
"I was saving it for an important lesson, kid. This way you'll always remember to add this clause in the future. All right, next point. Immediately join the Cardsmith Guild once you leave the dungeon."
Reuben shrugged off the accusation and moved his stick to the last section. At the mention of the Cardsmith Guild, Shouren's eyes streaked with red. His small fists seethed with rage. He forgot all about the contract. Reuben didn't notice the abrupt change in the air and continued.
"They are a neutral guild and not associated with any factions. Until you pick a faction, joining them won't be an issue. They can teach you the basics of how to use your abilities. I know you don't want to reveal your recipe to others, little goblin, but the guild will have a card smithy that you can rent in secret using your trinket. What are you doing, kid?"
Shouren raised his arm and shot a wrathful lumen bolt at the dirt patch, causing the mound of earth to explode in a cloud of smoldering soil. He didn't care about sacrificing a card to use his ability. Shouren's hazel eyes quivered with quiet fury. Reuben was about to smack Shouren, but froze midway when he saw the tears pooling around the edges of the younger teen's eyes. He paused at the display of raw emotion. Shouren always appeared to be calculating and seemed older than his age, but Reuben could see the pain flickering behind that youthful face. He forgot the kid had only recently undergone his awakening. Shouren took in rapid gulps of air as he tried to calm his pounding heart. Reuben stood patiently waiting. After what seemed like hours, Shouren finally dropped his head in shame.
I'm sorry, Reuben.
I couldn't control myself,
Shouren whispered, his small chest rising and falling. A shadow loomed across his haunted face.
Did the Cardsmith Guild do something to you?
Reuben asked in a calm voice. It was difficult to administer the guild branches away from the major cities, and they were liable to use shady tactics in conjunction with the local government. It had gotten worse since the Starhaven Guild turned all their focus into clearing the 27th floor. Shouren slowly shook his head.
Your grandmother?
Reuben paused briefly and asked in a low voice. He was aware that Shouren only had a single alive family member, his grandmother. Things started to make sense. Shouren would only lose control if the matter concerned his family. Shouren raised his head, and his bloodshot eyes bore into Reuben. The older teen saw something dark pass through Shouren's hazel eyes. For an instant, Reuben thought he saw a flicker of fiendish crimson chains wrapped around Shouren's skinny body, but they quickly vanished when he blinked.
I should have slept for a few more hours.
Reuben rubbed his eyes in a daze. They were hot for some strange reason. When he glanced back at Shouren, there was nothing around him.
My grandmother used to be one of the best Tier 0 cardsmiths of the village. She had a special talent with sharding cards. No other cardsmith in the village could copy her. It wasn't a trait. My grandma was just naturally talented.
Shouren tightened his fist. Memories of when he was just a small kid flashed in his mind. Rhea always wore pristine white robes and had countless clients that used her sharding services.
But one day there was an order passed down to every cardsmith branch to find cardsmiths with any unusual talents. When that order came, the guild took my grandmother away and interrogated her for days. It continued for months. They first took away her clients, spreading false rumors about her. Then they ransacked our home looking for something, claiming that she stole the guild's valuables.
Shouren's cheeks were drenched in tears. He remembered the helpless cries Rhea gave when the guild destroyed their home. No one came to help them.
They continued to harass us until the day my grandmother failed her Tier 1 evolution. It all suddenly stopped, and they left her alone. But the damage was already done. No one in the village trusted my grandmother anymore. She had to beg to shard cards for others and do it for cheaper than she could afford.
Shouren wiped his cheeks on his shoulder. This is why he hated the cardsmith class. He hated the other cardsmiths for letting that happen to his grandmother. He hated the one who sent that order to hunt suspiciously talented cardsmiths. Reuben's eyes widened. He recalled that incident a few years ago. He was still a kid in school, but he remembered the frenzy in the city's cardsmith guild. They were searching for some cardsmith. He didn't know why, as he kept the details of that order secret, but the whole city buzzed about it. After a few years, it eventually died down when nothing came of it.
I will not join the Cardsmith Guild.
Shouren spoke with fiery eyes. Status. Name. Shouren. Tier. 0. Synchronization. 40%. Class. Cardsmith. Common. Spell card slots. 1 of 1. Dimensional Vault. Rare. Lumen. 15 of 20. -5. Strength. F. Agility. F. Constitution. F. Intelligence. E. Class abilities. Corrupted. 1. Card Forge. Writ of the Forgotten. 2. Sharding. Devourer's Right. 3. Card Sacrifice. Oblation Pact. Traits. 1. Corrupted Cardsmith. Unique. 2. Vein Reader. Uncommon. 3. Locked. Cardsmith Recipes. Tier 0. Spectral Threads. Common. Chapter 18.
Little Goblin, I can ask Isola to look into the branch's history and try to sort things out with them and your grandma. I know life has not been fair to your family, but it doesn't mean everyone at the Cardsmith Guild are bad people.
Reuben sighed and walked towards Shouren. When higher-ups usually issued such orders, the guilds would attempt to find scapegoats to escape completing the tasks, especially since there was no hierarchy among the factions. Starhaven was the undisputed strongest faction, but Sunspire came to a close second. And there was Verdura, and many other collection of guilds and kingdoms. This made it impossible to establish a single dominant ruler among them. That was why the Starhaven's leader moved in secret and looked for ways to evolve to Tier 7. With the birth of the first Tier 7 cardist, he could unite all the factions under him. Until then, corruption would ensue to rot the chains of command.
I don't care about them, and I don't need their help. I will work on my class abilities on my own.
Shouren refused firmly. No way would he join the same people that humiliated his grandma. Unlike Rhea, Shouren was a young, promising cardsmith. Rhea had a unique talent, but she was still old and not worth the investment from the guild's perspective. On the other hand, Shouren could still be molded into their liking. Joining the Cardsmith Guild would also give Shouren an alibi for his card recipe and provide him with an additional layer of protection. Of course, they would first demand its source and then allocate a cut of the profits. This was the route most cardsmiths took before they joined a more powerful faction, becoming their exclusive cardsmith. Reuben worried for Shouren. The younger teen was occasionally reckless, like the incident with blowing up his hands in an attempt to exceed the sharding limits set by the system. If Shouren could get the tutelage of professional cardsmiths, at least he would be in safe hands until he learned the basics of his class. Reuben wanted to push a little more, but something inside him warned against it.
All right, kid. I will not force you. You're plenty resourceful on your own. But if you ever reconsider, I would suggest going to Thalmaris City's Cardsmith Guild branch. It's the closest trade city to your town and only a few days' ride on a horse. None of the folks there have anything to do with mistreating your grandmother, and it could be a fresh start for both of you.
Reuben ended his speech, raising his palm in the air to let Shouren know he was dropping the matter here.
Thales. I heard about that city from the merchants talking in the market. It's the major trade hub in the surrounding area, and most of the town's wares come from there.
Shouren lodged the name in his mind. He didn't dwell on it further. He had no intention of ever joining the Cardsmith Guild. Rhea was too old and frail to travel a few days on the road, and besides, Shouren didn't think his grandma would like to leave her home. He didn't need the guild. Shouren would venture into the dungeon on his own, collect enough cards for this class card upgrade, and then evolve his grandmother's class card as well. Both of them would be fine on their own.
I still didn't forget about the part where you scammed me of my final floor loot, Pumpkinhead.
Shouren nodded at Reuben's suggestion, but then his face distorted when he remembered what Reuben had been talking about. His loot.
It's not my fault, kid. It's the rules set by the dungeon.
Reuben chuckled nervously as Shouren's eyes stared at him with accusation.
Then give me some of your loot at the end.
Shouren scowled. It was one thing to deceive him contractually, but trying to pocket his loot was a grave issue. Shouren would never let it slide.
I can't, little goblin. At the end of the floor, I'll be using the portal directly to the Starhaven Guild's base. I won't be able to see you once we exit the floor,
Reuben explained to the miffed Shouren. That was the advantage of having a base on the 10th or the 20th floor. You could use the dungeon's portal to travel instantly between them. If Reuben returned to the town, then he would have to wait for the cooldown to pass before using the portal again.
Make a system contract with me stating that you'll hand 50% of the floor rewards when you next see me.
Shouren held out his hand, refusing to budge until Reuben agreed.
The original deal was that you would simply be a spectator and shard the cards while I killed all the monsters. It's true that I didn't disclose about the contribution system, but 50% of the rewards is hardly fair. I'll give you 10% as an apology.
Reuben stared at Shouren with an unbelievable expression. Shouren had the audacity to demand 50% of the rewards when he basically just sat and enjoyed the dungeon run.
Where is your conscience, Pumpkinhead? You tried to trick a poor slum kid. I want 49%.
Shouren remained steadfast in his negotiation.
Who would consider you an innocent kid? I saw you gnaw on a raw monster leg with blood dribbling down your chin. That's not a normal kid.
10% is the final offer. Either take that or stick with your 0%.
Reuben snorted in response. He was used to Shouren's antics by now. Give an inch to Shouren, and the kid would take your entire family's fortunes with him.
48% or I'll tell Isola that you secretly have a crush on her.
Shouren smirked and used his ultimate blackmail strategy.
Don't care. I already proposed to her long ago.
Reuben beamed with pride. Shouren had no leverage on him.
Dude, she's like 40 years old.
Shouren gawked at Reuben. The older teen had no shame.
You're too young to know this, little goblin, but true love has no boundaries.
Reuben was unfazed and chided Shouren in a sagely tone.
I think Dallin is dating her.
Shouren quietly dropped a bomb on Reuben's dreams.
How do you know this?
Reuben choked on his words.
47% and I'll give you the evidence.
Shouren was focused on the task. He wanted that loot no matter what.
11% and I'll consider it.
Reuben relented in the end, but didn't raise the offer by more than 1%. The two continued to bicker at each other for hours until they finally settled on a conclusion. Reuben would hand 15% of the floor rewards to Shouren the next time they saw each other, and in exchange, Shouren would ask Isola if she was single or not. Both teens smiled in satisfaction.
Here.
Shouren finished sharding the last card and tossed all 4 pieces to the nearby Reuben. The 2 party members had spent half the day hunting for monsters, and, luckily, they didn't encounter another large pack like the earlier direwolves. A mound of crushed shells lay scattered across the grassland, trails of slimy mucus leaking through the chitinous cracks. A clutter of dead snail corpses lay still underneath the warm sunlight.
Floor 1 clear conditions. Kill 3 Tier 0 entities. Current kills, 27 of 3. Updated. Kill count exceeded clear conditions. Increased floor rewards will be distributed upon exit or new floor. Exit? Yes. No. Enter floor 2. Yes. No.
Pumpkinhead killed all of them by himself, and it took him only a few days.
Shouren saw the blinking notification and let out a low whistle. Back then, Shouren had taken an entire week to kill 16 monsters, and he thought that was an impressive number. And Reuben had a non-combatant class card just like him.
You already bought the last common class card. That means you should have 16 shards left, right?
Reuben inquired with amusement as the shards rested on his palm.
Uh-huh.
Shouren looked at Reuben, his lips curling upwards. Both knew what was going to happen.
Go ahead, little goblin. Tell me which uncommon class card you want.
Reuben laughed, taking out 3 green cards with his other hand. These were the only uncommon class cards that dropped from all the monsters combined. He didn't know why Shouren was so enamored with the green class cards, but he let the peculiar little cardsmith have his pick.
Tier 0, Armor Smith, uncommon. Tier 0, Dark Archer, uncommon. Tier 0, Appraiser, uncommon.
Shouren didn't hesitate and snatched the Armorsmith uncommon class card. He didn't know the actual worth of each card in kronas, but the Armorsmith class card resonated with him. In the end, it wouldn't matter which uncommon class card he absorbed later, but Shouren thought it was the best-sounding one from the lot. With today's 2 hunts, Shouren now held 40 common class cards and a single normal shard which was sitting on Reuben's palm.
I almost forgot. I have to complete the card order for Isola.
Thinking about his nice stack of class cards, Shouren remembered the deal he'd previously signed with Isola. He had to deliver 10 spectral thread spell cards in a few days for the initial 12 class cards he took from her. Then every 10 spell cards would give him 8 common class cards in return, after deducting Isola's cut.
Here's your last shard, kid. Take care of yourself, and you better have at least 20% synchronization when I see you again.
Reuben gave the last card to Shouren and patted him on the shoulder with a dejected look on his face. He was really going to miss the strange kid. It was time to exit the dungeon and head to the guild's base. Shouren took the shard. After a temporary pause, he clasped Reuben's arm and pulled him into a light hug.
Thank you for everything, Reuben. I learned a lot during my time with you.
Reuben's sapphire eyes softened as he hugged Shouren back. He sincerely hoped that he would see Shouren once again.
Stop rubbing your grimy sweat on me, brat! Reuben chuckled as he pushed Shouren away. Then, with one final wink at Shouren, Reuben vanished from the spot. He entered the room of the floor's rewards. Unbeknown to Reuben, Shouren had snuck the final shard into his trousers. It was Shouren's parting gift to Reuben. Time to leave. Shouren mentally clicked on the exit and found himself back in the familiar white room. Congratulations on clearing floor 1. Party contribution scores active. Current contribution, 0%. Awarded with 3 common cards for normal clear. No additional rewards. Floor 1 clear rating, B.
Pumpkinhead, you better give me my loot when we meet.
Shouren cried at the measly dungeon rewards and exited the room. Amidst the bustling town center, a dark-haired teen appeared at the town's dungeon entrance. He glanced around before deciding on the direction to head, and there was a faint annoyed expression on the teen's face. The observer noticed that the older blonde teen had not returned with the other kid. A pair of eyes, hidden in the shadows of the market, silently watched the dark-haired teen disappear into the busy street.
Pumpkinhead better not run away.
Shouren kicked a rock on his path as he walked on the street. After seeing the B rating on the dungeon clearing, Shouren really wanted to know how the rewards differed from a party run to a solo run. He had initially wanted to delve into the dungeon with a party, but after discovering the contribution system, Shouren felt an aversion to that idea. It felt like a dangerous gamble, surrendering so much of his fate to the whims of others. Shouren felt something prickling his lower back when he kicked the rock. Placing his hand back there, his fingers traced a small flattened roll of parchment. His brows locked in curiosity. Shouren unfurled the rough piece of paper.
Hi there, little goblin. It's the most handsome person in the world riding here. Thank you for the shards. I thought you would gift me any remaining shards, but if you didn't, then I take back my thank you, you cold-hearted brat. I had to write this part down because if I said it to you in person, you would throw another tantrum.
Shouren rolled his eyes. He instantly knew who the owner of this garbage handwriting was. Reuben had most likely written this letter a few hours before, when Shouren had multiple shards rather than a single one left. Shouren grinned and then squinted his eyes, continuing to read. Reuben had tried to fit as much of the words as he could on the tiny parchment.
I'll write the tantrum-throwing part at the end, so you will read everything before that. Here we go. First, don't forget about the contract you signed with Isola. Make sure you forge the cards and deliver it inside the shop. It will be empty by the time you read this, so when you go there, find the main table in the back and pull out the drawer below it. Place your crafted cards there and then close it. There should be a flash of light, and when you reopen it, your class cards will be inside. In case it doesn't work the first time, come back the next day.
Shouren etched this into his memory. He was grateful for Reuben's reminder, as he had indeed forgotten about that contract earlier. Shouren took a turn to the right. One more street and he would be back home. Shouren frowned at the mention of the tantrum, but he read on.
Ogre's foot, I'm running out of space. Okay, I'll skip to the other part and write the main thing I wanted to tell you. It's about the traits, kid. I apologize if you asked about them before we parted and I tried to run away. But if you forgot to ask about them, then it's all on you. Ha ha ha.
Shouren's fingers squeezed the parchment. He did forget about the traits.
I was so fixed on figuring out the shards that I lost track of why I came into the dungeon in the first place. Damned Pumpkinhead, he tricked me again.
Shouren almost crumpled the parchment into a ball, but he held himself back. His hazel eyes angrily read the letter.
Please don't throw a tantrum, kid. I had a very good reason for it. I actually gave you all the information you needed at the beginning. One key to unlocking a trait is doing an action without the system's assistance. I know you wanted to know about how I unlocked my movement trait, but it wouldn't work with you. After the awakening, the class cards don't simply give us different abilities, but their lumen transforms our bodies as well. I can't go into detail here, but...
Shouren strained his eyes to read the last part. Reuben had run out of space on the parchment. The sentence abruptly stopped there. Shouren had an idea and turned around the paper.
I forgot about the back. My hands hurt, kid. I don't feel like writing anymore. Now that you know the first step to unlock traits, just use that to discover the traits best suited for you. Don't hit me when we meet again, and remember, walk your own path, little goblin."
Shouren sighed and placed the letter inside his vault. He couldn't be mad at Reuben. The older teen had helped him more than anyone else. Shouren smiled with affection at the last sentence. He had an inkling as to why Reuben didn't tell him the exact steps to unlock traits. When I unlocked Vein Reader, it was a trait most suited to my Cardsmith class card, and I gained it by altering the way I used my class abilities. Is that how Reuben unlocked his traits as well? Is that why he was sure I wouldn't be able to imitate his process? Shouren pondered over the contents of the letter. Reuben had a healer class card, and although Shouren didn't know what other abilities Reuben had besides heal, one of them should be the basis of his trait. Wait, I remember that Pumpkinhead once said that he needed shards to unlock his third trait. Was he talking about that mental maze of insights? Shouren mused, deep in thought. Reuben had probably left all these clues on purpose. Now that Shouren thought about it, Reuben had seemed to guide him to something without expressly saying it in words. There must be a reason why Reuben couldn't say it. Shouren was standing outside his home. The damaged door rattled against the whistling wind. He could hear Rhea's shuffled movements inside. Walk your own path, little goblin. Shouren closed his eyes in a trance. He could sense Reuben standing beside him, encouraging him. Reuben was trying to tell him something. Reuben was a healer, and Shouren was a cardsmith. Reuben's abilities centered on a body's anatomy, while Shouren's abilities were rooted in forging cards. He could feel Reuben's ghost nodding in approval. I never needed a trait to move like Reuben. I don't need a trait to move faster. Shouren took in a deep breath. I only need a trait that lets me forge a card that can do all of that. A calm enlightenment blossomed within Shouren, his class card softly vibrating with affirmation. This was what Reuben had been trying to tell him from the start. Shouren wasn't Reuben. He was a cardsmith and could do things only a cardsmith could. Forge new cards. That was his path. Synchronization, 41%. However, Reuben's ghost didn't dissipate yet. Shouren could sense the ghost prodding him on. He was already on the cusp of it. It was there in his subconsciousness. It was a flickering ember. Shouren kept his eyes shut. His E-ranked intelligence dashed among his fragments of memory, scouring for the source of that inexplicable feeling. He was standing on the edge of uncovering something. Walk your own path, little goblin. Shouren's heart raced, his blood and lumen crashed like waves inside him, and then a burning heat exuded from his chest. The fiendish chains shot inside his mind, forcefully seizing a fragment of memory, evading Shouren. The scorching crimson chains imprisoned the fragment and shoved it before Shouren's consciousness. It was the memory where Shouren gained his insight on lumen threats. Was the corruption trying to tell him something? Without waiting for Shouren, the demonic chains growled in displeasure before drilling back inside his chest. Shouren shivered at the demonic chain's presence, but it quickly left, as if it was aware of his fear. However, he could tell something was different about the chains this time around. Rather than rage, it seemed more irritated. It's trying to tell me something. I got that insight after absorbing the shards, and Reuben told me he needed shards to unlock his third trait. But then he changed it to saying he needed the shards for his Tier 1 evolution. The last one cannot be a lie, so that means that both of them were the truth. Shouren's eyes flashed open, his hazel irises glowing with lumen. The pieces of the ethereal puzzle moved into their positions. Reuben had given him the answer long ago. Shouren raised his arm and coalesced the lumen in front of him. The amber energy orbited his arm like a writhing snake. Shouren sent his command, and the snake split apart in the center, birthing two smaller snakes. No, I wasn't doing it wrong from the beginning. It was never one thread becoming two threads. It needs to be two threads from the start. Shouren crushed the lumen snakes and focused inside his class card. He was sending the command to the wrong thing. The command had to be sent to the original source. Split!
Shouren ordered, and 2 trails of lumen emerged straight from the class card in his chest. The gray card thrummed with joy. Its owner finally recognized it. Chapter 19. Unlocking new trait in progress. 3, 2, 1. New trait. Unlock. Error. A familiar scene unfolded before Shouren. The demonic chain suddenly spurred out of his chest and lashed at the trait. "Stop!" Shouren yelled inside his mind and was about to grab the chains before he remembered what happened last time he did that. Fortunately, the red-black chains listened to him. The demonic chain stilled and turned around to face Shouren, hesitation exuding from the metallic links. The ends of the fiery chains wriggled with raw hunger. It felt like the corruption was asking for his permission. It actually listened to me. I think it can understand my words. Let me try talking to it. A surprised expression flickered over Shouren's face. Unlike their first interaction, the demonic chains appeared to respond to his commands now. "Who are you?" He started with a basic question. The chains flared, the crimson metal smoldering in response. It looked proud. Is it speaking through the system? All right, no questions that require words. Let's try again with only yes or no questions. Shouren quickly switched his strategy. For some strange reason, the system was translating the demonic chain's words. Only Shouren couldn't speak or comprehend that language. Can you understand me? One end of the burning chain moved up and down in confirmation. Shouren grew excited at the acknowledgement. It really could understand his words. How did you get inside my body? Shouren eagerly sent his thoughts out. The demonic chains danced around the air, tracing invisible doodles detailing its story. I forgot I need to stick to yes or no questions. Shouren mentally slapped himself and attempted again. Do you want to eat this trait? The red-black chains buzzed with a primal yearning, crawling towards the new trait. Stop! Did you eat my first trait as well? Shouren urged the chains to a halt and resumed his prodding. He had to take its attention away from the trait. The new trait looked in a worse condition than his vein reader back then. The fiendish chains froze with obvious discomfort before relenting to the command. The crimson metal links turned back and nodded slowly. It kept throwing furtive glances at the half-eaten trait. Why does it want the traits so bad? I won't get a legible answer until I can figure out what language the chains are communicating in, but it still listened to me despite the visible hunger. Why? Shouren ruminated over the present bizarre situation. He sort of felt sorry for the demonic chains. Do you want to hurt me? He asked after a serious pause. The chains wriggled up and down, but a flicker of hesitation wavered through the metallic links before it shook its chains from side to side in confusion. The chains then scratched themselves in turmoil. Is it telling me it originally meant me harm, but changed its mind later? No, it looks perplexed by the change as well. Does it also not know why it changed its mind? A pang of anxiety crawled up from his spine. Shouren was dealing with an uncertain, ticking time bomb in his body. He repeated the question again. Do you want to hurt me now or ever in the future? The scorching chain shook the ends of its links, gradually becoming more sure of itself. Can I trust it? Shouren sighed in relief, but a shadow of fear lingered inside the back of his mind. He didn't know what kind of entity he was dealing with. A mere touch of its chains had inflicted more severe burns than the previous lightning beast. Until Shouren found a way to get rid of the corrupted chains, it would remain a constant, uncertain threat within. I'll worry about that later. I need to save this trait for now. This is a trait connected to my lumen, and I absolutely refuse to let it be corrupted until I know the cost of that power. Just one trait being corrupted is enough. Shouren decided. That power did not tempt him in the least. It wasn't his own. What if he let the trait become corrupted, and one day, if the chains turned on him, he would lose it forever? Shouren didn't want to borrow any power if he could not make it his own. Is there anything else you can eat besides this trait? Now that Shouren observed the burning chains more closely, he saw that several places on the metal appeared eroded with rust. The flames initially concealed the damaged parts, but he could see them now without his fear overwhelming his senses. The chains glanced at the trait, drooling, but turned back with a trembling nod. The flaming chains then aimed directly at Shouren's chest, indicating their hunger could be satisfied by something else. You want to eat my heart?" Shouren shivered and grabbed his chest in alarm. He was not going to let the demonic chains devour his heart. The chains shook in response. It felt like it was rolling its invisible eyes. Then it tapped its metallic links again at Shouren's chest, tracing a rectangle on the surface. "You eat cards?" It finally dawned on Shouren what the corrupted chains was asking. His heart rate steadied after the confirmation. He didn't have to lose his heart today. The demonic chains nodded up and down in excitement. The chains was elated that the stupid human finally understood what it meant. Shouren quickly took out a cheap common spell card from his vault and held it out for the scorching chains to eat. The chains peeked at the gray card once and turned away in disgust. It would rather starve than eat that trash. Seeing the demonic chain's reaction, Shouren frowned. It doesn't like common cards and wants uncommon cards instead. This guy is too expensive, wanting to eat my precious green cards for breakfast. No, I'm not giving it my uncommon cards. It can either eat the common cards or starve alone. Shouren snorted at the picky eater. He only had a few uncommon cards in his vault, and without knowing what the chains were, it was foolish to hand over his most valuable cards. The chains shifted, the flames fluttering across the metal surface, eagerly waiting for another card. The chains are the source of corruption, or maybe the corruption itself. If that's true, then it has already been telling me what it wants. Shouren opened his status for a few seconds to check. He then took back the common spell card and replaced it with another card, a gray class card. The demonic chains swiftly pounced on the offered card, devouring the card in a flash. Activated. Devour is right. Common. Devoured class cards. 1 of 100. A system notification popped before Shouren's sight. Shouren soon connected the dots. Now that he knew feeding the chains also helped him, he took out his remaining stack of common class cards and fed the fiendish chains one by one. The demonic chains danced with excitement as they rapidly chewed every class card Shouren offered. Activated. Devour is right. Common. Devoured class cards. 3 of 100. Activated. Devour is right. Common. Devoured class cards. 15 of 100. Activated. Devour is right. Common. Devoured class cards. 27 of 100. The red-black chains thrummed in pleasure, the segments of rust falling apart on its body and replaced with a new layer of glimmering dark metal. Activated. Devour is right. Common. Devoured class cards. 39 of 100. Activated. Devour is right. Common. Devoured class cards. 40 of 100. Shouren used up all 40 of his common class cards. The 3 cards from the recent dungeon run were all spell cards. The final notification blinked in front of Shouren, but he was no longer looking at it. He was staring in both awe and fear at the demonic burning chains. Something happened to it. The metal was no longer dull or damaged. The new layer was glittering with a dark sheen. There were still some areas where the rust remained, but the chains had obviously recovered to some extent. Shouren didn't know if that was good or bad for his future. The chains pulsed with power, the flames turning blood-red for an instant before reverting to normal. The demonic chains rushed towards Shouren, enveloping his torso in joy. Shouren was about to yelp, thinking the chains would sear his flesh, but besides a pleasant heat, the flames didn't harm him. The demonic chains hummed something to Shouren before slowly dissipating away. You better not turn on me in the future, demon. I fed you all those tasty cards, and if you don't hurt me, I'll give you even tastier cards in the future. Shouren clutched his chest and whispered to the demonic chains. It was too late to regret feeding the demonic chains. He tried to instill feelings of gratefulness into it, so the burning chains would remember his help in its recovery.
Potato?
Shouren heard the muffled voice of his grandma through the closed door. "I'm back, Grandma," Shouren called out as another notification flashed in the corner of his vision. New trait, Lumen Weaver, unlocked. "So you signed a system contract with these people from the Starhaven Guild and then went into the dungeon with one of them? A little potato, you should have told me this before." Rhea glared at her grandson, her thin arms crossed over her chest. For the past 20 minutes, Shouren had been recounting his meeting with Isola, Talon, and Reuben. He told Rhea about the contract he made with Isola and everything that fared within the dungeon with Reuben. He pointedly included nothing related to the demonic chains. As far as Shouren knew, no one else could see them. However, he wasn't sure if the demonic chains could attack others of its own volition. If he took the risk and told Rhea about its presence, Shouren wouldn't be able to stop the demonic chains from lunging at his grandmother. There was simply too much he didn't know about the dark red chains. "Grandma, I told you to trust me, and you agreed to it." Shouren matched Rhea's hazel eyes with his own. Previously, the circumstances didn't allow him to endanger his grandmother. Shouren was worried Isola or Talon might target his grandmother if they became aware that he leaked their information. However, Shouren now knew that it didn't matter anymore. According to Reuben, it wasn't much of a secret. Isola was well known as Starhaven Guild's recruiter. "I know, Potato. I'm just worried that people will take advantage of you," Rhea said softly, her gaze weakening. If only she knew about the number of times her innocent grandson had scammed others. "Don't worry about me, Grandma. I'm always careful." Shouren confidently patted his chest. He wasn't always careful. "All right, forget about that. Now, tell me about the contract you signed with this Isola. Did she ask you where you found your card recipe?" Rhea gestured for Shouren to sit down. She then went to the back of the room and returned with 2 glasses of water for each of them. Shouren had given her a brief overview of his encounter with the Starhaven Guild, but Rhea wanted to delve further into his interaction. Out of the 3 strangers, the description of Isola worried her the most. Shouren might not be aware, but the title of a recruiter for the Starhaven Guild was no ordinary role. If Rhea's hunch was correct, Isola wasn't just a Tier 2 cardist. I don't think she really cared about the card recipe in general. Now that I think of it, Isola quickly lost her interest once she saw my common class card. Shouren replayed the memory in his mind. Isola had started off being very inquisitive about Shouren, but her interest waned considerably the moment he revealed his common class card, a palpable shift in her demeanor. "Good, Potato. If you can avoid it, never meet that woman again, especially if you ever upgrade your class card in the future." A strand of Rhea's white hair fell across her serious face. She didn't need to explain to Shouren what she meant by her words. Indeed, Rhea was right in her assumption. Shouren slowly nodded in understanding. He trusted Reuben the most. Reuben was the only one willing to help him despite his lowly class card. To Isola, Shouren was currently just an afterthought, not worthy of her full attention. He only had 1 card recipe, and it was a Tier 0 common spell card, a card at the bottom of the power hierarchy. It was unusual for a young teenager like Shouren to possess a card recipe, but it wasn't unique enough in the grand scheme of the world. "Should I stop forging cards for her?" Shouren asked his grandma, his brows furrowed. There was no clause in the contract he signed with Isola that stated he had to continue to forge the spectral threads cards for her indefinitely. The agreement only stated that for every 10 spell cards, Isola would trade 8 common class cards or an equivalent amount of kronas if she couldn't obtain them. Meaning, as long as Shouren didn't offer the cards to her, the contract would be dormant, except for the first 10 spell cards, since Shouren had already accepted class cards from Isola as prepayment. However, after that, Shouren didn't necessarily have to trade with the auburn-haired woman if he didn't want to. "No, little one. If you suddenly stop, it will make that woman curious. Besides, you need the common class cards for now. It's not like you can buy the cards en masse at the market. That would draw too much attention from the merchants. No, keep forging the cards for her until you have the 100 class cards you need. After that, you can stop."
Rhea took a small sip of the water, her eyes crinkling with pride at her grandson. The Shouren of the past would have impulsively dived into danger without thinking. Rhea was aware of her grandson's old desire to have a combat class card. However, the present Shouren could reconsider his strategy if there was an alternate. He was still impulsively reckless sometimes, but Shouren was beginning to channel his thoughts more into his decisions, a characteristic all cardsmiths needed. Rhea wondered who Shouren would become in a few years. Shouren didn't know the thoughts surfacing within his grandma's mind, and broke the silence with his following words.
"Are you ready for your birthday present, Grandma?"
Shouren smiled impishly. Rhea snorted mirthfully and raised her eyes at the cheeky teen. What mischievousness was he up to now?
"If you don't want it, then let's forget about it. I thought you would want to unlock a trait as well, but I guess I was wrong. I'll just go to sleep then."
Shouren sighed teasingly and pretended to get up. Rhea yelped in astonishment. Her grandson would help her unlock a trait. Shouren had narrated what had happened inside the dungeon with Reuben, but he had purposefully held back on sharing the details of his 2 new traits and how he unlocked them. It was a surprise he wanted to give Rhea.
"Oh, I forgot to check the new trait."
Shouren once again forgot to check for his latest trait. It was becoming a habit at this point. He quickly opened his status and went straight to the traits section. Lumen Weaver. Common. You can manipulate your lumen into fine threads, allowing for precise control over the lumen flow. Trait upgradable. Current threads. 2 of 10.
It's different from the vein reader. It's actually letting me know what I need to do in order to upgrade the trait. Is it because it's a common rarity?
Shouren didn't care that it was only a common trait, as long as it helped him forge better cards. He figured the 2 of 10 was the current number of threads he could summon at present. If he raised it to 10 in the future, the trait was likely to upgrade then.
"If you don't want to be turned into crispy potato chips, sit down and tell me."
Rhea laughed as she pulled her grandson's small arm, her present laughter causing Shouren to burst into a fit of giggles as well. After an intense session of tickling, Shouren finally relented and told Rhea about his first trait, Vein Reader. Shouren quickly wriggled out of Rhea's clutches the moment she froze at the trait's description. Shouren continued to describe to his grandmother how he unlocked the trait amidst his sharding process. He then excitedly relayed to her the differences between the shards once he used his trait on them. Rhea silently listened to her grandson, one sentence after another. How Shouren discovered the different aspects of a card, its frame, veins, and the wisps. Rhea's hand quivered slightly the more she heard Shouren tell the story, cheerfully animated.
"Little Potato, what's your current synchronization?"
Rhea's muted voice shook Shouren out of his telling of the events.
I think it's at 41% now, Grandma."
Shouren just looked at his status a few minutes ago, so he already knew the number.
"It's too fast. Even with the shards, his synchronization shouldn't be rising this much."
Rhea paled at her grandson's alarming synchronization rate. It had only been a few days since Shouren's awakening, and he was already halfway to Tier 1. It didn't make any sense. There was nothing in the corrupted abilities that indicated it could affect the synchronization. What was fueling the synchronization, then? An abrupt thought sparked inside Rhea.
"Potato, have you felt someone's presence around you recently?"
What was his grandma talking about? Did she believe the house was haunted? Well, the house could use some fresh paint and a new door.
"No, I don't think so."
Shouren scratched his head in confusion. Rhea sighed in relief. She was just being paranoid. Her mother, Shouren's great-grandmother, had forced her to remember all the ancient stories of the past, just like her mother before her. The history of the family's legacy was always passed down to the first daughter of the generation, while the sons inherited the skills and techniques of their clan. The last male inheritor of their clan had vanished centuries ago, taking with him the last vestiges of the clan's legacy. Only the daughters remained, the last remnants of their clan's history. After the heir's disappearance, the clan instilled a single rule. All members of their bloodline had to become cardsmiths. Rhea recalled a certain ancient history, but dispelled it once Shouren confirmed nothing was unusual.
"It's most likely related to his E-ranked intelligence. Little Potato was always an exceptionally smart kid, even before his attributes."
Rhea shook her thoughts and engaged back in the discussion.
All right, little one, show me how the vein reader trait works.
Rhea smiled, ignoring the flicker of a dark shadow behind her eyes. Status. Name. Shouren. Tier. 0. Synchronization. 41%. Class. Cardsmith. Common. Spell card slots. 1 of 1. Dimensional Vault. Rare. Newman. 12 of 20. -5. Strength. F. Agility. F. Constitution. F. Intelligence. E. Class abilities. Corrupted. 1. Card Forge. Writ of the Forgotten. 2. Sharding. Devourer's Right. 40 of 100. 3. Card Sacrifice. Oblation Pact. Traits. 1. Corrupted Cardsmith. Unique. 2. Vein Reader. Uncommon. 3. Lumen Weaver. Common. 2 of 10 threads. Cardsmith Recipes. Tier 0. Spectral Threads. Common.